Chapter 1 The Galactic Beast Era. You are my master. Mom, it hurts so much. Can you please still fitting? With great difficulty, Su Jiaojiasamon the Couragito speak up for herself a worth of fierce in key birth. Onlatoba met with Hermothers Ursula slap. You hurt? What a booty your sister? Is Shino tin pain? Hermother scolded her sternly. Y'all were born to provide a blood and bone marrow for your sister. Herfa thirchi medin, this sissy ordity. Ida sio uranli valyine this world. Timey and again, sheen drored the blood draws. Timey and again she was thrust in the operating table. Subjectedo the extraction of her bone marrow. Shekel no longer bear it. Where is this place? It's a dark. I can't see anything. When Su Jiaoji arrogant consciousness, she found herself enveloped in darkness. She strained to stand up, extending her and still feel her way forward. Clang! The sound of her colliding with an Iran barrier echoed. She had always feared pain of in, Thesli test injury would send here into statov dread. Ugh, it hurts so much. At that moment, she suddenly sensed that the floor beneath her feet was shifting. Thought her movement was gradual. Its abruptness caused Su Jiaojiao to tilt backward sharply, tumbling down. Ah! In that instant, her heart swelled with terror. Curling Upasi hugged her niece and began to sob softly. Before her, the dark passageway was suddenly illuminated by beam so flight. Su Jiaojia instinctively looked up, her eyes following the radiant glow. What thegwists in the action Hall beheld ways a sight to behold. There, crouched in a whiteless gown, ways an exquisite young girl, lifting her delicate facet to gaze upon them. She squatted the Orion here the real white lacy gown, her cylinder back and fragile-esh hooters adorned with spring blossoms. Her rang contingaya shimmered with unshed tears, her long, curled eyelashes quivering slightly, reflected glimmer so flight. In that instant, the action hall erupted in astonished murmurs. Omi, how cold thisb? This is indeed the slay, underground auction house, Antheres of Malepresent. My heavens, doth he not fear retribution from th' Imperial Legion? Goodness, how can this female be so beautiful? Ariel femelis this stunning? In the year 4042 of the star calendar, the Federation was governed by Norman family, with temporaval Norman reigning governed the empire for 39 years. A millennium ago, a sudden meteor shower struck the cosmos, causing a transformation among interstellar humanity, manifest in beastly forms. In their beast forms, their combat prowess o'erread those of SSSS rank could have been withstand a blow from a heavenly arcana. Yet, nature is impartial. Following the meteor, the gender ratio in the cosmos became severely imbalanced, reaching a staggering 10,000,000,001. This means that, out of a population of 2.6 billion, there are only 260 females remaining. Upon birth, each femalice implanted dwitha microlocae toret thena p fernek to ensure her safety, including Themperoran the commander's soft Imperial Legion. Thus, in Sukha context, how cold the slayed underground auction house have obtained Aphamal, during to sell her publicly? On the auction stage, a shortman, visibly excited, began the bidding. This femala starts, presov, 10 billion interstellar coins. Instantly, the hal erupted de new pror. My goodness, the opening bid is 10 billion interstellar coins? Who can afford that? Will the seven sell? What Ariel thinking? This is a female. Donovan mentioned 10 billion interstellar soin 7, 100 billion wolffinda buyer. Sinside is an underground auction, Alatindasari anonymous, Mascadasti participate. The final prize to Tim was finally about to bokshan doff. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Jiaojia crouched down and began to sob in fear. What is this place? They want to auction her. Wailing, Sheffel utterly terrified. Humantraficangus a crime. She must report this. Raising her head, she instinctively glanced toward the action stage, Harry's reddening, her delicate eyelashes trembling slightly, her gaze clouded. Her beautiful, pale pink lips parted slightly. Suddenly, Sumion called out, "You scared Hershasabauto cry." Thebiting abruptly sleest, and Elias sterned towards the precious feminine thickage. They instinctively lower red here voices, marking the fierce silent auction at the slayed auction house, where a bidders rise at here pedals without uttering a word. 320 billion interstellar coins. As the action reached a dice climax, the actioneer excitedly whispered. At that moment, a Manatha Bakothal, Theon Leon without a mask, raised, dispadily and quietly declared, 1 trillion. The action holler up Teden shock. What? What's these? How can he be so wealthy? That's Victor. What? Ishathen famous Victor Bullferret, the notorious leader of Star Pirate Alliance? Well scalded. The actioneer hastile Structious Gavel, eagerly announcing, let us congratulate Mr. Victor Bullferret for winning this covetidum. Please proceed to Eastside counter to complete our purchase. Thank you for our cooperation. Victor on the viewing platform smirked, you forget homie fatherus? Ash smiled, his greenia sudden shiftedo striking golden hue, his pupils elongating in tosslets. In the next moment, massive ooing syrup ted from his back, a colossal black dragon materializing out of thin air. Its eyes so immense to red Tuinkersen Rosendevenu prudity ci lingov tivenu. With powerful wings soaring, a fierce gustove wind swept through, and Su Jiao wasized Biagiganticlaw, lifting her into the air. Thororov tester shipping eins resonate above east, he dragon carried, here in the vessel. When Su Jiao regained her sight, she found herself aboard Thester ship, with Amma kneeling beside her, his long-red-haired emerald greenies captivating her. He lifted his gaze, his fierce greenies fixate upon her. Esteemed lady, Ipulgito follow we forever, Tohanorio as me master. Thea Thor may have made some typographical errors, please feel free to point theme out for correction. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 2 The Value of Females. Females respected. Males humble. No ton lidded there at haired McNeil before your, Butin that very moment, countless men behind Heimel so bowed towards Su Jiao. Since her birth, Su Jiao had been confined within your parents' room, devoid of companions, formal education, or experiences lakeithis, leaving her utterly startled. Herta la catife instant la filled with terror, herta alike eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a chiton on the verge of crying. Moreover, she peered softly to red thatcheretrita, several steps, near lie stumbling gasher left foot caught in her right. Asha swayed, the multitude of men before her reached with anxietions, each concerned that this later might fall. Su Jiao Lukadatham, hervo excessive tan delicate, reminiscent tofa chiton no, kidamont hold. Please don't do this. Could you stand up, please? Hearing this, Victor worried lidless dude, gazing at the female across from him. Don't be afraid will not harm you. Tobonist, he was somewhat bewildered. In a world where a thegender ratio also severely skewed, every female is so immense a value. From birth, they were recrescent held in high esteem, which led to their capricious and pampered nature. Seeing Simeone sit him and afraid doff molest ways of first for him. Whether princess and soft to powerful, all soft to interact with families, competing fiercely for the Chincido Bika Simbi one. Tobul come into her household desa husband or consort. As formating rights. The twace of in Murakalin Johnsa selected, one would undergo training to learn how to serve and pleasethmally, awaiting the summon softisty med lady after passing the tests. Regarding childbirth, with advancement of technology to current state, there is no longer a necessity to state a kill dream within a shoulden desire a child. Skill-led personnel can extract a pre-fertilized embryo from moderus and cultivity itwit hinazimula torrent till it fully forms. Duetto severe imbalance saint he may lead a female ratio, they have contemplated the possibility of artificially cultivating families. However, the outcome has been disheartening gal produced remales, and thearine capable of assuming their beastly forms, rendering them defective and subsequently disposed of. In light of this situation, the presence of femmalicious become increasingly vital to their entire interstellar society. Particularly, their empress, AI Way Air, is not only a female lebutulson SSS grade high-ranking beastman. Each year, countless malintendants face execution in her palace, numbering no less than 800, thus, encountering Simeona timid and cowardly, like the individual before you, is indeed a rarity of great value. Su Jiao Jia gazette around, noting that she was surrounded entire Libby men, with no single woman in sight. In such an unfamiliar environment, her fear intensified, especially with the man before her, whose long, red hair was striking if Memora served her right, had just transformed into a monstrous creature with wings, reminiscent of a dragon from a fantasy film. Victor, a rugged bandit leader, typically brutish in demeanor, now ecobite unexpected gentleness on chivalry the presence of the young family, as if he feared frightening her. After all, she appeared so exquisite and delicate. Do not be afraid mean you no harm. Ich escorte out to your room, Trist, if that is agreeable? Victor, towering at 1 centimeters, now appeared remarkably humble. Su Jiaojiak Stagland Sathamise expressions imaginuan. Despite his fierce appearance, he's Espernahin tof malice. Shemahave Beantamid, but Shuas not full of shit ways evident that Shuas no longer on earth. She had like clit reversed into a foreign realm, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Ultimately, Shina dead in acquiescence, bought discomforted and anido for bath. All right. Up in hearing her consent, Victor's demeanor brightened, and Thea Thermales behind him's herod in his joy. How wonderful hath his young family had finally agreed. Victor led the way with Suj Yaojia cautiously following close behind. The sooner riveted to room, where Victor addressed her. Eisencurl Yipologizeth his room was prepared in hasty and monopup to standard. I hope you can forgivious. Suj Yaojia looked around in disbelief. The room was adorned in a warm, buttery yellow, exuding a cozy ambience. Furthermore, it was embellished with minikerming trinkets, such as crystal figurines haphead-like herbits, fluffy-catchuped cushions, and sunflower-thumbed lamps, among other delightful items. Is this truly prepared form? Having come from modest circumstances, where'll fun swarty vodito her sister's medical treatment, Su Jiaojiao had leveden as stairwell for as long as he could remember, never having haydarum of her own. Her voice was of tan sweet, reminiscent of glutinous rice cakes. Victor, initially finding such delicacy as repugnant, now thought, goodness, how remarkably adorable. Hewis enamored be her. Beneath her crescent-shaped brows, her eyes shimmered like crystal-clear waters, with long, dark lashes curling naturally, resembling twaddle-cutter brushes. Through her mile light enveloped her face, accentuating her delicate featurescent, flawless complexion, rendering her breathtaking beautiful. Standing before her, Victor found himself towering over the petite Tefamali, whose height was likely around 168 centimeters. Hep-resistant Libin tat thuistamentinia contact. Please forgive us sour shipis fled with through individuals, and retrieving the sedum swas no easy feat. Once wary act the next port, shall procure other necessities for you, if that is acceptable? His stone was humble and has spokius if sure retria suragim, causing Su Jiaojiao to feel some willingness at their lip. Noticing her discomfort, Victor Gant poked at her lip, saying, don't it bite. If theres anything you find unsatisfactory, please do no hesitate to voice it will rectify it immediately. Implorianato suffer in silence. Su Jiaojia stood there, her long black hair cascading over her smooth, fair shoulders, her lovely neck taut with tensionous hair plied softly. All right, I you understand. Victor nodded, and then, before her, he appeamed his mouth hangent, kissed the fingertip the thad just at her lips. How's weed it was, a kintahoni. Su Jiaojiao way staken aback by his action, her large eyes misting with surprise, gazing upat theman before her, her cheeks flushed with the roser way. Please wash up first afterward, it will take you for a physical examination, Victor said, his gazafixed in her. The primary concern was to Kekfornium plantetracker sat the bacco furneck, which, if present, would need to be removed. A theman shino fa physical examination, Su Jiaoji instinctive le felt jaw fear, letting out a soft, sharp cry, ah. Just then, the dordotheum swung open, and a blondemole burst in. It told ya, Victor, ya would sure lie, frighten her. Step aside, let me handless. Followed Beeman with short black hair, let me come. Ipermise I went scarer. Thena green-haired moleskisden. No, let me. No tas intimidating, in appearance, Sashwant be frightened. And then Su Jiaojiao watchadast hey treeman big and to quarrel right before your eyes. Su Jiaojia thought to herself, am so scared high zim truly volatile. Chapter 3. I am fond of you. Please show me your kindness. As the group engaged in increasingly fervent altercations, Su Jiaojiao could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward, addressing them. Could you possibly refrain from fighting? Why engage in such conflict when everything is perfectly fine? Her bewilderment was palpable. The voice of the petite female was melodious, soft, and sweet, akin to the delightful sound of strawberry pudding. The men embroiled in the brawl immediately ceased their actions, their expressions reflecting anxiety as they glanced towards Su Jiaojiao, each visibly tense. At that juncture, Victor suddenly interjected, do not concern yourself with them. Let them fight. as it won't lead to any fatal consequences. Su Jiaojiao lifted her delicate, doll-like eyelashes and gazed at him, her eyes clear and gentle. Even if they won't be killed, fighting is still undesirable, she thought. I am inclined to heed your words. Victor bowed to her and then, with one hand, seized each of the males who had just been battling and unceremoniously tossed them out the door. Once everyone was expelled, Victor turned to her and said, "You may freshen up now. I shall return in 1 hour to escort you for a health examination. Do not fear. It is merely a routine checkup." Su Jiaojiao looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then gently bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Very well, at the very least, he treated her with kindness, showing no signs of aggression, did he not? After the door was secured, Su Jiaojiao turned and made her way to the bathroom, where she discovered the amenities were exceedingly luxurious. She did not spend much time bathing, as most of it was devoted to deciphering how to use the facilities. Approximately an hour later, having dressed, Su Jiaojiao returned to the bedroom, and as expected, it was not long before the red-haired man reappeared, accompanied by 4 others. "Greetings, I must apologize for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Victor Burfalet, the leader of the Star Pirate Alliance." Upon hearing this, Su Jiaojiao was taken aback, retreating several steps in fright. Indeed, what was she astonished by? Had she forgotten how she ended up here? Yes, she had been forcibly taken. Though the underground auction house was hardly a respectable establishment, the very act of abducting someone from such a disreputable place indicated that the perpetrators were even more unscrupulous. At that moment, Chris approached, bowing to Su Jiaojiao. "My lady, please follow me. We shall take you for a health examination." He continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chris, the second in command of the Alliance. Please, when selecting males, do keep me in mind, and I too. I am Eric and I am fond of you. I beseech you to show me your grace." Victor, noticing the unexpected competition for the petite female, could no longer contain his irritation and bellowed, "Get lost." Another male, Harry, stepped forward, addressing the others, "You are frightening the lady. We should allow her to undergo the examination first." At that moment, Su Jiaojiao observed Victor suddenly kneeling before her, without any forewarning. His emerald green eyes, resembling precious gemstones, gazed intently at her. "My lady, may I carry you?" Su Jiaojiao, mesmerized by the beauty of his eyes, instinctively nodded, "Very well." Almost immediately, she found herself lifted into the air, a fleeting feeling of weightlessness prompting a soft gasp of surprise from her lips. Ah, what a melodious sound! It caused Victor's abdomen to tighten involuntarily. He glanced down at the petite female nestled in his arms and softly asked, "Are you afraid? If so, hold on to my neck." Su Jiaojiao had never before been lifted in such a manner. In her childhood, she had often witnessed her parents cradling her sister while she remained an observer on the sidelines. But now, the situation was different. There was someone willing to hold her. As they proceeded down the corridor, she realized it was filled with men. Su Jiaojiao felt a wave of trepidation. Why were there so many men in this world? Since her arrival, she had not encountered a single woman, which struck her as exceedingly strange. Moreover, the way these men gazed at her was nothing short of predatory, their eyes gleaming with an almost ravenous intensity. Overwhelmed with fear, she instinctively nestled closer into Victor's embrace. "Why are they all staring at me?" In response to her query, Victor furrowed his brow, sensing her peculiar innocence. This female truly seems to lack any understanding of her surroundings, he mused. "Do you remember your name? Are you aware that you are female?" Su Jiaojiao was taken aback. What does female even mean? Isn't that terminology reserved for animals? But I am a human. Wait, am I still human? Recalling that just moments ago, this man had transformed into a colossal dragon, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Although she had confirmed her identity during her bath, Many novels depicted identical appearances even in cases of soul transference. To be on the safe side, she decided to feign amnesia. Su Jiaojiao furrowed her brows. I do not remember anything. As they conversed, they arrived at the medical room, where the male staff members, upon seeing her, appeared almost euphoric, as if they might faint from excitement. Su Jiaojiao pondered silently. What on earth is happening? My lady, I shall conduct your examination, Richard exclaimed, his face flushed with exhilaration. His assistant looked as though he were on the verge of fainting. Victor, Eric, and Harry quickly noticed Su Jiaojiao's anxiety and surrounded her protectively. Victor reassured her, do not be afraid. It is merely a checkup to ascertain whether there is a chip implanted in your nape. By the way, since you do not even know who you are, I presume you have little knowledge of this world. Victor inquired. Su Jiaojiao blinked rapidly, nodding. Her small hands were clumsily clasped in front of her, her slender fingers entwined. Victor gazed at her and began to explain. It is now the year 4042 of the stellar calendar, ruled by Emperor Avril Norman. A millennium ago. Su Jiaojiao was utterly astonished. So, I have ended up in such a place. Victor gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. According to imperial law, every female of age is entitled to a protective detail, which you may select entirely at your discretion. The legal minimum age for marriage is 22, and you are free to choose your partners. With many females opting to marry 4 males during their wedding. Su Jiaojiao gasped. So many? I cannot possibly handle that. Chapter 4. Clues to her identity. She is an abandoned girl. Noticing Su Jiaojiao's gradual relaxation, Victor continued to elucidate the necessity of her health examination. You have been taken to the underground auction house, and I must verify whether a chip has been implanted in your nape. As he spoke, he knelt before her, and to her astonishment, all the men in the room followed suit. Kneeling before her, Su Jiaojiao felt utterly uncomfortable at the sight of so many men kneeling before her. Victor, kneeling, gently took her hand and raised it to his lips, softly kissing her thumb. He then gazed up at her, his captivating green eyes fixed on her, but upon making eye contact, he lowered his head once more. We do not coerce females. We merely wish to examine your chip to ascertain your origins. Should you wish to return, we will facilitate your journey home. At that moment, a young man over 6 feet tall, with tousled silver curls, entered the room, cradling a neural interface. His cherubic face was flushed with excitement. Where is my lady? Where is she? Without waiting for anyone else to speak, he slid across the floor. Knees first, right to Su Jiaojiao's feet. My lady, are you selecting males? Look at me. I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. His exuberant declaration ignited a frenzy. Soon, all the males rushed forward, kneeling before her in unison, each one fervently proclaiming, My lady, choose me. I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. I too, even without a title, I shall be your guard, my lady. I only seek to follow you. Victor, whose demeanor had been gentle towards Su Jiaojiao, now turned irate as he faced the throng of suitors. What is the meaning of this? Are you staging a coup? Let her make her own choice. A group of individuals, feeling somewhat aggrieved, rose from the ground, including the silver-haired little curly-haired one standing before Su Jiaojiao. The little curly-haired one, emboldened by their proximity to Su Jiaojiao, could not suppress their inner longing and, unable to restrain themselves, cast a fleeting glance at the other's face. Just that one glance left them utterly terrified. This esteemed adult. What is your relationship with Su Ruerue? Su Darren? Su Jiaojiao looked up in confusion, and after a moment, shook her head apologetically. I remember nothing. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Goodness, this female actually apologized to them. What an extraordinary temperament. My heavens, could it be that there exists a female capable of offering apologies in this world? Such a phenomenon was almost unheard of, however. That was not the crux of the matter. Only Victor grasped the significance of the little curly-haired one's words. He suddenly turned to the curly-haired one, demanding, "What is her connection to Suruerue?" In a fluster, the little curly-haired one, named Nick, stammered, I don't know either. But this esteemed adult bears a slight resemblance to Suruerue." Victor raised an eyebrow at this revelation. "In what way do they resemble one another?" Nick furrowed his brow, attempting to articulate. "It's as if one is the ordinary version, while the esteemed adult is the genetically modified plus version." With the advancement of technology, individuals could now alter their appearances and heights through genetic modification. Of course, the extent of such transformations depended on one's genetic makeup. Thus, in contemporary interstellar society, it was rare to encounter someone who was particularly unattractive. Only two scenarios accounted for such appearances. Either they were financially incapable of affording genetic modifications, or their genetic lineage was inherently subpar, rendering any modifications ineffective. Fearing his words might lack precision, Nick promptly activated the device nestled in his arms, and soon, Suruerue's profile appeared on the screen. Su Jiaojiao curiously glanced over, only to be taken aback. How could she decipher these unfamiliar symbols? A throng of males gathered around, pressing closer to Nick's side to examine the screen. Indeed, there was a resemblance, like a less appealing version of the esteemed adult. Her skin lacked the brilliance of the esteemed adultess, and her eyes were not nearly as large. It was akin to a buyer's showcase versus the seller's display. T. Chatsworth Manor. A male servant rushed in, knocking hurriedly on the door. Sir? Sir? Inside sat a male with black hair and black eyes. Who shot the servant a disgruntled glance? What is all the fuss about? Have you completed the task? The servant stood before him, trembling with trepidation. It's done, sir, but you must consider the consequences if the lady finds out. Before he could finish, the other interrupted. How would she know? If you don't say anything, neither will I. No one will be the wiser. Su Jiaojiao was born without an implanted chip, so no one will ever know. This man was Roger Granger, who, during the embryo selection process, had audaciously declared one of two embryos as stillborn, hoping for two females to present to his elder brother. After all, his brother's family had not seen a female born in over a century and had recently fallen from the ranks of the top 100 families in the Federation. Upon maturation, it was indeed confirmed that there were two females, one with mediocre mental prowess and the other exceedingly weak. Over the years, he had devised numerous schemes to rid himself of the weaker one. But unexpectedly, a servant discovered the concealed female, who had been hidden away for over a decade. To harbor a female was a grave crime, more severe than treason. In desperation, he executed the servant and, under the cover of night, discarded the female. Su Jiaojiao that moment, preserving his own life, took precedence. Just then, a female clad in a light green dress entered. Father, he immediately altered his demeanor, rising swiftly to greet her. Ruerue, what brings you here? Suruerue's face was cold. What else could it be? Mother just returned from the research institute and went straight to the legitimate husband. What of it? Just because he is the legitimate husband, does it matter that he lacks a female by his side? And you? Not only do you possess the formidable beast form of a crocodile, but you are also a noble SS-level purifier. At this, Granger beamed with pride. Why rush? The entire Chatsworth Manor will eventually belong to you. Chapter 5. Confirming lineage. Ancient nobility. Su Jiaojiao's examination concluded swiftly. Despite the throngs of onlookers, she sat in a chair, with Victor standing behind her, surrounded by 5 or 6 males. At this juncture, she finally comprehended why these men had encircled her. They were indeed pitiable. With such a stark gender imbalance, they struggled to find wives, or even to marry. Su Jiaojiao. Oh, the male staff member responsible for her examination shook his head. the esteemed adult has not had any chip implanted in the nape of her neck. This meant that, within the entire Federation, she held no legal identity. At this moment, the little curly-haired one spoke up. The esteemed adult's identity is quite easy to deduce. Female embryos tend to inherit more from their female lineage. Furthermore, among the entire Interstellar Federation, there was only one female adult with black hair and black eyes, a descendant of the ancient and mysterious purebloods of old Earth. At that moment, the name surfaced in the minds of all present. Su Ruai, the director of the Federation Research Institute. In the entire galaxy, she was indeed the only female with black hair and black eyes of pureblood old Earth lineage. Not only was she the director of the Research Institute, but she was also an SS-level purifier. The male who had just conducted Su Jiaojiao's examination inquired, "Is she the one? The director of the Research Institute and an SS-level purifier?" Indeed, in the entire Interstellar Federation, she is the only noble pureblood descendant of old Earth, his superior affirmed. Su Jiaojiao, however, at that moment, overheard another term. She turned to Victor behind her. "What is a purifier?" An eerie silence enveloped the room. "Oh, right, the esteemed adult has amnesia. It's only natural she wouldn't know." Victor leaned down, whispering into her ear in a gentle tone, "A purifier is..." Su Jiaojiao felt a surge of emotion. The world she had entered was quite diverse. Is it similar to the rankings of beastmen? Is the most powerful purifier also SS level? Upon hearing her question, everyone fell silent. Ultimately, it was Victor who responded. "That question remains uncertain. What we do know is that currently, the highest-ranked purifier is SS level, and there are only 23 individuals in total within that category." Su Jiaojiao fell silent for a moment. It appeared her mother in this world was quite formidable. With a population of 2.6 billion in the entire galaxy, there were over 260 females and only 23 purifiers. And her mother was not only one among the 260, but also one of the 23. The little curly-haired one, known as Finnick, spoke up at that moment. "Nature is particularly kind to females. Among those 23 purifiers, there is not a single male. They are all females." Su Jiaojiao. Just then, a staff member approached with a circular test tube. Addressing Victor, "Sir, shall we proceed with the esteemed adult's genetic testing?" Previously, they had merely confirmed that there was no identity ID implanted in her nape, but they still knew nothing of her genetic makeup. Upon seeing the circular test tube, Su Jiaojiao instinctively tensed her shoulders, recoiling slightly. Her reaction was not lost on the males present, who observed her response. Considering that the esteemed adult had already lost her memory, yet her body reacted so honestly, it was evident that this fear stemmed from deep within her. She must have suffered harm in this regard. In that instant, Victor's heart brimmed with a murderous intent. Wishing to eliminate all who had ever harmed her, the black-haired Chris knelt on one knee before Su Jiaojiao, gazing up at her. "Esteemed adult, please do not be afraid. It is merely a simple genetic test to assess your beast form and mental power level. I swear, aboard our starship, you will not suffer the slightest harm." This was the first time someone had spoken such words to Su Jiaojiao, filling her with warmth, akin to a cup of hot ginger tea on a rainy day. Her little nose twitched slightly, and she nodded. "All right." The slender test tube was finally handed to Su Jiaojiao. "Do not fear. We only need a small sample of your blood. Just a prick of your finger will suffice." Upon hearing the term blood, Su Jiaojiao visibly flinched, her entire body trembling slightly, and even her pupils instinctively constricted. This primal reaction did not go unnoticed by those around her. They were eager to identify and eliminate anyone who had harmed their elder. A drop of vivid crimson quickly fell into a round test tube, the blood slowly trickling down the transparent walls until it reached the bottom. Soon, lines of information appeared on the surface of the clear container. And in an instant, a group of individuals led by Victor encircled it. Gender, female age, 18 mental strength level, D, beast form, Fei the brief 4 lines of text vanished just like that. The earlier entries seemed manageable, but when they reached the last term, a group of males instinctively leaned closer, nearly pressing their faces against the test tube. Even their leader, Victor, was almost shoved aside by them. A male with curly hair, Finnick, was the first to exclaim, "Boss, how do you pronounce this word? What does 1 month 1 out mean?" The others mirrored his confusion. "Yeah, what is this word? Is it pronounced chu-chu oriueyu?" Victor, without hesitation, slapped the back of Finnick's head, exclaiming, "I told you all to read more and enrich your minds. Look at this now. Utterly useless. You bunch of fools, can't you ask quietly? Have you not noticed that the young female over there is looking at you with such a strange expression?" Harry immediately piped up, "Boss, when did you tell us to read? Didn't you say we should practice our fighting skills during our free time? You called us fools." Before he could finish, Victor delivered a blow to him. Furious, Victor shouted, "Get lost. Get as far away as you can." Harry, though bewildered, retreated with tears in his eyes under Victor's murderous glare. As he left, he glanced back multiple times, his gaze fixed on Su Jiao, deliberately avoiding even a fleeting glance at their leader. Eventually, the individual responsible for Su Jiao's genetic testing stepped forward and addressed the group. "This word is pronounced Fei. I've told you all to read more. In this day and age, even bandits must be cultured. Otherwise, during a brawl, they wouldn't even comprehend their opponent's beast form." The entire assembly, including Victor, lowered their heads in shame, looking like wilted cabbages. Witnessing this scene, Su Jiao could no longer contain herself and let out a soft giggle. Although she had arrived in an unfamiliar world, transformed into a stranger, this place was far better than her previous home. She would strive to survive here. She was certain of it. Chapter 6. We will fight for you until the end. 5 minutes later, everyone had grasped the pronunciation of Fei and its purpose. Well, it cannot be entirely deemed useless. Rather, it might be better described as somewhat beneficial. Its function: to soothe emotions and alleviate sorrow. Victor fell into a brief silence after reading this. The ability to soothe emotions did bear a slight resemblance to that of a purifier. However, the level, sigh, it was rather low. Although Su Jiao did not comprehend these matters, she had always been adept at reading facial expressions. After observing their various reactions, she promptly stood up and inquired, Is it not very good?" Her cautious and fearful demeanor was both adorable and enchanting, igniting a fervor among all the males present. They hurriedly began to reassure one another. Indeed, while there were many excellent females in the Federation, not all were remarkable. Most were relatively mediocre. However, as an exceptionally rare female, she had already triumphed, especially considering her striking appearance. How could this be so wonderful? Yes, I absolutely adore Fei. Indeed, Fei is simply splendid. Hearing their reassurances, Su Jiao could not help but pout, thinking, "Liars, you just didn't recognize the word moments ago, and now you're all raving about how wonderful it is." At that moment, Victor approached her, kneeling on one knee before her. "Do not worry, we will protect you. Even if you lack a formidable beast form and mental strength, you remain our cherished leader." As he knelt, all the other males followed suit, prostrating themselves before Su Jiao. "Yes, esteemed one, we vow to protect you with our lives. Rest assured, though we are a band of space pirates, we shall never harm you. Dear one, we will ensure your safety." Victor then took her hand, kissing the back of it gently, and looked up at her with earnest emerald eyes. "We shall fight for you, fearless and unwavering, until the very end." Thus, Su Jiao settled aboard the starship. The following day, Victor led her to another chamber, one that was more than twice the size of her previous quarters. The room's decor was incredibly cozy, clearly prepared with great care. This moved Su Jiao, who had only ever lived in a stairwell in her past life. Back then, She would console herself by thinking that Harry also lived in a stairwell, and perhaps at 12, she might receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Escaping from her cold home and her cruel parents, ultimately, she never received that letter, likely because she was indeed a genuine muggle. Little did she know, she had ended up here instead. Thank you all. Victor gazed at her. No need to thank us, never. You are the most esteemed lady in the galaxy. You should carry yourself with confidence and assertiveness. Su Jiao thought to herself that perhaps she would never become assertive in her lifetime. She lived on the starship of the space pirates, receiving different gifts daily from the various males, little lamps, small cushions, and other charming trinkets. She could not discern the value of these items. She only knew that it was the first time in her life someone had given her a gift. She also acquired her own intelligence device, diligently studying knowledge related to this world, leading to a fulfilling life. Unbeknownst to her, her presence had drastically transformed the band of space pirates. One day, Victor and his crew hijacked a merchant vessel belonging to the Granger family, opening fire without hesitation. The captain of the Granger merchant ship was utterly stunned, staring at the enormous pink starship before him in disbelief. What kind of lunatic is this? How dare they recklessly attack our Granger family's cargo ship? His subordinates, trembling, reported, It's the pirates led by Victor Bulfele. It was no surprise that he was frightened. Victor Bulfele was notoriously infamous throughout the Galactic Federation. What? It's him. What on earth is wrong with this lunatic? Which fool in the galaxy would paint their starship pink? He gritted his teeth, shouting at the first officer, What are you standing there for? Hurry and call for help from the Federation. Fighting was out of the question. They could only seek assistance from the Federation. The first officer stood there, drenched in cold sweat, yet forced himself to remain calm. After all, if he didn't compose himself quickly, they would only be waiting for death. Meanwhile, the captain of the Granger ship continued to rant. What is Victor thinking? Since when did he start hijacking merchant vessels for daily necessities? There must be some hidden agenda here. He could only hope that a patrol fleet from the Imperial Army was nearby. Otherwise, they would face annihilation. Report, General. A merchant ship near planet D27168 has sent a distress signal, claiming to be under attack by the pirates led by Victor Bulfele. Standing at the forefront was a tall young male, over 1.85 meters in height, with long black hair. Upon hearing the voice, he turned around, commenced immediate pursuit. He was an exceptionally handsome male, his long black hair cascading down to his waist, with a prominent nose and high cheekbones. He stood there against the brilliance of the starry expanse, shadows defining the contours of his profile with striking clarity. His slightly upturned gaze, a pair of icy blue eyes, passed over your face devoid of warmth, then withdrew without a trace of emotion. Clad in a black shirt, he wore an equally dark, long military coat with a large collar cinched at the waist, his feet adorned with black, knee-high military boots. His figure was exceptionally upright, yet his demeanor was rather indifferent. Meanwhile, not far off, the insectoid forces, under the command of the Aslade underground auction house, breached the Empire's defenses, advancing towards Victor's starship. That moment, Su Jiao was leaning over the table, playfully toying with her small pet, which bore a resemblance to the hermit crabs of old Earth, a charming creature that enjoyed hiding within its shell. Suddenly, the entire starship shook violently, causing even the transparent tank on the table to crash to the floor. An ear-piercing alarm followed suit. She bent down to retrieve her pet from the ground. The door to the room was forcefully pushed open by Victor. He approached her briskly, declaring, "We are under attack. I will leave a team of elite soldiers to protect you. If necessary, they will escort you to safety. Fear not, as long as one of us draws breath, we shall ensure your safety." His emerald green eyes locked onto hers for a moment before he turned to leave. Just as he pivoted, he felt the hem of his shirt being tugged. Victor turned back to see her beautiful face, and then glanced at the delicate fingers gripping his shirt. With a slight smile, he experienced a moment of direct skin contact with her. He pulled his hand from his waist but hesitated to let go. Instead, he raised it to his lips, trembling, and pressed a fervent kiss upon her fingers, his expression imbued with solemnity, though not fear. "I vow to guard you with my life." This time, it was truly time to depart. "Victor," Su Jiaojiao called out urgently, her gaze fixed on his retreating figure, and no matter the circumstances or the timing, his name would always reach him. Victor immediately halted his steps. Standing tall, her slender back straightened with determination as she looked at him, her expression resolute. "I am not afraid. Take them away, I will safeguard myself and await your return." As she spoke, she approached him and withdrew his sidearm. "The SP-70 is this it? I have learned to use it through the intelligence network." Victor regarded her with fervent admiration. "Are you certain?" Su Jiaojiao met his gaze, her eyes reflecting unwavering courage. "I may not be powerful or strong, but I shall never be a burden. I am certain." Chapter 7. The Imperial General, Lu Yin. The room in which Su Jiaojiao resided was originally Victor's. Indeed, he had remodeled it for her use. Adjacent was a grand window through which she could clearly see the unfolding chaos outside. Their starship was encircled by a regiment of regular troops. It was said that they were led by the formidable Imperial General, Lu Yin. Clutching her weapon tightly, she felt unafraid. Having already faced death once, she feared nothing now. After all, for her, even if she were to perish at that moment, it would not be in vain. Recently, her life aboard the starship had been a dream she never dared to imagine. Victor, accompanied by his subordinates, moved to the forefront of the starship, preparing to engage in battle. His lieutenant, Chris, wore a grave expression. "A flanking maneuver seems impractical. After all, we are up against the Empire's youngest general, Lu Yin. Given his achievements, his strength cannot be underestimated." Victor scoffed. "That may be true for others. But I am not just anyone. I in the starry realm. All beings possessed beast forms, with their strength determined by their spiritual power. The higher the level of spiritual power, the more formidable one's beast form became, irrespective of its type. Thus, even if one's beast form were a rabbit while the opponent's was an eagle, if one were of SSS rank and the other D rank, the outcome would be indisputable. Currently, the interstellar population numbered over 2.6 billion, with a mere 18 individuals possessing SSSS-level spiritual power. Victor and General Lu Yin, the adversary they were about to confront, both belonged to this elite category. "You handle the frontal assault. I will take care of the flanking maneuver." Once spiritual power reaches SSSS level, one can survive in space unarmed for a brief period. Therefore, Victor prepared to exit the starship, intending to infiltrate the enemy vessel through its engine using his original form. Upon activating the button, a tiny space that could accommodate only one person appeared. Victor joined his fingers together and touched his forehead, prompting his subordinates to mirror his actions. Victor pressed the blue button, and in an instant, the space beneath him vanished. As he was propelled out, a massive black Tyrannosaurus materialized before them, roaring ferociously and unleashing a barrage of fireballs. The enemy ship, detecting his presence, ceased fire from all its side cannons and redirected their turrets to target the Tyrannosaurus. Though Victor's form had grown immensely as a Tyrannosaurus, he remained agile, effortlessly dodging the onslaught of cannon fire and countering by obliterating the turrets. With a powerful flap of his enormous wings, he soared towards the ship's engine, his crimson gold pupils fixated on the colossal target. Unflinching in that moment, he suddenly recalled the resolute young woman aboard the starship, clutching his sidearm. For her sake, he would fight to the bitter end. Just as he was about to detonate the engine, a clear bird call resonated nearby, followed swiftly by a swift azure figure darting past. General Lu Yin, whose beast form was a brilliant blue phoenix. His form was predominantly blue, but his wings, tail, and even the crest upon his head shimmered with golden hues, glistening with fragments of golden light as he moved, a breathtaking spectacle. The two collided in an instant. Notably, despite Victor's considerable size as a Tyrannosaurus, Liu Yan's phoenix was equally impressive, in the realm of beast forms. Size and strength of attack are contingent upon spiritual power. The higher the power, the more formidable the form, regardless of its baseline size. Within the Imperial forces, soldiers with smaller beast forms typically served as scouts. The two SSSS-level beastmen engaged in a fierce and relentless battle. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the proprietor of the Aslade underground auction house could no longer contain himself. He glanced at the towering insectoid captain beside him and exclaimed, "They are already fighting. How long will you wait?" The giant turned to look at him, his three eyes blinking. His pupils were entirely black, devoid of whites, and his large eyes were unsettlingly bare, giving him a fearsome appearance. His voice was incomprehensible to interstellar beings, only perceivable through a translator as a series of electric hisses, translating into their language. Silence. Their spiritual power is about to be depleted. There is an ancient earth saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada." Unaware of the oriole behind, he observed the two combatants in the distance, emitting hissing sounds as he urged, "Wait a moment longer." Two equally matched opponents would not yield a definitive victor in short order. First, their forms began to shrink, and then they gradually reverted to human shape, a process that was somewhat slow. For instance, although Victor's body transformed back into human form, his eyes remained a striking gold. His pupils vertical, and a tail still protruded from his rear. Conversely, as Liu Yan returned to human form, golden patterns flickered across his skin, and golden feathers sprouted atop his head. They both wore fitted black attire, which clung to them and would automatically adjust to avoid unnecessary exposure when they assumed beast forms. When reverting to their beast forms, the clothing would expand seamlessly, conforming to their bodies, much like Victor's tail, which could extend without hindrance. Victor turned his crimson gold gaze towards Liu Yan. "What's the matter? Is that all you've got?" Liu Yan lifted his eyelashes to glance at him. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden explosion tore a hole in Victor's warship. Victor, after letting out a furious roar, he charged recklessly towards the source of the chaos, while Liu Yan followed closely behind, blocking him in his tracks. At that moment, Liu Yan's aide piloted a small escort ship towards them, urgently reporting, "Commander of the army, the Albanian squad of the insect race is attacking, and we are completely surrounded." Unlike Liu Yan, his encounter with Victor was purely accidental. Their original mission was merely a patrol, while the Albanian forces were well prepared, boasting a fleet that far outnumbered their combined strength. Liu Yan cast a glance at Victor and declared, "Go all out, leave none behind." It must be noted that the Imperial Legion had never resorted to lethal measures against Victor. The Emperor's orders were clear: capture alive whenever possible. After all, beyond their federation lurked not only the predatory insect race, but also the ambitious Cybertronian mechanical beings. Thus, every Purifier and SSSS-grade Beastman was a coveted asset for the Federation Empire. Moreover, Victor's band of space pirates exclusively targeted military and affluent merchants, never laying a hand on civilians. Victor, in truth, had no desire to engage with the insect race, and his reasoning was simple. There was no benefit. Victory would yield no reward, so why bother? Yet, the insect race would not miss any opportunity to slaughter high-ranking interstellar beings. Although they were grotesque in appearance, they were not foolish. They understood that only by exterminating all high-ranking interstellar beings could they hope to triumph over this formidable empire. Both Victor and Liu Yan, having exhausted much of their mental energy in recent skirmishes, soon found themselves forced to retreat under the onslaught of the well-prepared Albanian forces. At that moment, Victor turned to Liu Yan and shouted, "Liu Yan, you must guard that esteemed lady over there." Ensure her safety at all costs. Chapter 8. Awakening Purification, Imperial Treasure. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Yin soared to his side, his azure eyes fixed intently upon him. How dare you hoard a female? Hoard? I boldly seized her from the underground auction house in a Slade. The place was a veritable den of vice, filled with all manner of individuals, including Cybertronians and insectoids masquerading as interstellar beings. If the esteemed female were to fall into their hands, the consequences would be dire, to say the least. Liu Yin furrowed his brow. There had been no reports of any female of note having gone missing in interstellar news. Thus, where had this female come from, and how had she ended up in the Aslade auction house? He could not fathom it, nor did he have the luxury of time to contemplate. He resolved to stand guard alongside Victor at Su Jiaojiao's quarters, vowing to protect this esteemed lady with their very lives. This was also the first time Lu Yin found himself not charging into the fray on the battlefield, but rather stationed at the rear, relying solely on his intellect to direct the course of the conflict. With two key commanders absent and their adversaries holding an overwhelming numerical advantage, not to mention formidable individual prowess, the situation was dire. The insect race thrived on sheer numbers, boasting a population in the hundreds of billions, while the Cybertronians possessed incredible physical strength. Both races shared a common trait. They could breathe in the vacuum of space and withstand immense pressure. As more and more insectoids surged forth from their fleet, brandishing an array of weaponry, the battle commenced. Sensing the escalating peril, Victor and Lu Yin exchanged glances and summoned the remnants of their mental energy, transforming once more into their beast forms and launching an assault on the main Albanian fleet. As the conflict intensified, the number of interstellar beastmen succumbing to madness due to mental exhaustion steadily increased. Inside her quarters, Su Jiaojiao clutched a gun, witnessing the tumult unfold before her very eyes. She yearned to assist, to be of service. That moment, a sudden and urgent knock echoed at her door. Entered. No sooner had she spoken than the door was thrust open from the outside, revealing the anxious figure of the curly-haired Finnici. Why, lady, please come with me. Su Jiaojiao tightened her grip on the gun. Where to? Finnick clenched his teeth. We must evacuate. Too many of our comrades have already succumbed to mental collapse and madness. This was the nature of interstellar warfare. As mental energy waned, despair followed, leading individuals to devolve into mindless beasts, never to return to their former selves. As Su Jiaojiao followed Finnick, she inquired, What about them? Finnick shook his head. There are no purifiers here. They are beyond saving. What? Su Jiaojiao halted in disbelief, staring incredulously at him. Are we just going to abandon them? With teary eyes, Finnick gritted his teeth and replied, My lady, we must go. Exiting her room, they traversed a transparent corridor connecting starships, flanked by grotesque insectoids wielding weapons on one side and pirates clad in space raider garb, alongside soldiers in the attire of the Federation Legion, on the other. The two figures at the center were undeniably Victor and Lu Yin. Due to excessive mental strain, they could barely control their beast forms, their sizes and shapes distorted. Upon Su Jiaojiao's emergence into the corridor, despite the distance separating her from the battlefield, it was as if they sensed her presence, both turning their heads toward her in unison. Peering through the glass corridor, opposing them was a throng of massive insectoids, brandishing their weapons and launching an assault. Despite the distance, Su Jiaojiao felt as though Victor was smiling at her. This was the first time in her life she felt cherished and protected. She longed to protect them in return. Suddenly, an agonizing pain surged from her chest, the intensity causing her to cry out. A brilliant white light erupted from her chest, swiftly enveloping her entire being. She felt an overwhelming force filling her chest, and under its influence, she began to levitate, her long black hair billowing around her. At that moment, Su Jiaojiao's sole thought was to save Victor, to rescue those outside. The silver light within her chest gradually faded, and concurrently, she finally opened her tightly shut eyes. She was filled with an unfamiliar yet immense power coursing through her body, eagerly seeking an outlet. Perhaps it was instinct. Standing in the transparent corridor, she floated there, her powerful energy causing her black hair to dance in the wind. She remained suspended in midair, extending her arms toward the battlefield in the starry expanse. The energy within her sought release, and all the beastmen in a frenzy within the starry realm were suddenly enveloped by a silvery light. Those on the brink of madness gradually began to calm down. Once they regained their senses, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Heavens, it's a most esteemed purifier. Harry, having regained his clarity, shouted to his fellow space raiders, "Brothers, arm yourselves and carve a bloody path for the esteemed purifier. Kill, annihilate them all, and ensure the safety of our revered lady." The lower the level of mental fortitude among the orcs, the easier they are to soothe and purify. Individuals like Victor and Lu Yin, even when teetering on the brink of collapse, require significantly more time for calming and purification compared to others who have descended into utter madness. Soon, a colossal Tyrannosaurus covered in pitch-black scales and a resplendent bird with flowing golden luminescence approached Su Jiaojiao. The menacing Tyrannosaurus pressed its head against the glass, its crimson gold eyes fixated intently on Su Jiaojiao. Beside it, Lu Yin, with his emerald eyes, gazed obsessively at Su Jiaojiao as well. Su Jiaojiao lowered her gaze towards the dragon and the bird before extending one of her hands towards them. Softly closing her eyes, a surge of immense silver light suddenly erupted from her palm, enveloping the dragon and the bird in an instant. Su Jiaojiao channeled all her strength, and as consciousness slipped away in the moment of exhaustion, she caught sight of the two figures before her awakening and reverting to their original forms. Behind her, Finnick rushed forward as soon as she collapsed, cradling her in his arms. Under the buff of the Purification Master, all the star pirates and soldiers seemed to have gone mad, adrenaline surging as they swiftly repelled the insectoid forces. At the same time, at the entrance of the star pirate battleship, the pirates led by Victor stood resolute, while the soldiers led by Lu Yin exhibited unwavering determination. Victor glared at Lu Yin, his expression marked by impatience. "Lu Yin, what do you want? Looking for another fight?" Lu Yin met his gaze with his jade-colored eyes, his face devoid of any overt expression, yet his words were imbued with resolute conviction. "Victor, I must take her away." Victor scoffed. "Nonsense. She is mine. Why should I let you take her?" Lu Yin inhaled deeply, a clear shift in his previously placid demeanor. "Victor, she has just healed countless individuals. Do you understand what that signifies?" "Of course, I know," Victor retorted with a huff. "It means she is remarkable. It means I have acquired a treasure. Females are inherently precious, and she is the most precious of them all." Lu Yin stepped closer, fixing his gaze on Victor. Currently, the highest-ranked Purification Master in the entire Galactic Federation is Su Ruai, the director of the Federation Research Institute. In her prime, she could purify up to 1,000 SSS-level orcs simultaneously. And this Purification Master has not only healed tens of thousands of soldiers, but has also simultaneously purified 2 SSSS-level orcs. Each word he uttered resonated like thunder, etching itself deeply into the hearts of all present. "She does not belong to you alone. She is the unparalleled treasure of the Imperial Federation." Chapter 9. Incomparably noble. Elevated status as a general of the Legion, it was Lu Yan's first experience conversing so calmly with a star pirate. Since donning his military uniform, his duty had been to safeguard the safety of the interstellar populace and fight for the Imperial Federation. Fearless and undaunted, he and Victor, the star pirate, should have been adversaries, yet here they stood, conversing with a semblance of calm. However, his tranquility did not sway Victor, whose resolve remained steadfast, his smirk growing ever bolder. "So what? I saved her from the underground auction house. Since I rescued her, she is mine." Liu Yin frowned, visibly displeased. "What nonsense are you spouting? Females are noble. They possess supreme rights within the empire. She is not anyone's possession." He stepped closer, commanding, "Retract your disrespectful attitude." He fixed a piercing gaze on Victor. "She belongs to herself. It is her choice to join us. Do you understand?" Liu Yin was no fool. He recognized that reasoning with a band of thieves was futile, especially since he and Victor were both SSSSS level, and a decisive victory was unlikely in a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, under his direction, his aide had already sent word to the command of the Legion. He merely needed to delay in a one-on-one scenario. They might not achieve a clear victor, but if two SSSSS-level individuals joined forces against one, victory should come swiftly. Victor regarded him and suddenly chuckled. "Stop your rambling. You are just stalling for time. Your people must have already gone to fetch reinforcements. Do you take me for a fool?" He could come and go as he pleased, unafraid of attack. For his starship carried the Empire's most supreme treasure. Having uttered this, he attempted to lead his men away, while Liu Yan's soldiers stood ready for another confrontation. At that moment, Finnick, who had been guarding Su Jiaojiao, rushed over in a panic. Boss, it's bad. The master has fainted, and the medical bay can't find any issues." Victor, typically fearless, for the first time felt a pang of anxiety. "What?" Liu Yan's expression shifted to visible alarm. The medical bay on a starship typically lacked the capability to treat purification masters. "Victor, the master must come with me. She needs to be examined by the Research Institute and must see the ancestor tree." Victor had no time to heed Liu Yan's words. He needed to ascertain the master's condition, and the star pirates charged with guarding her were equally anxious, for their lives had been saved by her. They had sworn an oath to ensure she suffered no harm. In a frenzy, both the star pirates and Liu Yan's soldiers rushed towards the medical bay. The door swung open as Victor and Liu Yan burst in, hurrying towards the transparent medical chamber. Inside, Su Jiaojiao lay with her eyes closed, her complexion pale. Victor seized the collar of a nearby medical personnel, urgently demanding, "How is the master?" "Speak quickly." The medical staff, caught off guard, replied hastily, "We can only ascertain that the master has exhausted her strength. She has been given nutrient solutions to replenish her bodily functions. However, for some reason, she remains unconscious." Liu Yin leaned closer to the esteemed figure lying there. "Her purification power has been overexerted. We must return immediately to the capital of the Federation, Eldoria." The star pirates accompanying Victor were unfazed, but Liu Yan's soldiers, encountering Su Jiaojiao for the first time, were captivated by her miraculous beauty. Even in repose, her radiant aura could not be concealed. Though they were disciplined soldiers and would not openly discuss it, they could not help but ponder in their hearts. This noble purification master bears a striking resemblance to Lady Su Ruerue from our capital. I wonder if Liu Yin was more forthright, addressing Victor directly. "The master's appearance is unmistakably of ancient Earth lineage. The most noble of bloodlines. In our Federation, there is only one person sharing this lineage, Director Su Ruai of the Research Institute. Furthermore, within the Chatsworth estate, there is another female, Su Ruerue, who bears a slight resemblance to this master." Victor scoffed. "The resemblance you speak of must be merely black hair and eyes. His master was too beautiful. No one should dare to claim false kinship." Liu Yin shot him a sidelong glance. "Whether you acknowledge it or not, this is the truth. This master likely hails from the Chatsworth estate. Have you examined the back of her neck? Do you think I am a fool?" Victor retorted, rolling his eyes. "There is nothing there. She was abandoned, do you understand? She was forsaken. She had just awakened her purification abilities. Prior to that, her beast form was a mere beast, Lu Yan's jaw tightened. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure an explanation is provided to the master. No sooner had he spoken than Victor grasped his collar, exclaiming, I detest your kind of so-called nobility, displaying affection for females in public while engaging in unspeakable deeds behind closed doors. She fears needles. Fears blood. Even if she has lost her memory and remembers nothing, she instinctively feels terror. Someone has harmed her, do you know? Someone has harmed her. Lu Yin lowered his head to glance at the hand gripping his collar. Rest assured, this matter will be submitted to a military tribunal. None of those who have harmed her will escape justice. Victor let out a cold snort, releasing his grip, and fixed his steely gaze upon Lu Yin. You had better. Just then, Victor's subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, Report. Commander Meleron's warship is advancing towards us. Victor scoffed. They certainly are swift. Lu Yin adjusted his collar, he replied. To welcome the Empire's supreme treasure, one must indeed act with alacrity. Chapter 10. By ability, not gender, Sabrina Meleron, the commander of the Federal Empire Legion, was an SSSSS-class female orc, her beast form resembling that of a saber-toothed tiger. In her 40s, she sported a sharp bob haircut. Clad in the Empire Legion's standard black military uniform, her knee-high boots echoing with each purposeful step toward them. The soldiers, led by Lu Yin, knelt in unison, their right fists gently tapping their chests. Salute to the commander. Victor, inherently arrogant and defiant, nonetheless tempered his demeanor in the presence of Commander Meleron. Females, by their very nature, held an inherent nobility, a consequence of their lineage. The band of star pirates led by Victor raised their right hands, fingers poised together, bowing as they performed a gesture of respect. Commander Meleron, we welcome your presence. The commander initially waved her hand dismissively at her soldiers before turning her attention to Victor. And where is Lord Victor Bolferet? The purifier? As Lu Yin and Victor stepped aside, the sight of Su Jiaojiao, lying in the transparent medical pod, came into view. Commander Meleron swiftly approached, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized the young woman. A conjecture formed in her mind. After all, there were only about 20 females in the Empire, each face etched in the memories of its citizens. She turned to Lu Yin, instructing, upon my return, immediately detain the Su family and search the Chackworth estate for all males. Lu Yin touched his chest, heels of his black boots clacking together. Yes, Commander. Commander Meleron personally approached the medical pod, bending down to lift the still unconscious Su Jiaojiao, preparing to return to her starship. Victor followed closely, asserting, I will accompany you. I cannot leave her side. He was determined to remain vigilantly by her side for 24 hours, ensuring her safety. Commander Meleron cast a penetrating glance at him, her deep gray eyes seeming to peer into his very soul. There were so few SSSSS-class beings in the Empire. Each was invaluable. As long as the Zerg and Cybertronian life forms persisted, they could never afford to be complacent. Thus, her military orders regarding Victor had always emphasized persuasion. Very well, you may join me, she declared, unafraid of any potential chaos he might incite upon entering the capital. Her ascent to the rank of commander was a testament to her absolute strength, not her gender. Victor relayed a few instructions to his subordinates. Aware that not all of his crew could storm the capital, he directed them to remain vigilant in the nearby star system, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Should the esteemed lady awaken and wish to leave, he would stake everything to ensure her departure. Commander Meleron cradled Su Jiaojiao and brought her aboard her warship. Settling her into the exclusive medical chamber, she ordered General Lu Yin to remain close, ensuring he would not stray from the young woman's side. However, before that, she had a private meeting to discuss. In the office, Commander Meleron occupied the foremost chair, while Lu Yin stood at her side. Initially, the atmosphere was thick with silence, until the commander slowly broke it a fortnight ago. We identified the culprits behind the Emperor's assassination attempt. Lu Yin, sensing the gravity of the situation, stood in silence, awaiting further explanation. It was a coalition of the Clark, Lawrence, and Tucker families. All the males in their households have been executed, Commander Melleron stated. Lu Yan's head snapped up. What of their females? If I recall correctly, the Lawrence family has a young female, barely 12 years of age. Commander Melleron smiled, though her expression was tinged with complexity. The Emperor cannot harm females. The young female will inherit the family estate. As for the Clarks and Tucker, they will no longer exist from this day forth. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Yin posed a question that had been nagging at him. Is this connected to the events of the Festival of Light banquet last year? The Emperor, as in years past, hosted a grand banquet attended by noble families and dignitaries. Our Emperor, Avril Norman, publicly coerced the sons of the Clark, Lawrence, and Tucker families during the event. Given the elevated status of females, how does the Empire maintain its population? The answer lies in advanced genetic technology, she replied. The vast majority of males find it impossible to earn the affection of esteemed females, so they resort to utilizing their genetic material with cutting-edge technology to create their offspring. However, this method only yields males. Moreover, there's a drawback. The offspring will inherit the beast form of their father. This advanced technology can only be employed twice. Beyond that, the offspring are invariably substandard. Commander Melleron nodded in acknowledgement of his inquiry. Indeed, that is the case. Females are exalted, while males are relegated to a subordinate status. However, such practices do carry certain implications. She furrowed her brow, sighing, the Emperor is growing old. Indeed, our Emperor Avril Norman has reached the age of 176. The maximum lifespan of our starfaring kind is a mere 200 years. Following their discussion on military matters, Lu Yin wasted no time in positioning himself by Su Jiaojiao's side. After traversing 3 interstellar jump points, they finally arrived at the capital of the Federation, the planet Elder Ia.at, the spaceport. Several shuttles awaited their arrival. Commander Melleron, still cradling Su Jiaojiao, instructed Victor, "Remove your clothing and place it over her face." This was not only to shield her from the elements while she remained unconscious, but also to avoid drawing attention to the unresolved matters concerning the Su family. The immediate priority was to ensure a thorough examination of her health. The shuttle swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Federal Research Institute. As Melleron exited, she addressed Su Ruai, who was rushing towards them. "But I apologize, Director Su, but I have necessary reasons to temporarily decline your treatment. Please summon your deputy." Su Ruai frowned, incredulously exclaiming, "Melleron, what could possibly be more critical than the purifier, who lies unconscious in your arms?" Melleron met her gaze with unwavering resolve. "There is. Have your deputy come here." Su Ruai, a 40-something female with SS-level mental prowess as a spotted deer, and an SSS-level purifier, wore her long black hair neatly tied back, her pure black eyes peering from behind the white research garb and protective goggles perched on her forehead. She scrutinized Melleron, gritting her teeth. "Very well. I shall see if your necessary reasons hold any weight." She gestured towards her deputy, instructing, "Go with her." Deputy Vincent nodded. "Understood." Once Su Jiaojiao was placed in the medical pod and her outer covering removed, the reason for Melleron's refusal to allow Director Su entry became apparent. She, Commander Melleron, Vincent stammered. "Let's first examine her health before discussing anything else." Prior to the gene testing aboard Victor's starship, it had already been conducted, and the testing tube had also been shown to Commander Mellon. Next, what remained to be examined was the information regarding the purifier on the opposing side. The machine swiftly commenced its operation, and suddenly, it erupted into a cacophony of beeping sounds. Everyone gathered around, stunned into silence, unable to comprehend the astonishing revelation before them. The data representing the purifying rank, which had previously appeared as an empty rectangular shape, now overflowed, transforming into a solid form, akin to a charging mechanism. In an instant, this empty slot became completely filled, displaying a vivid red status. Simultaneously, the machine mechanically announced, "Beep, beep, beep. Data severely exceeds the limit. Data severely exceeds the limit. Data severely exceeds the limit." Chapter 11. The highest level, beacon of hope. Vincent could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. He murmured in disbelief, "Impossible. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible." Victor scoffed. "Just because you haven't witnessed it, does that mean it cannot exist?" Vincent gazed at the data on the transparent screen, took a deep breath, and struggled to stabilize his emotions, though his teeth still trembled as he spoke. You do not grasp the significance of this data. Currently, the highest-ranking purifier is Ardeen. She is an SS-level purifier, at her peak. She could purify up to 1,000 level beastmen in one go. As he spoke, his chest heaved violently with exhilaration, revealing his overwhelming excitement. The machine's settings indicated that the purifying power of SSSS level was tenfold that of SSS level, while SSSS level was 100-fold. The current status indicated that the opposing side's purifying power was at least SSSS level, even exceeding the limits. What does this entail? It implies that the opposing side possesses the purifying power to simultaneously purify a staggering 100,000 level beastmen. As he uttered these words, beads of sweat, akin to pearls, trickled down his forehead. His jaw clenched tightly as he gazed at the others. How did this esteemed individual fall into unconsciousness? With an expression of profound anticipation, Commander Mellon slowly began to speak. In the battle against the Insectoid, the Imperial Legion, and the Star Pirates, she successfully purified the entire faction of Star Pirates, along with 20,000 Vanguard troops. At this revelation, Vincent's aide collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by shock. What? This? At that moment, Victor raised his head triumphantly, adding, "Moreover, both Liu Yin and I are also SSSS level." Vincent sank to the ground, his fists clenched tightly together. She is the beacon of hope for our entire galaxy, for the entire Federation." Liu Yin, already aware of the esteemed individual's prowess, was evidently more concerned about other matters. "Isn't it necessary to take her to—" Vincent inhaled deeply, rising from the ground, his gaze resolute as he stated, "Yes, we must take her to the Ancestor Tree." The Ancestor Tree, situated at the very heart of their Eldoria planet, is a towering giant that pierces the clouds. It was born alongside the first purifier, harboring powers akin to those of the purifiers, limitless. Regrettably, this power cannot be absorbed or extracted. It repels contact from humans outside of purifiers, preferring self-destruction instead. After awakening their abilities, every purifier is brought to the Ancestor Tree, and if fortunate, may receive its blessing. The bestowed gift is none other than purifying power, though most receive only a meager amount. The sole exception is their dean, Su Ruai, who initially awakened as an SS-level purifier. It was due to the Ancestor Tree's blessing that she ascended to SSS level. Commander Mellon personally carried Su Jiaojiao away for research purposes, as the research institute was conveniently located beside the Ancestor Tree. Passing by two research buildings, the so-called Ancestor Tree came into view. While the others were familiar with the site, Victor, witnessing it for the first time, was utterly astounded. No, it was profoundly shocking. The Ancestor Tree, resembling a tree in form, was entirely silver-white, radiating a similar luminescence to that which emanated from Su Jiaojiao. Not only her, but all purifiers, when utilizing their purifying power, uniformly glowed with a silvery light. The trunk of the Ancestor Tree was exceptionally thick, with a diameter of at least 3 meters, and its height reached the heavens. As Commander Mellon approached with Su Jiaojiao in her arms, the silver-white Ancestor Tree suddenly stirred, extending a branch toward them. Vincent had witnessed such a scene before. Typically, when other purifiers arrived, the ancestor tree would entwine its trunk around their waists, lifting them away. This esteemed individual was the first to arrive at the ancestor tree while in a state of unconsciousness. Commander Mellon entrusted her to the ancestor tree. Nodding in acknowledgement, Commander Mellon reached out her arm toward the branch. Along with the individual she cradled in an instant, the silver-white branch coiled around Su Jiaojiao's waist, lifting her skyward, ascending straight into the clouds. After what seemed like an indeterminate height, the 3-meter diameter trunk suddenly opened, revealing a transparent interior filled with warm, steaming water. The branch gently placed Su Jiaojiao's body into the water, and within 3 seconds, the previously unconscious Su Jiaojiao languidly opened her eyes. After a moment of confusion, she suddenly recalled the events leading to her unconsciousness and immediately stood up. The sound of her breaking through the water echoed. Upon hearing the sound, she looked down and wondered, "Why am I standing in water? And where is this place? Where are Victor, Finnick, and Harry? Why is no one here?" At that moment, she felt warmth enveloping her body, glancing down to see her form beginning to radiate light once more. The warmth intensified until, drenched in sweat, she sensed her body brimming with an overwhelming vitality. Something feels amiss. It's that sensation of being filled with power, so full, so very full. A silver-white branch gradually approached her, its smallest twig gently brushing against her cheek. Su Jiaojiao instinctively perceived this as a gesture of affection. "What is this? A tree spirit?" she mused inwardly. After all, she had already entered this so-called interstellar world, where beastmen existed. What could possibly be beyond imagination? With these thoughts, she took the initiative to rub her cheek against the delicate twig. Upon sensing her movement, the branch paused momentarily, as if frozen in place, before suddenly becoming animated, playfully rubbing against her cheek with fervor. Some smaller twigs brushed against her neck, eliciting delightful tickles, causing Su Jiaojiao to giggle uncontrollably as she dodged the branch's antics. How ticklish! After playing with several small branches, they entwined around her waist and lifted her from the warm pool of water. Thus, she was hoisted by the branches and transported back to the ground from the heights above. At that moment, Su Jiaojiao thought to herself, "Thank goodness I'm not afraid of heights. Otherwise, I would have been terrified and cried out. How embarrassing that would be! After all, in her life, nothing was more terrifying than needles and operating tables." Soon, she returned to the ground, where a few individuals stood, but she immediately spotted Victor among them. For the others were strangers to her. She hurriedly approached Victor, stopping before him, lifting her exquisite face to gaze at him. Victor. Victor initially smiled, then glanced at the hand she clutched at the hem of his shirt. He took her small hand into his own, the contrast of her sun-kissed skin against his fair complexion. Victor knelt on one knee, holding her hand and gently kissing the back of it. "I am here. I will always be here." Chapter 12. Please conduct an investigation. Vow to defend. Su Jiaojiao offered a somewhat bashful smile, feeling that the other party's actions were rather exaggerated. As if she were truly of great significance in the past, she was merely a tool born to her parents, intended to save her sister. She had once inquired about this, only to receive a merciless slap from her parents, who coldly informed her that her sole purpose for existing in this world was to rescue her sister. Had it not been for that purpose, they would never have brought her into existence. Thus, she grew up feeling inherently inferior, sensitive, and timid. Su Jiaojiao tugged at the other person's hand, pulling them up, and looked at her, pouting slightly. "Could you not always kneel?" As a tool, Su Jiaojiao naturally felt unqualified to make demands, which made her heart race with anxiety whenever she did so. Victor chuckled softly. "Of course, you may command me as you wish." Su Jiaojiao opened her mouth, for she was merely timid, not entirely foolish. She understood why the other party's demeanor was so humble towards her. Besides the societal male superiority, there was another significant reason. He wished for her to marry him. This notion, in all honesty, frightened her somewhat. After retracting her chaotic thoughts, she belatedly noticed that there were others present. The first person she saw was a strikingly handsome woman, clad in attire reminiscent of German military uniforms, exceedingly impressive. "Hello," Su Jiao greeted. Commander Meloran smiled back. "Hello to you as well." This made Su Jiao's smile widen even further. She then greeted the remaining two individuals in turn. "Greetings to you all." Liu Yin faced the others, first tapping his military boots before forming a fist with his right hand and tapping it against his chest. "I salute you. I am Liu Yin. You may command me as you wish." Before Su Jiao could respond, Victor interjected with annoyance. "Who the hell are you? You're from the Legion? Or are you the Legion commander?" "Only Commander Meloran can command you. Stop talking nonsense." While the rights of females were indeed high, the Legion was different from others. Apart from their own commander, only the Emperor could command them. Just as those words left his mouth, Liu Yin shot a cold glare at him, witnessing the two seemingly about to argue. Commander Meloran quickly called for a halt. After all, in her household, her family members occasionally quarreled, so she had some experience with such matters. Now, the priority is to settle this esteemed lady. Victor promptly stepped forward. "She is still residing on my starship. After all, they have been sold to an underground auction right under your empire's nose, haven't they? It is clearly much safer with me." Liu Yin was decidedly displeased with this arrangement. "That won't do. How can a star pirate without legal standing take a lady of such nobility?" Upon hearing his words, Victor's expression darkened, as if he were ready to confront Liu Yin on the spot. "Liu Yin, are you ever done? How is it that such a noble lady could be brought to an underground auction in the capital, right under the noses of your Imperial Legion? That's quite a skill." Meanwhile, Assistant Vincent listened in horror. "What? Such a noble lady was actually taken to an underground auction? The underground auction is filled with all sorts of people. It's unimaginable what could have happened to her had Victor not rescued her." Victor's words were undoubtedly a public slap to Liu Yin's face. Although he held the title of General of the Vanguard Army, guarding the royal capital was not his responsibility, yet he still felt his face flush with indignation. "Victor, we, the Federal Legion, will certainly provide a reasonable explanation regarding the lady being taken to the underground auction. Please do not rush you." As soon as he finished speaking, Victor raised his hands in a gesture of innocence and casually replied, "I am not in a hurry at all. I'm just curious to see when you'll uncover the truth of this matter." Liu Yin, typically reserved, had never engaged in such public disputes. Ultimately, it was Commander Meloran who intervened to stop their quarrel. "Enough. There's no point in bickering now. Victor is right. The urgent matter is to investigate this situation immediately." As a general of the Federal Legion, Liu Yin had always been at the forefront of defending the Interstellar Empire. At that moment, Commander Meloran hesitated, contemplating whether to recall Liu Yin from the front lines to take full charge of the investigation. While she was still weighing her options, Liu Yin suddenly knelt before her. "Commander, I request that you assign me to return to the royal capital. I will ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated and provide the lady with a reasonable explanation." Since he had made such a request, Commander Meloran ultimately agreed. "Very well, this matter is now entrusted to you." After discussing the matter, the next priority was to determine where to place this exceedingly noble lady. A heated debate ensued, with Victor wanting to take her back to his starship, Vincent advocating for her to stay at their research institute, and Liu Yin insisting on bringing her to his residence. Su Jiao listened in. To be honest, she very much wanted to return to the starship with Victor. After all, she only knew him among those present, so wanting to follow Victor seemed entirely reasonable. After much deliberation, Commander Meloran made the final decision. "I have a vacant villa here where the lady can stay for the time being. They had learned from Victor that she had lost her memory, so they refrained from asking her name, fearing it might provoke an undesirable reaction. They thought it best to clarify the situation before addressing other matters. Liu Yin immediately stood up. I will personally select a team of elites to guard the lady's safety 24/7. Commander Meloran nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with his arrangement. However, Victor interjected, that won't do. I don't trust your legionnaires. My men must also be by the lady's side. Thus, it was settled that Su Jiao would reside in the villa provided by Commander Meloran, while Liu Yan's vanguard army and Victor's star pirates would be responsible for her comprehensive protection. Chapter 13. A low-key return to the residence, sparking public interest as Su Jiao departed. She traveled by shuttle, which was certainly not the only one. It was a small convoy. Consequently, on that day in the capital planet Eldoria, the residents of the central street witnessed a rather peculiar sight. A convoy of shuttles escorting a smaller shuttle that sped towards the distance. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the capital. Every noble lady would have such an entourage when venturing out. However, what was particularly strange about this convoy was that the central shuttle, being protected, bore the insignia of Commander Meloran's residence, quite normal. Yet, the shuttles surrounding it were extraordinarily unusual. This convoy was divided into two types. One set consisted of shuttles from their Imperial Legion, while the other was a motley crew of colorful shuttles. Most importantly, each of the shuttles bore the emblem of the Star Pirate Alliance. How alarming it was that Commander Meloran was surrounded by shuttles from the Star Pirate Alliance, while the shuttles of the Federal Legion flew alongside them without incident. Onlookers began to pull out their holographic devices and capture the scene, promptly uploading it to the Star Network. Some interstellar influencers even began live streaming the event on the streets. Lesser media outlets, truly desperate for views, concocted sensational headlines. Commander Meloran surrounded by the Star Pirate Alliance and the Interstellar Legion shuttles actually. Oh my! Victor Bolfarit's Star Pirate Alliance has invaded the capital of Eldoria. A plethora of absurd and fantastical titles emerged all at once, an unending stream of creativity that surged forth. In no time, they ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics across various networks and apps. The ensuing comments were abundant, a cacophony of opinions. A voice exclaimed, "Good heavens! What has transpired? How did the Star Pirates arrive on the planet Eldoria?" Another chimed in, "Could it be that Victor Bolfarit has finally surrendered to the Federal Empire?" Yet another remarked, "Impossible! How could Victor ever capitulate?" A playful spirit added, "Then enlighten us. Why are the members of the Star Pirate Alliance able to enter Eldoria? Moreover, their shuttle is flying in tandem with the military's." An array of bizarre rumors swiftly began to circulate online. That moment, a personal account, masked by an IP concealment, posted a message that was promptly deleted. Despite the rapidity of the action, some keen-eyed individuals managed to capture a screenshot. One user commented, "Because the shuttle, protected by the Star Pirate Alliance and the military, does not carry Commander Meloran, but rather a noble purifier of the highest SSSS caliber. During the interstellar conflict, they purified both the Vanguard and Victor's Star Pirate Alliance. Naturally, such outlandish claims attracted ridicule, resulting in the poster receiving a barrage of insults, unable to stir any further controversy. After Su Jiao and her companions departed, the president of the Federal Research Institute, Su Ruai, sat at her desk, delicately sipping her tea while casting a cold glance at her kneeling subordinate. Vincent, kneeling before her, raised his head to meet the gaze of President Su, and without hesitation, spoke. "Commander Meloran has returned with a female purifier of SSSS level." Upon hearing this, President Su could no longer maintain her composure, rising abruptly from her chair. "What? An SSSS level purifier? Did you retain her data? This is monumental. There is nothing more exhilarating for the entire Norman Empire." Vincent, with his head bowed, exuded the utmost humility, affirming, "Yes, I have preserved it. But there is one more matter. President Sue lifted her eyelids to glance at him. Vincent, you are aware of whom you serve, correct? Upon hearing her words, Vincent shuddered involuntarily. He certainly knew his allegiance. The entire research institute was under President Sue's command. Just moments ago, Commander Meloran had repeatedly instructed him not to disclose the identity of that noble individual to anyone. Aware of his loyalty, he chose to inform the president of this matter. However, this issue was perilously sensitive. If it were merely a purifier, he believed President Sue would not react strongly, perhaps even appreciating his loyalty. Yet, once the discussion ventured into the realm of noble secrets, he could not guarantee his fate. What if she chose to silence him to conceal this unspeakable matter? As he hesitated, President Sue had already approached him, towering above him. What? Do I need to coax you into speaking? In that instant, Vincent prostrated himself at her feet, glancing at her white casual shoes, and tremblingly began. The individual bears a resemblance to Lady Sue Ruerue, with black hair and black eyes, and her face resembles yours to some extent. What? Upon hearing his words, President Sue could no longer remain seated. Vincent, who served under her, was no fool. He could deduce certain implications, let alone President Sue herself. Ruerue? In an instant, she recalled the time with her consort Granger during the embryo cultivation process, where they had successfully produced two, only for one to be claimed dead on a certain day. Since Commander Meloran had insisted she avoid this matter upon arrival, it indicated that he was also aware. If her conjectures were correct, all the males in her Chatsworth estate had likely been apprehended for investigation. And her only? No, it was very likely not the only one, Sue Ruerue, should also have been confined, although the females were indeed of high status and interstellar law afforded them particular privileges. There were only two actions deemed illegal towards them: treason and the persecution of females. These two actions were absolutely intolerable. She gestured to the kneeling individual. Stand up for the moment. When you examined the young lady earlier, did you? Vincent, head lowered, replied, Yes, I secretly kept a strand of her hair. President Sue swiftly made her way to the laboratory, retrieving a round test tube with a groove. After placing the hair inside, she pressed a small button on the tube. Almost instantaneously, the transparent walls revealed the DNA information of the individual. A mere glance was all it took for President Sue to discern the relation of this DNA to her OWN. At this juncture, she could no longer remain. However, before departing, she assured her subordinate, Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Commander Meloran will not trouble you or your family. Chapter 14. All right, let us proceed together. Regardless of the fervor of discussion surrounding this matter on the Star Network, Su Jiaojiao, under the escort of Victor and Lu Yin, had already returned to a manor belonging to Commander Meloran. For the nobility, even an idle manor was maintained by countless servants. After all, they were not lacking in wealth, and could visit whenever they pleased. Today, it proved to be quite useful. The shuttle halted before the manor, and as the door swung open, Victor stepped forward, extending his hand. A delicate, jade-like hand soon rested upon his sun-kissed palm. Su Jiaojiao, guided by him, gracefully descended from the vehicle. Once she was steady, Victor naturally withdrew his hand, positioning himself at her left rear flank. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, having lagged slightly, hurried over to stand at Su Jiaojiao's right rear. Such a distinguished figure undoubtedly held an esteemed position, even with one being the notorious leader of the Star Pirate Alliance and the other the youngest general in the history of the Imperial Army. They both appeared humble in her presence, a deference stemming from the weight of bloodlines. As Lu Yin approached, he could not help but cast a cold glance at Victor, as if reproaching him for his swiftness. Believing he should have been the one to personally take her hand and assist her from the vehicle. Indeed, Victor's intuition was not mistaken. Lu Yin's thoughts were precisely as he suspected. Next time, he vowed to arrive before the lady with utmost speed. Next time, it would be he who assisted her from the vehicle. He was resolute in this belief. Su Jiaojiao walked ahead alone, and to be honest, she felt quite unaccustomed. In her earlier days, she rarely ventured out, and even when she did, it was always under the guidance of her parents, who led the way while insisting she follow closely. They were preoccupied with caring for her sister, leaving her to fend for herself. She recalled a distant memory, the specifics of which had faded, perhaps when she was around 5 or 6 years old. Once more, she accompanied her parents and sister to the big city for medical treatment. It was a highly specialized hospital, teeming with patients seeking care. The crowd was so vast that it rivaled the bustle of a marketplace. An overwhelming sea of legs, some long, others short, some thick, some slender, some clad in trousers, others in skirts. Her parents took turns carrying her sister, while the one not carrying wore a worried expression, holding her sister's hand, constantly offering encouragement. Meanwhile, Su Jiaojiao trailed behind, quickly becoming lost amidst the multitude of legs. She could not recall where she wandered, whether she cried, or how she eventually returned. All she remembered was that upon returning, she was met with her mother's sharp slap, a heart-wrenching reprimand. "Where have you been? Do you not wish to save your sister? How could you be so selfish? She is your sister. Why did you run away? Why?" She stood there, momentarily deafened, with only the persistent ringing in her ears to accompany her silence. As her mind wandered, a youthful male voice suddenly broke through her reverie, not Victor's, but that of the man beside him. If she recalled correctly, his name was Lu Yan. It was only upon hearing his voice that Su Jiaojiao managed to pull her thoughts away from the distant past. To her astonishment, they had already entered the estate. This time, Lu Yin was quicker than Victor, darting in front of Su Jiaojiao and raising his hand towards her. "My lady, please be careful as you ascend the steps." Su Jiaojiao paused, glancing at the ordinary 3 steps before her and then at the hand extended towards her. Unlike Victor's, Lu Yin's hand was fair and smooth, resembling her own complexion. His fingers were long and slender, elegantly proportioned, with beautifully defined joints. Victor, not one to back down, immediately extended his own hand towards her. "I'll assist you." For reasons unknown, Su Jiaojiao was suddenly reminded of her childhood, where her parents would walk ahead, with her sister always sandwiched between them, holding her sister's hands. Since her earliest memories, it felt as though she was only meant to follow behind them, stumbling through life. But now, she too had someone willing to hold her hand. At that moment, Su Jiaojiao felt an extraordinary warmth in her heart. Yet, while she was lost in thought, the 2 men beside her had already begun to bicker. Naturally, it was Victor, who was known for his short temper and impulsive nature, who initiated the quarrel. "Lu Yin, what are you doing? Does my lady know you? Did she ask for your assistance?" Lu Yin turned his head, casting a cold glance at Victor. "Did my lady ask for your help? Why are you extending your hand? And who says she doesn't know me? She must certainly know my name." Victor, feeling indignant, raised an eyebrow. "What nonsense are you spouting? How long have you known her? There's no way she remembers you." His audacity to retort stemmed from his own reasoning. After all, when my lady had first arrived on his starship, it had taken her several days to learn the names of his subordinates. In the beginning, she couldn't even distinguish one from another. Fearing their argument would escalate, Su Jiaojiao quickly interjected, "I know. Stop arguing. You are Victor, and you are Lu Yin. I remember both of your names." "Victor. My lady truly remembers his name. What does this mean? Does she perhaps favor him more?" It was not Su Jiaojiao's fault. To her, all the names and faces of Victor's crew were foreign, leaving her momentarily bewildered. However, Lu Yan's name and appearance were distinctly Chinese, making him easier for her to recall. Upon realizing this, Victor swiftly turned to glare at Lu Yan, his eyes betraying an unmistakable desire to confront him. Meanwhile, Lu Yin raised his brows, unable to conceal his smugness. Once a staunch advocate of remaining single, he had secretly vowed never to develop feelings for any female. Yet, all those resolves crumbled the instant he laid eyes on my lady. He liked her and was willing to do anything for her. Seeing his triumphant expression, Victor could no longer contain himself and opened his mouth to retort. Meanwhile, Su Jiaojiao, sensing the brewing confrontation, hurriedly intervened to prevent further escalation. She reached out, taking one hand of each man and declaring, "All right, let us not argue. We can all go in together." Thus, she led the two of them by hand into the estate. Chapter 15. The two of them were at odds. This was a quintessential European manor, exquisitely decorated with grandeur and luxury. It was Su Jiaojiao's first time in such an opulent place, and she was immediately captivated by the grand crystal chandelier hanging from the spiraling staircase. Stretching several meters in length, oh, how beautiful! It must look even more stunning when illuminated at night. Lu Yin, astutely noticing her gaze, followed her line of sight to the chandelier. Initially perplexed, he quickly composed himself, adjusting his breathing to hide his nervousness before speaking. "Do not fear. That is merely a chandelier and will not fall." He had recognized her concern early on and was quick to address it before Victor could. However, his reassurance fell short of being entirely convincing. Su Jiaojiao paused, turning to him with a look of confusion, her expression rife with questions. Why mention that? She had not been worried until his comment prompted her to glance up at the chandelier. It is indeed quite high and large. Her attention shifted to Lu Yan's earlier words, and an inkling of anxiety crept in. It really won't fall, will it? Victor, witnessing her unease, shot Lu Yin a look of disdain. Positioning himself slightly to block Su Jiaojiao's view, redirecting the conversation elsewhere. It's very beautiful. It will look even more magnificent when the lights are on. Su Jiaojiao's focus was immediately drawn to Victor, and she gazed up into his verdant eyes, her face lighting up with delight. Really? It's truly beautiful? Victor nodded, affirming, yes, it will indeed be very beautiful. Su Jiaojiao smiled radiantly at him, her enchanting smile unfurling without reservation. Meanwhile, Lu Yin stood beside them, brow furrowed, realizing that my lady's fascination with the chandelier stemmed solely from its beauty, rather than concerns about its stability or safety. Watching her gaze up at Victor, his heart felt as if it were weighed down by a heavy stone. Standing there, he clenched his fists, determined that once he uncovered the secrets of Su's family, he would immediately delve into books to learn how to win over a female. Since entering military school, he had consistently ranked first in every examination, be it major tests or joint assessments. He was confident he would excel in this endeavor as well, determined to surpass Victor without fail. Soon enough, all the servants of the manor gathered. They lined up and knelt before Su Jiaojiao. As previously mentioned, every starship personnel was familiar with the esteemed female figures within the Empire. There were only about 20 of them, making it hard to forget. Thus, upon seeing Su Jiaojiao, they were stirred with waves of surprise, having never encountered her before. However, unlike the male servants of other estates, these were under the command of General Melorin, who maintained rigorous discipline and high standards. Kneeling before their distinguished lady, they felt a tumult of emotions, but maintained an outward demeanor of calmness. In such a setting, Lu Yin was clearly more adept. He stood up and, as he did, shot a triumphant glance at Victor. Receiving the look, Victor clenched his teeth in frustration. This scoundrel had the audacity to compete for my lady's attention right after arriving. Lu Yin surveyed the kneeling servants and declared, "This is Lady Su. For now, there is no need for you to know her name. Simply understand that she is the light of the Empire. Anyone who dares show disrespect shall face dire consequences." Su Jiaojiao. Just for a lack of respect, they would be killed. That seemed rather cruel. However, She was acutely aware that the other party was attempting to assert dominance over her. So all she needed to do was remain still. When the time came for someone to be taken away for execution due to a minor infraction, she would then intercede on their behalf. It would not be too late. After Lu Yin finished speaking, the servants dispersed. Before leaving, an older gentleman approached Su Jiao, bowing his head and bending slightly, his demeanor exceedingly humble. To be frank, their attitude was excessively subservient. Standing there, Su Jiao felt akin to Empress Dowager Cixi, while these servants resembled Li Lianying. The man appeared to be in his 40s. However, according to Victor, the lifespan of interstellar beings was around 200 years. Thus, she could not precisely gauge the age of the individual before her. "Sir, may I inquire if you require a meal?" Honestly, Su Jiao found it puzzling why he posed such a question. After all, if he meant a nutritional supplement, he could simply say so. Why refer to it as a meal? Nonetheless, she did realize her stomach was indeed a bit hungry. Given this, she decided to, well, perhaps have some of that nutritional liquid. All right. Her tone revealed her sense of grievance and helplessness, especially since she had been consuming nutritional liquid aboard Victor's starship for quite some time. She dreamt of indulging in delectable Earth cuisine, something as simple as rice and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Sensing her discontent, Lu Yin quickly interjected, "Are you concerned that the flavor may not suit your palate? Fear not, for this is the planet Eldoria, not elsewhere." The pointedness of his remark was rather blatant, and upon hearing it, Victor's temper flared. "What do you mean by that?" He stepped forward, confronting Lu Yin. "Are you seeking death? Though we are space pirates, we take our duties towards our esteemed guests with utmost seriousness. I have pilfered every type of nutritional supplement available on the market, including those exclusive to the nobility." In the face of Victor's aggression, Lu Yin merely raised his eyelashes slightly, casting a slow glance at him before calmly responding, "Oh, if what you claim is true, then why does the esteemed guest display such a countenance when nutritional supplements are mentioned?" To Victor, Lu Yin's gaze was imbued with a chilling aloofness, a hint of mockery, and a touch of disdain. How infuriating! Victor's temper surged as he grasped the collar of the man before him. Exclaiming, "Lu Yin, I see your intentions are malicious." Su Jiao could hardly believe that a mere expression had sparked yet another altercation between the two. She hurriedly interjected, "Please, do not quarrel." Turning to the two men, she added, "Lu Yin, during my time with the Space Pirate Alliance, Victor truly cared for me. It was the happiest period of my life. Thus," she pleaded, "so, please refrain from speaking ill of him." Victor, who had been brimming with rage, felt it dissipate upon hearing her defense. He released his grip on Lu Yin's collar, averted his gaze, wishing not to reveal his moment of vulnerability to her. However, as he turned away, the tips of his ears, hidden beneath his crimson hair, subtly flushed crimson. Su Jiao, observing the reddening of his ears, found this towering, fiery-tempered man unexpectedly endearing in his moment of bashfulness. How charming! Chapter 16. Shining like stars, radiant as jewels, she felt joy, and Victor shared in her happiness. Yet Lu Yin's mood was markedly less pleasant. He lifted his gaze, casting a cold glance at Victor, his jaw clenched tightly. How vexing that Victor should be so bothersome. At that moment, he contemplated whether to take advantage of the situation, ambushing Victor with a team of his own men and eliminating him. However, upon further reflection, he deemed this plan impractical and decided against it. After all, once the two began to clash, it would be evident to all, making stealth impossible. If a fight were to ensue, it would undoubtedly involve their beast forms, revealing a phoenix and a dragon. Both of SSSS caliber. Even if they were masked, they would be easily recognized. Moreover, it seemed that Su Jiao currently held a significant interest in Victor. Yet, he resolutely dismissed the notion that this indicated any affection on her part. After all, She was of noble status, far too exalted for someone of Victor's standing as the head of a mere space pirate alliance. While he was lost in thought, a servant approached, carrying a round tray filled to the brim with an array of nutritional liquids, showcasing a vivid spectrum of colors and flavors. Upon reaching Su Jiao, the servant bowed respectfully before addressing her. "Esteemed guest, the nutritional supplements have arrived. Please choose one." Su Jiao reiterated her preference. If given the choice, she would undoubtedly select rice, even if it meant foregoing any side dishes. These seemingly exquisitely packaged nutritional liquids, however, possessed an undeniably peculiar taste. Despite the variety of flavors, they were, to put it mildly, quite strange, akin to sipping an assortment of flavored glucose. Nonetheless, hunger left her with little choice. After some deliberation, she ultimately chose a peach-flavored one. Though the taste was lacking, it proved effective. Just a couple of sips and her stomach felt pleasantly full, an astonishing effect. As Lu Yin prepared to speak again, a soldier approached, first bowing to Su Jiao before turning his attention to Lu Yin. "General Lu, all male members of the Su family have been apprehended and await your orders." In essence, this was a summons for him to conduct interrogations. With all suspects now detained, the next logical step was, of course, interrogation. Since Commander Meloran had entrusted this matter to General Lu, it was only fitting that he personally oversee the questioning. After listening, Lu Yin nodded slightly at the soldier, then knelt before Su Jiao. "Esteemed guest, I shall proceed with the investigation. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Su Jiao nodded in agreement. All right. The original Su Jiao had passed away, her demise shrouded in mystery. She sincerely hoped to offer closure to the girl who had perished. "Thank you for your assistance." Upon hearing her words, the kneeling male could no longer contain himself and discreetly raised his gaze towards the illustrious lady. It was said that she was an SSSS-level purifying master, possessing formidable abilities and a revered status. Yet she exuded such gentleness. My goodness, such a female is truly one of a kind in the entire Interstellar Federation. Lu Yin, kneeling before Su Jiao, first looked into her eyes before extending a hand toward her. Su Jiao regarded the outstretched hand with curiosity, hesitating briefly before placing her own hand upon it. In an instant, her hand was enveloped by another, slightly warmer hand. He bowed his head and kissed her thumb. And at that moment, she distinctly felt the warmth of his breath against her skin, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Fortunately, he released her hand soon after. He raised his gaze to meet hers, his azure eyes strikingly beautiful. "Do not worry, the Vanguard Corps is stationed around the manor to ensure your safety." Su Jiao nodded, replying, "I understand. I am not afraid. You may attend to your duties. There is no need to worry about me." In truth, Su Jiao was not boasting. She harbored no fear whatsoever. After all, Victor was by her side, a formidable ally in his own right, so what was there to fear? Before Lu Yin departed, he cast a lingering glance in Victor's direction. A look that, to Victor, seemed to convey a message of "just wait for me." In response, Victor could not help but roll his eyes dramatically, thinking, how childish. Here he was, the youngest general in the history of the Empire. Yet this was the behavior he was witnessing. As Lu Yin approached the entrance of the villa, Su Jiao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called out to him, "Lu Yin." Upon hearing her voice, his steady stride came to an immediate halt. Grasping two nutrient solutions from the table nearby, Su Jiao rushed toward him. The attire she wore was a gift from Victor himself, as he had stated. Though they were a band of space pirates, he had done his utmost to provide her with the best. The dress she wore was a simple yet elegant light blue garment, which, despite its simplicity, was stunning due to her beauty. Moreover, the fabric, crafted from the most expensive luminescent silk in the galaxy, shimmered with delicate glimmers, said to contain ultra-rare minerals, with its worth deemed priceless. from Lu Yan's perspective. He beheld her, one hand tugging at her dress while the other clutched the nutrient solutions, rushing toward him. She was breathtakingly lovely, radiant as a constellation, exquisite as a precious gem. Su Jiaojiao quickly arrived before him, extending her hands to offer the two nutrient solutions. "You haven't had the chance to eat yet, have you? Take this with you, drink it on the way, and you won't go hungry." The sensation of hunger was something others might not fully grasp. But she was acutely aware of it. Liu Yin stood there, feeling as if his entire life had been illuminated. His heart swelled as he gazed down at the beautiful figure before him. He reached out, accepting the nutrient solutions from her hand, and as he did so, his fingertips brushed lightly against her palm, sending a ticklish sensation through Su Jiaojiao, causing her to withdraw her hand hastily. Lu Yin glanced at her and then down at the nutrient solutions in his grasp. "Thank you, I must be off now." After his departure, Su Jiaojiao watched his retreating figure for a moment before diverting her gaze, only to be met with Victor's slightly reproachful expression. Strangely, she intuitively understood the meaning behind his look. How could you only remember him and not me? Furthermore, why was she still gazing at his back even after he had left? In a peculiar twist, despite her casual thoughts, she seemed to decipher Victor's sentiments completely. At that moment, Victor and Lu Yin shared an unspoken understanding, both contemplating a midnight raid to eliminate the other. Su Jiaojiao felt as though she were a kindergarten teacher, while Victor and Lu Yin were her students, both 5 or 6 years old, just beginning to grasp independence yet still notably immature. One was a temperamental little dragon, and the other, seemingly docile, was quite adept at orchestrating mischief. Such thoughts only amplified her affection for them. With a smile directed at Victor, she dashed to the dining table. Selecting 2 mango-flavored nutrient solutions from the tray before returning to him. Standing before him, she reached out, taking his right hand and placing the items into his palm. "Oh, don't be upset. Here, I remembered your favorite flavor is mango, right?" It turned out that the fiery little dragon was quite easy to appease. Upon hearing her words, Victor felt the flames of irritation dissipate entirely, replaced by a sweet warmth that surpassed even honey. He grasped the nutrient solution she had handed him, unscrewed the cap, and downed it in one go. Standing tall, he always had to elevate his chin slightly when conversing with Su Jiaojiao. His rugged features and chiseled jawline were striking, especially when he tilted his neck to drink, the elegant line from his profile to his collarbone captivating her gaze. Su Jiaojiao found herself momentarily entranced. Victor was undeniably handsome, and Lu Yin was no less so. In truth, both were exceptionally striking, and she felt a twinge of infatuation. Just before Victor could finish his drink, she averted her gaze, thinking it best to admire handsome men discreetly. Being caught would be rather embarrassing. Seeing her, Victor could not suppress a smile, finding her adorably oblivious. When would he earn the tender affection of such a beautiful and charming person? Since arriving in this world, it was Su Jiaojiao's first venture onto solid ground. Previously, she had lived aboard the starship with Victor. Now, feeling the earth beneath her feet, she yearned to explore. If the streets were inconvenient, surely the estate would suffice. With that thought, she turned to Victor, expressing her desire. "Victor, may I stroll in the courtyard?" Su Jiaojiao's natural sweetness shone through. Her voice was melodious, each syllable rising gently, enchanting Victor's heart. "Of course," he replied, stepping closer to her, his emerald eyes intently fixed on her. Typically fierce with others, Victor's demeanor softened significantly in Su Jiaojiao's presence. "You should hold your head high when addressing anyone," he earnestly advised. "My crew will always stand by you. We are willing to be your personal army." He had previously vowed to protect her at all costs, regardless of the adversary. At that moment, Su Jiaojiao scratched the back of her ear, pondering, "Could you please refrain from calling me my lord?" It struck her as rather peculiar. Why, of all titles, did he insist on that one? Victor smiled faintly. Have you remembered what you wish to be called? Su Jiaojiao, who had been pretending to have amnesia, felt a pang of anguish. How frustrating it was to remember everything yet be unable to speak of it. Revealing her origins from ancient Earth would surely lead to dire consequences. Victor observed her with a blend of exasperation and affection. You see, I've already mentioned that you cannot even recall your own name. What else can I call you but my lord? Su Jiaojiao, determined to play her part, dramatically cradled her head, feigning distress. I? Her act nearly drove Victor to distraction, his anxiety palpable. What is wrong? What is wrong? Amidst her feigned agony. A name surfaced in her mind. Regardless of its accuracy, she thought, it mattered little. If she had truly forgotten, a mistake wouldn't be surprising. I remember. I should be called Su Jiaojiao. You can call me Su Jiaojiao from now on. Though she had successfully recalled her name, Victor remained steadfast in his resolve. I must respect you. Especially in public, regardless of my prowess or status, I am still subordinate to you. Su Jiaojiao thought. This ingrained notion of female superiority over males was utterly bewildering. Nevertheless, she decided to let it go. After all, during her time on Earth, women had been subjugated for far too long. It was high time for a reversal of fortunes. As the two conversed, they strolled outside. Since they intended to explore, it was evident that they had arrived at the back garden. However, Su Jiaojiao gazed at the tomatoes and lettuce in the garden, falling into a contemplative silence. Wait a moment. Don't you have vegetables here? Then why do you still consume nutrient solutions? This left her perplexed, her family members. Yet, after the initial shock, excitement took over. Delicious food. It has arrived. Chapter 18. The Interstellar Tomato. Exquisite and flavored, Su Jiaojiao, filled with joy, extended her finger towards the back garden, lifting her little face with an expression of eager anticipation as she looked at Victor beside her. Victor, may we go over there to take a look? Victor regarded her and followed her pointing finger to the garden not far away. Why, Lord, what are you thinking? Although this is Commander Mellorin's territory, since she has graciously allowed you to reside here, you are undoubtedly the master of this place. Here, there is no place you cannot go, and nothing you cannot do. Victor was intensely curious about the events that transpired between the Lord and the Su family. What exactly did they do to the Lord that instilled such fear and timidity in her? Su Jiaojiao remained oblivious to his emotional shift. Upon hearing his words, she joyfully dashed towards the nearby garden. Seeing this, Victor had no choice but to hastily follow, urging her to slow down and not rush. Curiously enough, the garden in Commander Mellorin's estate was not adorned with rare flowers but rather, it appeared to be vegetables? Su Jiaojiao stood beside the garden, observing the produce. Perhaps due to the passage of many years, the vegetables here differed somewhat from those on Earth. For instance, tomatoes on Earth are usually smaller and with thinner branches. However, the tomatoes here resembled little trees, reaching her waist in height, their trunks brown and slightly thinner than her wrists. They resembled miniature apple trees, yet the fruits hanging from them were bright red tomatoes. Having consumed nutrient solutions for several days, she instinctively swallowed as she beheld the vibrant fruits. There was no helping it. She was truly tempted. She pointed at the tomatoes in the garden and turned to Victor, asking, "Can I eat this?" "Ah? You want to eat this fruit?" Victor responded with mild surprise. Most of the fruits here have been processed into various nutrient solutions, with only a few cultivated for ornamental purposes by the estate's inhabitants. However, their sole purpose is for admiration. Su Jiaojiao glanced at him, retracting her finger, and with a slightly disappointed expression, she asked, "Ah? Can't I eat it?" Victor quickly realized the misunderstanding. How could that be? Not only could she eat a fruit, but if she wished to consume his dragon meat, he would gladly oblige. To demonstrate his words, Victor immediately extended his hand and plucked a bright red fruit from the low tree, and of course, "It is edible." As he spoke, he waved to a nearby male servant. The servant, who had been observing them closely, swiftly approached and bowed before Su Jiaojiao. She noticed that they remained bent over, never standing straight. She wondered, wouldn't it be difficult to breathe like that? The servant, bowing respectfully, addressed her as my lord. Victor extended the fruit towards the servant, stating, "The Lord wishes to eat this fruit. Please take care of it." By take care, he naturally meant cleaning it. Once the servant departed, Su Jiaojiao turned to him, voicing a question that had lingered in her mind during this time. "Don't you, all of you, not eat these fruits? If not, why grow them? Is it merely for aesthetics? If it's for admiration, why not plant flowers? Flowers are evidently more beautiful." Victor nodded, stating, "We don't eat them. It's a hassle." Su Jiaojiao? What are you saying? The reason for not consuming fruits is simply that it's a hassle. If your nutrient solutions tasted delightful, that would be one thing. The key issue is, your nutrient solutions are so unpalatable, yet you do not consume other fruits. At this point, she began to doubt whether these interstellar beings had sacrificed their sense of taste during evolution. Contemplating this, she posed her question, "Do you, when you drink the nutrient solutions, do you not find the taste strange?" Initially, she intended to ask about all of them but quickly modified her question, realizing that only Victor was present. Victor scratched his head, pondering, how should I put it? The nutrient solutions are merely intended to satiate hunger. No other considerations were made. Upon hearing this, Su Jiaojiao's eyes widened in disbelief. So, does that mean he also finds the nutrient solutions unpalatable? She found it perplexing. With such advanced technology, how could they not produce a more palatable nutrient solution? When she arrived on Eldoria, she observed that it was not entirely mechanized. Many tasks still required interstellar beings to perform. Given the strict hierarchy here, one could imagine, hypothetically, after a long, exhausting day, an interstellar being returning home to open a bottle of nutrient solution. If it were her, she would feel as if the sky had fallen. Life would lose its meaning. So, why don't you improve the taste of the nutrient solutions? Now it was Victor's turn to be puzzled. Why should we change it? This substance lacks any technical complexity. It's produced by small companies, while the aristocratic supply comes from the wealthiest families. In today's interstellar society, everyone is caught in a race, competing over who produces the fastest, most stable shuttles, who has the purest or extraction techniques, and whose gene modification technology is the most advanced. No one truly cares about the taste of nutrient solutions. Su Jiaojiao. In this regard, communication was genuinely impossible. At that moment, Victor spoke again. "You must have just regained your memories and are unfamiliar with this world. After all, everything you once knew has been forgotten." No, he even suspected that the Lord had been imprisoned by the Su family. If his suspicions were correct, then she had no understanding of this world whatsoever. How infuriating. He wanted nothing more than to eliminate all those involved. Just then, the servant returned, holding a beautifully crafted crystal bowl containing washed and diced tomatoes. Next to the bowl lay an exquisite little fork. "My lord, your tomatoes have been washed and cut." Su Jiaojiao looked over to see the glossy red fruits diced into small pieces, their juices tantalizingly clinging to the transparent walls of the bowl. Victor took the bowl, picked up the fork, and offered a piece of the fruit to her lips. Su Jiaojiao glanced at the red fruit presented before her, cautiously extending her tongue to taste it. After all, these were evolved tomatoes. Who knew if the flavor remained the same as before? However, upon tasting it, she immediately opened her rosy lips and consumed the forked fruit in one bite. After finishing, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Victor, exclaiming, "Victor, this is incredibly delicious." Victor gazed at her beautiful eyes, which sparkled like a sky full of stars, pleased that she enjoyed it. Chapter 19. His Excellency. Overlooking all beings at first, when she was being fed by the other party, Su Jiao felt quite out of sorts. She couldn't shake off the feeling that their relationship was distant, and the kindness shown to her was truly overwhelming. However, her thoughts were soon captivated by the taste of the tomato. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged absence from proper food, or perhaps the tomatoes had indeed evolved into something more delectable. Su Jiao could only conclude that this tomato was the most delicious she had ever tasted in her life. Truly exquisite. As she stood before Victor, who was watching her with eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Her heart swelled with joy. He would soon instruct the crew to convert a storage room on his starship into a greenhouse specifically for growing fruits and vegetables for her. With just a small bowl of tomatoes left, Su Jiao felt it inappropriate to consume them all by herself, so she shook her head when a few pieces remained. Victor, you should eat too. Victor glanced down at the crystal bowl in his hands. Noticing a few vibrant pieces of fruit left within, to be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in such fare, and it was, after all, something she enjoyed. Just as he was about to decline, he caught sight of her rosy lips and the little fork in the bowl, instantly altering his decision. All right with that, he picked up the fork again, speared a piece of the red fruit, and brought it to his lips. Su Jiao watched him eat the tomato, her anticipation palpable as she tilted her head upwards, eagerly inquiring, "How is it? Is it delicious? Isn't it far superior to the taste of nutrient solution? Why don't these interstellar beings seem to appreciate it?" Victor smiled as he observed her, withdrawing the fork, his tongue briefly flashing between his lips. "Delicious, it has the flavor of your kind, very sweet." Su Jiao was taken aback. How can he say that? Only when he uttered those words did she realize they had shared the same fork. Did that mean, could it be considered an indirect kiss? The mere thought made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Oh, how embarrassing! After tasting just a piece, Victor opted not to continue eating. Instead, he speared another piece of fruit and offered it to her lips. Realizing it was a fork he had already used, Su Jiao felt too shy to accept. It was simply too awkward. Seeing her reluctance, Victor could not press her further. He summoned a male servant to bring a fresh fork and proceeded to feed her the remaining fruit from the crystal bowl. The tomatoes here were large and round, and after indulging in one, Su Jiao couldn't help but let out a burp. "Excuse me." Upon noticing Victor's gaze, she immediately covered her cheeks with her hands. Mortified. "What's wrong with me? Why do I keep doing such embarrassing things in front of him?" Though Victor was a space pirate, he possessed a keen sensitivity and promptly recognized her discomfort. "It's all right, it's quite adorable." Hearing his words, Su Jiao felt her cheeks heat up even more. Truly, they were burning. Hastily, she changed the subject, gesturing towards the vegetables in the garden. "I don't want to drink nutrient solution tonight. I'd like to cook for myself. Is that all right?" Victor, unwilling to allow such a noble personage to cook, replied, "I will send a message to find someone skilled to come over and stay in the manor to prepare meals for you. But I want to cook for us together. Is that okay?" Victor was taken aback. A person of such esteemed status was actually suggesting to cook for him and asking if it was acceptable? What could he say? Even if she demanded his life at that moment, he would unhesitatingly agree. He wasn't sure if she would actually do it, considering she had lost her memory, hadn't she? Just as he was about to respond, Su Jiao interjected, "Is there a tutorial? I'd like to take a look. I want to see how interstellar people cook, and most importantly, do they have seasonings? What are the staple foods?" Although Victor mentioned that interstellar beings primarily consumed nutrient solutions, since there were vegetables available, surely there must be some who had this niche interest. How ridiculous that eating had become a niche hobby. Victor pondered for a moment. Shall we find a cooking live stream on the Starnet? He spoke so casually, revealing that interstellar beings engaged in live streaming as well. Could she? After all, she needed to find a way to earn some money. Her current expenses were entirely covered by Victor. Continuing like this would not be sustainable. All right, let us go watch. Su Jiao was eager to learn how interstellar beings prepared their meals in the living room. On the sofa, Su Jiao persuaded Victor to sit beside her. Initially, he intended to stand like a guardian deity behind her, but after much coaxing, he settled onto the small sofa beside her. Before long, a screen materialized nearby, quickly displaying the livestream interface. The cover page featured a girl, mirroring Su Jiao with her black hair and dark eyes. Upon seeing Su Rue on the screen, Victor felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Who knew if this female was aware of the matters concerning the esteemed one, or if she had even participated in them? He immediately turned away. Casting a tense glance at the noblewoman nearby, Su Jiao quickly deduced the identity of the girl, suspecting she must be the somewhat similar-looking Su Rue. She was not one to keep things hidden. So she promptly asked Victor, "Is this Su Rue? The original S-sister? Possibly even a twin?" Victor, observing her expression, could not help but exhale in relief and nodded, "Yes, it is her. As the only female noble in the live-streaming industry." Su Rue's poster had long adorned the homepage of the streaming software, a grand, polished advertisement. Su Jiao was far less concerned about the implications than Victor. After all, in essence, she and this Su Rue were strangers. Well then, let us see how she cooks. She reasoned that someone of her stature, with a wealthy background, would surely have a well-equipped kitchen. It would be prudent to learn from her first. Victor looked at her, unable to suppress a proud breath. Indeed, she was his noblewoman, unyielding and dignified. Even in the face of Su Rue, she showed no fear. This was his noblewoman, born to overlook all beings. Chapter 20. Extraordinary Culinary Skills. The Su family under siege at that moment. Su Rue was not live-streaming, and though Su Jiao was unaware of the reason, Victor certainly knew. All the males of the Su family had been detained by the forces of the military. Soon, Su Rue, including the esteemed director Su himself, would also be confined until a thorough investigation was conducted, after which they would be allowed to move freely. Shall we watch the replay? She might be a bit busy right now. Victor's reminder prompted Su Jiao to remember Su Rue's current predicament. Liu Yin was currently investigating the entire Su family, and under such circumstances, she surely wouldn't have time for a live stream. However, a replay would suffice. After all, what she wished to observe was the cooking process, not to interact with the individual. All right, let us watch the replay. Victor casually flipped through and selected a video related to tomatoes. After all, this was the very fruit the noblewoman had just savored, and she would likely be quite interested in it. Today we will be making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a common delicacy from the ancient Earth. Known as the birthplace of civilization, the vibrant red tomatoes were placed on the cutting board, and the individual waved over a young male nearby. Su Rue glanced at him and snapped, "What are you dawdling for? Do you always need to be called? Can't you show a bit of initiative?" The young male hurried over, appearing quite fearful. Su Jiao noticed his shoulders trembled as he approached. He began to slice the tomatoes, first using a paring knife to peel off the skin. The skin of the tomato is quite thin, making it rather difficult to cut with a fruit knife. Although the slices may turn out uneven, a significant amount of the flesh ends up being peeled away. Su Jiao gazes at the portion discarded into the trash bin and exclaims, "Ah, such a waste." Fortunately, it seems there are plenty of tomatoes on their side. With the method of wasting half and placing the other half onto the plate, it doesn't take long before a plateful of flesh is prepared. The discarded flesh and that which remains in the plate are essentially identical, with little difference between them. Su Jiao sits there, watching intently, while Victor beside her is equally absorbed, though she is reviewing the playback while Victor focuses solely on her. Then, Su Jiao is taken aback to discover that after cutting the tomatoes, they proceeded to retrieve a small handful of chili peppers from a nearby shelf. Su Jiao? "Oh my goodness, Please do not frighten her. Who in their right mind would eat tomatoes mixed with chili? As she observes, they indeed stir-fried the chili peppers with the tomatoes and then consumed the dish. Su Jiao. With such culinary skills, it is no wonder you prefer to drink that awful nutritional liquid. Although the nutritional liquid does not taste particularly good, it is undoubtedly better than chili stir-fried with tomatoes. Meanwhile, Su Jiao and Victor are watching the playback of the live stream, while Dean Su has just returned to her residence, only to find the gates locked from the outside. She is not particularly surprised. After all, it was a result long anticipated, wasn't it? In the living room, Su Ruerue sits anxiously alone on the sofa, awaiting the return of none other than her mother. Upon hearing footsteps, she turns around and sees her mother approaching, and she rushes over. Mother! She had been at home peacefully when a squad of soldiers stormed in, intent on taking her father away. Naturally, she vehemently opposed this, rushing to stop them. How dare you? Do you even know where this is? This is my father, who gave you permission to take him away. The soldiers sent to apprehend him belong to the Vanguard Corps, the 13th Regiment, which consists of the personal guards of General Liu, personally selected and trained. The Imperial Corps is divided into 3 armies, and the Vanguard Corps reports directly to General Liu Yin, who has been on the front lines for years and has witnessed all manner of scenes. Thus, they are not easily intimidated by Su Ruerue. Despite her being female, however, regrettably, the esteemed matriarchs on their side are the very hopes of the entire empire. I apologize, but this is a military order issued personally by Commander Meloran. All males of the Su family residing in Chatsworth Manor must be taken away. Please forgive us. Upon hearing this, Su Ruerue is momentarily left dumbfounded. The interstellar females are born with titles, and the status they hold depends on their own efforts. Merely being born female does not guarantee one everything. The reason males can be subservient to them is not only that they are exceptionally rare, but also due to their capabilities. Each female is born a countess, as long as they do not commit mistakes. Their status will remain intact, and those who make outstanding contributions will be rewarded additionally. Just like Commander Meloran, she is not only the commander of the Empire, but also a first-class duchess. Her mother, on the other hand, is the director of the Federal Research Institute and also a first-class duchess. In terms of positions, they may be equal, but in terms of nobility, Commander Meloran slightly surpasses her. With this in mind, Su Ruerue instinctively takes a step back, her expression becoming one of trepidation. She cannot help but wonder if her mother has committed some grave offense. In the Empire, there are only 2 crimes for which females can be sentenced: treason and the harm of other females. She ponders and cannot help but feel that neither of these offenses seems like something her mother would do. So, what could it possibly be for? She does not know, but her father, Roger Granger, has already begun to panic, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. What is happening? What is going on? Could it be that Su Jiao's matters have been exposed? How is that possible? All those in the know were executed. How could it be possible? He begins to feel a sense of dread. Daughter, Ruerue, save your father. I beg you, save your father. Su Ruerue hurriedly grasps his hand. Father, what have you done? Before he can stammer out an explanation, the Vanguard soldiers seize his arm and forcibly drag him away. The entire residence descends into chaos, and she does not know how much time has passed until she regains her senses. Finding herself in the present moment, she clutches her mother's hand and immediately pleads for her father. Mother, you have finally returned. Please save father. I beg of you. Chapter 21. The crime of endangering females must be punished. Dean Su releases her hand, her dark eyes fixating on Su Ruerue for a long moment, devoid of emotion. Under her gaze, Su Ruerue becomes utterly flustered, standing there in a state of confusion, completely unaware of what has transpired at home or where her father has been taken. While her mother regards her with such a stare, she feels utterly helpless. After a long pause, Su looks at her daughter and speaks again, quite directly, without any circumlocution. Rue, do you know you have a sister? Su Rue. A sister? Mother, what are you talking about? Let alone a sister. Isn't it just the two of them, herself and her mother, who are the only females in the entire Chatsworth Manor? Seeing the astonished expression on her face, Su's mood lightens considerably. Ignorance is bliss after all. Knowing is of no consequence, as she is still her biological daughter. Females are the most precious assets in this world. Initially, she thought with Su Rue as her daughter, the Su family could at least continue its glory for another century. But now, with the sudden emergence of another daughter, her plans expand considerably to as a female. An exceptional female, she is not just herself. She is also the head of the Su family. Preserving the family's glory is her duty. She did not enter the research institute for personal interest. After all, with Melorin in the military and when Xiao in politics, she had to seek a position in research as a fallback. With these thoughts, she glances at her daughter and slowly says, I do not care whether you are aware of this matter or not, but it is evident that your father is beyond saving. The crime of endangering females must be punished. This means that the entire Granger family, with the exception of Su Rue, must be exterminated. Su Rue is immediately struck with terror upon hearing these words, urgently grasping her mother's arm, panic-stricken. Mother, what do you mean by this? What has happened to father? You must save him. You cannot ignore him. He is after all Rue's biological father. She feels as though she is on the brink of collapse, unable to fathom what grave error her father has committed to warrant such punishment. Moreover, what did her mother mean by suddenly mentioning another female? Does this matter have something to do with another female? Regardless of what her father has done wrong, he will always be her father. How can she simply stand by and watch as he faces death without doing anything? With this in mind, she kneels on the ground, reaching out to embrace her mother's leg, tears streaming down her face. Mother, please save father. You are the director of the research institute. Save him. Su looks down at her daughter, her face revealing no discernible emotion. Your father has committed such acts. Not only will he suffer, but the entire Granger family will face annihilation. I advise you to save your breath. What? The entire? Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Rue feels as though all her vitality has been drained. Collapsing onto the ground, Su glances at her daughter sitting on the floor and, after a moment of pause, slowly speaks. In due time, a sister will return home. I advise you to temper that usual arrogance of yours and show respect in her presence. If the revelation of her father's situation was enough to leave Su Rue shocked, then her mother's words now strike her like a thunderbolt. She can hardly believe what she has just heard. She never expected her mother to utter such a statement. She stares blankly at her mother. Mother, what do you mean? A sister? Could it be? Director Su cast a cool, indifferent glance at her, and indeed, it was as you imagined. She is your sister, hidden away by your father. Even so, Su Rue still could not comprehend the words her mother had just uttered. Regardless, this could not compel her to yield to the other party in every matter. On what grounds? It could only be said that her understanding was rather superficial. She believed her expression bore no evident signs, yet unexpectedly, her mother saw right through her. At this juncture, Director Su merely shot a dispassionate glance at her and warned, I advise you to rein in your inappropriate thoughts. She is not someone you can toy with. Once she returns, you shall understand the meaning behind my words. Su Rue was slightly slow to react. But she was no fool. With her mother stating things so plainly, what was left to misunderstand? She crumpled to the ground, utterly drained, unable to muster any strength. What did her mother mean? Was this sudden emergence of a so-called sister of a much higher status than herself. Did she possess superior mental strength? Or perhaps had she awakened as a purifier? Moreover, was her level of purification even above her own? For her, she could tolerate many things. But this particular point was utterly intolerable. She was the rightful heir to Chatsworth Manor. The Sioux family was destined to be hers. How could it be snatched away by a suddenly appeared female? On what grounds? Is that all there is to it? Su Jiaojiao gazed thoughtfully at the items in the shopping cart on the screen and asked softly. Victor, seated beside her with merely a fist's distance between them, glanced at the screen. Yes, just click submit. Following his instructions, Su Jiaojiao clicked submit. And then, do we just wait here? Victor nodded. Yes, soon the delivery person will bring all the ingredients you ordered. A delivery person? I thought. Su Jiaojiao mused, considering how advanced the technology of their interstellar society was. Surely simple tasks like deliveries must have been delegated to robots by now. Victor chuckled, regarding her with a fond gaze, finding her naivety endearing. What do you think? A robot? In today's society, while technology has indeed advanced to such a degree that many positions can be filled by machines, as a ruler, one must consider the employment rate of the populace. After all, not everyone possesses exceptional skills. Providing these individuals with decent jobs fosters the development of a harmonious society. Others also need work, particularly the dirty and laborious tasks, which are indeed handled by robots. Tasks like sewer cleaning or the excavation of radioactive and toxic ores are managed by machines. Suddenly, Victor recalled something else. There existed a type called zombies. Many mining planets utilized them as infinite energy sources. Even though robots required energy ores, zombies needed nothing at all and could continue working indefinitely. Su Jiaojiao. It's over. The jokes about zombies circulating on Earth's internet have become a reality. Chapter 22. The Truth Revealed. Mission accomplished. While waiting for the interstellar delivery person, Su Jiaojiao and Victor kept themselves occupied. Victor thought that with Lu Yan's speed, the matter would soon be resolved. At that point, even if the adult did not return to the Sioux family, she would at least want to meet her mother. Thus, it was imperative to gain some understanding of the Sioux family. With this in mind, he opened his smart brain and displayed Director Sue's information before her. This was the kind of data easily accessible online, ordinary and public. Esteemed adult, this is the information regarding Director Sue, your mother. Please take a look and familiarize yourself. All right, I'll take a look. Su Jiaojiao understood his intentions. Since he had suggested it, she naturally intended to comply. After all, if it were confirmed that she was indeed his biological daughter, and the previous matters were clarified, she would undoubtedly have to return to the Sioux family. Otherwise, would she continue to reside in someone else's home? Clearly, that was not feasible. She also wished to conduct a culinary live stream and, after saving enough money, move out. After all, even though this person was her mother, she had already been swapped out and was living with a stranger devoid of any emotional connection, which felt quite awkward. As she perused the information, Victor provided explanations alongside her, their chemistry evident. Wherever she looked, he elaborated further. Your mother is an exceptionally powerful female, truly remarkable, devoted to research. Not only does she have outstanding achievements in the field of purification, but she also developed the inhibitors currently utilized across the market, including in the military. Indeed, she was impressive, and Su Jiaojiao felt a deep sense of admiration for her. However, beyond that, there was little else to know. After all, they were merely strangers who had never even met. After a moment of contemplation, Victor spoke again. Your abilities are extraordinary. You are the most powerful purifier in the entire federal empire. In the future, the heads of various families will seek your favor. Even at the Emperor's Round Table, there will be a place for you. Su Jiaojiao frowned upon hearing this. She did not relish such a life. If possible, she would prefer to be a food blogger, live streaming daily from home, watching television and playing games. Wasn't he that better? Admittedly, she acknowledged that she was somewhat socially anxious, someone who preferred solitude over interaction. In the past, she had been even more socially anxious. But after living on Victor's starship for a while, where she was treated like royalty, she had improved significantly. She lowered her head, feeling a tinge of melancholy. This world still felt overwhelmingly foreign to her. Strange environments, unfamiliar people, and everything else was disconcerting. Yet, she did not complain. After all, it was still a vast improvement over her previous life, was it not? She believed she could gradually adapt to this place. Adapt to everything here. Yes, I understand. I will strive to adapt. Victor, noticing her slight unease, quickly reassured her, you need not worry. You are so formidable that it is they who will have to yield to you. The round table was filled entirely with females, and among them were exceptionally strong women, such as Commander Malorn of the Imperial Legion, Emperor Avery Norman, Director Su Ruai of the Research Institute, Prime Minister Wen Xiaoxiao, and Finance Minister Amelia Castile. With such powerful women surrounding her, it was certain that she would have a seat at the next round table meeting. If she were absent, he would surely overturn the table. However, Su Jiaojiao suddenly recalled something of great importance to her. Am I now a purifier? Victor regarded her. Of course, you are, not only a purifier but the highest-ranking one, a super SSSSS level purifier. For some reason, becoming such an impressive individual felt rather unsettling to Su Jiaojiao. Yet, was there no one to teach her? She didn't know how. She sensed a power within her gradually returning, but how was she to wield it? Though she longed to remain at home, doing nothing but being a food streamer and earning a little money to cover her daily expenses, according to what Victor had said, such a lifestyle seemed unlikely to last. There was also another pressing question. This purification, was it mandatory under imperial law for her to purify mentally unstable interstellar beings? If it were not compulsory, then what was the procedure? Voluntary. Most importantly, was it free, or was there a fee? If she could charge for her services, would she not then have a steady income? There was no denying her practicality to Su Jiaojiao. Otherwise, without money, you can't even afford to eat. No. You can't even afford nutritional supplements. Speaking of this, Victor had much to say. Do not fear. The Interstellar Federation has specialized purifier academies where every purifier must study. Su Jiaojiao was taken aback. What? I have to go to school? Having never attended school in her previous world, she found herself facing the prospect of education in this new world. Just as she was about to speak, a group of 4 or 5 male servants suddenly approached, each cradling a large cardboard box in their arms. Madam, all the items you purchased have been delivered. Where shall we place them? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiaojiao replied, please put them in the kitchen. After uttering those words, she hesitated, uncertain if there was even a kitchen here. Fortunately, there was indeed a kitchen. I am going to cook now. Would you care to join me? Before she could finish, another person walked through the front door, Lu Yin. Lu Yin, you have returned. Lu Yin strode directly towards her, and without a word, knelt down before her. Madam, I have fulfilled my mission and thoroughly investigated the matter. I have come to report. After a busy afternoon, he had finally uncovered the entire situation and rushed to report to her. Even before Commander Malorn had the chance to arrive, in his heart, there was no one and nothing more important than her. Chapter 23. A New Era. A Century of Glory. As for Su Jiaojiao's reaction, it remained unknown, yet Victor was nearing exasperation. Just as they had received the items they ordered online, he had been looking forward to preparing a delightful meal together with his mistress. But now, this person had returned. Why are you back so soon? Is it really necessary? It's utterly annoying. Su Jiaojiao had never anticipated that the investigation would conclude so swiftly. At that moment, she was incredibly anxious, gazing at Lu Yin. What exactly happened? What has become of the previous girl? Was there an incident? Of course, she first needed to help him up. It was inappropriate for him to remain kneeling. Please, stand up. In the future, could you refrain from kneeling without reason when speaking? She had been raised in a socialist environment, and arriving abruptly in this monarchic society was indeed a bit disconcerting. Upon being helped to his feet by Su Jiao, Lu Yin cast a glance at her hand resting on his arm and, in an unguarded moment, caught a glimpse of Victor not far off, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Victor? What is wrong with you? Kid? Did you come back just to stir trouble?" No, he needed to find an opportunity to confront Lu Yin again and determine who was superior. He was absolutely confident he could defeat him. At that time, he would relish the moment. Supported by Su Jiao, Lu Yin gradually rose from the ground. "The situation is rather complex. Let us discuss it over there." He gestured towards the sofa in the living room. Hearing this, Su Jiao had no objections. "All right, let us go there." Victor, watching Su Jiao follow that dog, Lu Yin, towards the living room, was nearly consumed with rage, his teeth clenched tightly. His desire to eliminate Lu Yin reached its zenith at that moment. Su Jiao took a seat on the very sofa where she and Victor had just been sitting, while Victor, still seething, followed behind with a look of discontent. Lu Yin, evidently possessing a much thicker skin than Victor, stood directly behind Su Jiao after she sat down. "Look at this, how inappropriate it is to keep turning your head to speak." Su Jiao patted the spot next to her and said to Lu Yin, "Please, take a seat here." If he remained standing behind her, how could she converse with him? Hearing her invitation, Lu Yin couldn't help but smile slightly, though it was fleeting and quickly suppressed. "Very well, I shall sit down." As Victor approached, he overheard this exchange and nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. He was almost seething with hatred. How had he never noticed before that Lu Yin was so insufferably smug? It was infuriating. After sitting, he pointed to the spot beside Su Jiao, where he had just been seated, and asked, "What about me? May I sit here?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiao looked at him with an expression of exasperation, her face clearly conveying, "What are you even saying?" Hadn't he just been sitting there? He had occupied that spot for quite a while. Now he was asking if he could sit again. Was he playing with her? Victor, frustrated, took a seat while casting a somewhat smug glance at Lu Yin. "What are you so smug about? Do you think you are the only one who can sit before our mistress? I've been here much longer than you." The silent exchange of glances between the two men went unnoticed by Su Jiao, who was solely focused on one pressing matter. After all, this situation would significantly impact her future in this world. Naturally, she was extremely anxious. Lu Yin gradually spoke. "Madam, you are indeed the biological daughter of Dean Su Ruai. Your adoptive father is Su Ruai's consort. Furthermore, you have a younger sister, Su Rui. Regarding her origins, they had all previously speculated, so hearing it confirmed from him did not particularly astonish her. Instead, it brought a sense of resolution. Next came the story of how she ended up in the underground auction house. Lu Yin first gauged her expression and, noticing she remained relatively composed, continued, "Your adoptive father is Roger Granger. When he and Dean Su retrieved the embryos, 2 survived initially, but after a month, he swapped one for a deceased embryo and concealed you. When the matter was exposed, fearing repercussions, he cast you out of the starship. Others might not know, but Su Jiao was acutely aware that the one discarded must have perished immediately. Subsequently, she had inexplicably traversed realms and taken her place." Victor furrowed his brow. What was his reasoning? Surely there must be a justification. Lu Yin paused. Roger Granger claimed it was for the Granger family, while Su Jiao may not have comprehended the implications. Victor understood all too well. The great families had long been in a cycle of renewal, primarily due to the absence of females being born into the family. The arrival of a female ensured a family's legacy for at least a century. Conversely, without such births, a family would gradually face replacement. Su Jiao, somewhat confused, tilted her head. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my father intends to bring me back to their family?" Lu Yin frowned and corrected her. He is your adoptive father, not your biological father. Dean Su's true husband, your biological father, belongs to the Valentine family. George Valentine. Su Jiao Jiao. Apologies, I completely forgot the peculiarities of this world. The fact that it operates under a polyandrous system, in other words, her father was that esteemed Dean Su's consort. Very well, let it be adoptive father. At that moment, Lu Yin knelt once more before her. Madam, I must report to Commander Malorn. You should be prepared for a summons from the Emperor. Su Jiao Jiao? No, she was not prepared at all. Was it truly happening this quickly? Chapter 24. The Norman Empire. Above all glory, Lu Yin swiftly departed to report his findings to Commander Malorn. In the living room, only Victor and Su Jiao Jiao remained. Sitting there, Su Jiao Jiao's face was etched with anxiety. Imagine, having lived in a socialist society for 18 years, she was suddenly thrust into a monarchic realm. Before she could even acclimate, now she was to meet the emperor. How could she not be anxious? She was terrified. What sort of etiquette was required? What should she say? She was utterly clueless. The manner of salutation among Victor and the Legion was entirely different from what she had seen among space pirates, who performed a gesture akin to a forehead salute, while those in the Legion resembled a salute from Attack on Titan. Consequently, upon witnessing Lu Yin and the others perform such gestures, her mind instinctively filled in the phrase, heart? Open wide. It seems that there is no one quite like her. Perhaps sensing her anxiety, Victor slowly began to speak. Do not worry. Commander Melon will accompany you, and it is highly probable that your mother will as well. There is no need for concern. Emperor Norman, although exceedingly brutal towards males, exhibits a certain leniency when it comes to females. After all, the laws established over millennia cannot be easily disregarded, even by an emperor, who lacks the authority to arbitrarily dispose of a female's fate. To pass judgment on a female, one must not only secure the approval of the Round Table ministers, but also obtain a vote from the prominent families. It is not a matter of mere whim. Each female is, after all, a precious asset to the empire. While Su Jiao Jiao may be unaware of the nature of her nominal mother, she has had encounters with Commander Melon and currently resides in her estate. Thus she harbors a degree of trust towards her. Yes, I understand. Since the situation is already set in motion, being consumed by fear is certainly not the solution. I must quickly acclimate myself, she resolved. A grave incident involving the assassination of a female had transpired within the empire, and the female in question was an extraordinarily esteemed SSSSS-level purifier. The gravity of the situation was self-evident. As soon as Lu Yin completed his report, Commander Melon had already set off, heading directly to the Imperial Palace to personally inform the Emperor of this matter. Naturally, Su Jiao Jiao soon received the Emperor's decree. Victor glanced at her and reassured, do not be afraid. I will accompany you. However, Lu Yin was decidedly opposed to this notion. He furrowed his brow and retorted, Victor, have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten your own identity? A renowned interstellar fugitive boldly declaring his intent to enter the Imperial Palace is no jest. After addressing Victor, he did not afford him the opportunity to respond, turning instead to Su Jiao Jiao. Do not fear. I will accompany you. Victor gritted his teeth. Were it not for the presence of their superior, he would have already unleashed a torrent of curses upon the other. How can there be such shameless individuals in this world? He inhaled deeply, turning to his superior, My lord, I am willing to submit to you and serve as your personal guard. By doing so, he would secure a legitimate identity. At this moment, Lu Yin silently cursed Victor's audacity in his mind. After all, a personal guard could indeed serve in a more intimate capacity. This individual was truly shameless. He quickly interjected, My lord, I urge you to reconsider. Victor is a space pirate, the leader of the Pirate Alliance, and it is highly inappropriate for him to enter the Imperial Palace with you. Su Jiao Jiao understood this reasoning without needing further explanation. Consider it. A fugitive, boldly striding into the emperor's presence, is certainly not appropriate. Especially with me as his escort. Those who are unaware might think I am deliberately provoking him. This is not advisable. Observing the expression on his superior's face, Victor grasped the situation. He had clearly been swayed by Lu Yan's brazen words. Before he could utter another word, Su Jiaojiao made her decision, her expression resolute as she addressed him. Victor, I believe Lu Yan makes a valid point. It is indeed unwise for you to accompany me today. For your own safety, it would be best for you to wait here for my return. Victor could only comply, for what else could he do when even the Lord had spoken? He could hardly throw a tantrum in this situation. If it were just the two of them here, he might have been able to make a scene, but alas, the presence of an unwelcome witness hindered that. Reluctantly, he clenched his teeth and shot a glare at the instigator before conceding. Very well, I shall remain here and await your return, my lord. Once the Lord returned from the palace, he would demand that matters regarding the personal guard be formally addressed. Their lord was merely 18 years old, 2 years shy of the legal marriage age, which meant that during this interim, notions of primary or secondary consorts were out of the question. All efforts would need to be focused on the personal guard. And he was determined to secure a captain seat. Su Jiaojiao nodded in agreement. Yes, I will. After finalizing their arrangements, she followed Lu Yan out of the estate, boarding his private shuttle as they set off toward the palace. As they had anticipated, not only Commander Melon was present, but Su Jiaojiao's biological mother, Director Su, had also arrived. They were all awaiting Su Jiaojiao's arrival. The imperial palace was resplendent and heavily guarded. Even females entering and exiting were subject to scrutiny. With no exceptions, with Lu Yan's assistance, Su Jiaojiao descended from the shuttle, passing through a security checkpoint before boarding a small open-top shuttle within the palace. It was fully automated, and she and Lu Yan sat side by side in the rear seats. To Su Jiaojiao, the palace was vast and magnificent. Beyond the usual greenery, it was adorned with numerous rose bushes. Noticing her gaze, Lu Yan explained, "The Norman family's motto is honor above all, and their family crest features a lioness crowned with roses. That is why the palace is filled with rose blooms." Su Jiaojiao listened, thinking to herself, indeed, how truly magnificent. The shuttle traveled swiftly and steadily, soon arriving at the entrance to the main hall, still assisted by Lu Yan. Su Jiaojiao stepped down from the shuttle, inhaling deeply as she approached the grand palace doors. Chapter 25. Audience with the Emperor. Round Table Conference. The palace truly lived up to its name. Resplendent with gold and brilliance, both sculptures and various decorations were imbued with rose motifs. The ceilings soared high above, adorned with a colossal relief sculpture that was breathtaking. One could easily mistake it for the Louvre. Although, truth be told, she had never seen the actual Louvre. Liu Yin stood behind her, observing the gradual slowing of her pace, mistakenly attributing it to nerves. "My lord, continue forward. Do not fear, I am right behind you." As he had surmised, Su Jiaojiao was indeed somewhat anxious, but her slow pace was not solely due to this. Rather, she had been distracted. Glancing up at the ceiling's reliefs, upon his reminder, she hurriedly averted her gaze and began to walk seriously. Moving forward, they soon reached a spiral staircase, where Su Jiaojiao followed the male attendant. The walls were adorned with portraits, all depicting females in splendid garments, crowned with jeweled tiaras, each holding a scepter topped with a massive gem. After ascending the staircase and traversing a corridor, she was finally led by the attendant into the council chamber within the palace. As the heavy doors swung open, 5 females turned in unison to face her. Su Jiaojiao's first thought was, "Ah, so many women." Su Jiaojiao, unable to help herself, thought, "This is truly overwhelming." She had primarily encountered men, with only brief interactions with Commander Melon. The rest of her experiences had been entirely male-dominated. Now, confronted with so many elder females, all wearing serious expressions, she felt distinctly out of place. The 5 females present were Her Imperial Majesty, Emperor Avril Norman, the Supreme Commander of the Empire, Sabrina Mellon, Prime Minister Wen Xiaoxiao, Minister of Finance Amelia Castile, and Su Jiaojiao's nominal mother, Director Su Ruai of the Federal Research Institute. Once the attendant had brought her in, he discreetly withdrew. Liu Yin also silently stepped back, but did not leave. He remained stationed at the entrance of the council chamber. Seated at the head of the table was undoubtedly the emperor. She appeared to be of considerable age, her face lined with wrinkles, her hair entirely white, yet her eyes remained sharp and piercing. Su Jiaojiao felt as though she were under a microscope, her heart pounding as she thought, no wonder she is the emperor. The pressure is palpable. After a prolonged silence, the emperor gestured lazily towards the seat beside her, indicating she should sit. Though her movements were languid, Su Jiaojiao did not dare to underestimate the situation. Suddenly thrust into a monarchical society, she felt utterly unprepared. She approached, pulled out a chair, and sat down, acutely aware of all eyes upon her. It was indeed a profoundly uncomfortable experience. Once seated, the emperor was the first to speak. Do you not remember anything? Su Jiaojiao nodded slightly and replied to His Majesty, Yes, I don't remember anything, only vaguely recalling that my name is Su Jiaojiao. The emperor pondered for a moment, contemplating the poetic imagery of Jiaojiao. The moon among the clouds, bright leaves in the sun, reminiscent of names that Director Su would bestow upon her children. Su Jiaojiao sat there, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone challenge the words of the emperor. She was a concealed child. How could Director Su have possibly named her? She remained silent. Yet at that moment, Director Su spoke up. This child has been hidden away by the Granger family since her youth. How could I have named her? It must be mere coincidence. Yes, I had forgotten. The emperor chuckled lightly before continuing. According to the traditions of the empire, you are now a countess, entitled to your own estate and annual stipend. Su Jiaojiao thought to herself, what a delightful turn of events. Initially, I had planned to earn a living through live streaming to afford my rent, and now I am informed that the state will provide for me. This is rather too good to be true. Presently, she resolved to tidy up her belongings before returning home, but then realized she had hardly any belongings at all. Well then, I suppose I shall move in empty-handed. However, at that moment, differing opinions arose from others present. 2 individuals, namely Director Su, her mother, and Commander Mellon, voiced their thoughts. Director Su remarked, Your Majesty, let us not forget that while Su Jiaojiao has just reached adulthood, she has not yet attained the legal marriageable age. While an estate is available, I would prefer she temporarily reside at home. What do you think? This matter was rather delicate, as it had become increasingly rare for families to possess 2 remarkable females. Among the 5 distinguished individuals present, aside from Director Su's household, which boasted 2 females, and the one family's 1 female, the other families had none at all. Particularly, the emperor himself had no females to his name, which posed a dilemma for the succession. Thus, it became necessary to select heirs from other families. Hence, while the Norman Empire was indeed real, the emperor was no longer a true female of the Norman lineage. Commander Mellon concurred with the notion of Su Jiaojiao temporarily staying with her family, citing her unique situation as a super SSSS level purifier, emphasizing the importance of her safety. Living alone is inherently less secure than residing with the Su family. She reasoned that should any malefactor seek to harm her, they would likely strike under the cover of night. In the Su household during the night, 3 adult females were present, one of whom bore a slight resemblance to Su Jiaojiao. Would they dare to act? And then, well, you understand. Coughing slightly, she acknowledged that while this might seem somewhat undignified, it was evident that Su Jiaojiao was of paramount importance to the empire. The emperor contemplated the situation. Conceding that this arrangement could indeed work, Su Jiaojiao, meanwhile, felt a sense of dismay. She truly longed to live independently. Oh dear, How was it that her personality and her inability to voice her desires conspired against her? The remaining adults had remained silent, yet their glances, laden with envy, frequently drifted towards Su Jiao. Their reluctance to speak stemmed from a simple motive: jealousy. They were nearly consumed by it in their households. Apart from Wen Xiaoxiao's family, which had one female, the others had none at all. Could they not feel this jealousy? It was almost unbearable. At that moment, when Xiao interjected, "It seems the child is rather reluctant. How about this? Why not stay with us for a time? We have a lovely younger sister, around 12 or 13, whom I am certain you will adore." Su Jiao replied, "No, auntie. She truly wishes to live alone." She politely declined. Chapter 26. The unveiling of the Empire's treasure. Regardless, the matter was temporarily settled. With Su Jiao returning home with her mother, Director XU.IT was not a compulsory arrangement. They claimed it would be for a brief period until she acclimated to life on Eldoria. She was free to return to her estate whenever she wished. Thus, this was the situation for now. The roundtable meeting concluded, and as everyone exchanged farewells with the Emperor, Su Jiao naturally walked alongside her mother. At that juncture, a striking lady with cascading red curls approached, addressing them. "Su Ruai, you are indeed fortunate. Not only do you have a daughter who is an S-level purifier, but now you even have a daughter who is a super SSSSS-level purifier. Quite remarkable." Director Su regarded her. "Ah, it's merely a stroke of good fortune." After this remark, she swiftly pivoted the conversation. "By the way, I heard you and your attendants have cultivated several embryos. Any luck with producing females?" Her words incited a furious reaction from the other woman, who stormed away, crimson with rage. Observing her retreating figure, Su Jiao couldn't help but think how similar this was to the petty mockery found in small villages back on Earth, where others derided a woman for not bearing sons. No, there was a distinction. This was simply too cruel. Commander Meloran shook his head as he observed the woman's hasty departure. Amelia's temper has not mellowed. When Xiao cautiously approached, "Jiao, are you truly not considering staying with us for a while? Our Kiki is absolutely adorable." Su Jiao looked at her, noting her deep brown hair and blue eyes, a clear indication of mixed heritage. Yet, this surname was undeniably Han. Perhaps it was just a blend of cultures. In response to Wen Xiao's hopeful gaze, Su Jiao shook her head. "No, I'd prefer to return home. After all, that place should be relatively safer." Once outside the palace, a new dilemma arose. She had arrived on a private shuttle belonging to Lu Yin, but now, what would happen next? What about Victor? He was still waiting for her at the manor. She had promised him she would not stand him up. With this in mind, she summoned her courage and turned to her mother. "Mother, I have some personal matters to attend to. May I return a bit later?" Director Su looked at her with a gentle smile. "Of course, dear. But will you be alone? Do you need me to send my personal guard with you?" Considering the peculiarities of this society, Su Jiao feared that the term sin might carry other implications and hastily declined. Waving her hands, "No, that won't be necessary. I came with Lu Yin, and I still need to." As she spoke, Lu Yin stepped forward. Director Su glanced at the young male beside her. General Lu, very well. Just be sure to return promptly. I will await your arrival at home." Coincidentally, there was also an elder sister at home. Perhaps they could meet and support one another. As she said this, Lu Yin stood still, silently contemplating the notion of supporting one another. His superior was the Empire's top purifier, while Su's other female, if memory served, was merely an SS-level purifier. Supporting one another? Surely, she did not intend for her superior to aid in her family's welfare. After all, as the head of a family, Director Su had to consider the entire clan. But Lu Yin only needed to think of his superior. He would ensure her safety, sparing her from any harm. Su Jiao nodded at her mother, affirming, "Okay, I understand." After parting ways, she boarded the shuttle with Lu Yin, sitting side by side. At this moment, Su Jiao felt a profound sense of melancholy. There were few individuals she felt even slightly familiar with on this planet. Only Victor and a handful of other members from the pirate crew. Oh, and now there was Lu Yin. Yet, she was returning home, which meant she would once again be alone. The thought of this filled her with desolation, as if sensing her gloom. Lu Yin, at this moment, spoke up, though his words were not particularly comforting. What is it? Are you reluctant to part with your mother? Su Jiao. Pray tell, how could one possess such emotional intelligence? No, it must be noted that the counterpart hails from the military, relying solely on absolute strength and, moreover, belongs to the most perilous vanguard regiment. It would be unwise to intentionally jest about this matter, even if only in the confines of her own mind. She bears guilt and remorse. Su Jiao shook her head. This is not the case. After contemplating for a moment, she resolved to clarify the matter with the other party. How could it be possible? Consider this, it is my first encounter with her. I did not know her prior. How could we be so intimate right from the start? Wouldn't you agree? Lu Yin. I apologize. I did not intend to. Please forgive me, my lord. Su Jiao was about to say it was nothing, but upon turning her head, she noticed the other person's ears, concealed within dark locks, had begun to turn a shade of crimson. It appears that the other party felt embarrassed due to her misstep in words. It is of no consequence. They continued to walk towards the manor, while simultaneously, on the Star Network, matters pertaining to Su Jiao had exploded into the public sphere. After all, for the Empire, having an immensely revered, supremely powerful purifier is certainly cause for grand proclamation. The Empire has acquired another sharp sword. This sword possesses the power to utterly astonish other extraterrestrial beings. Empire Treasure, daughter of Director Su, an SSSS-level purifier, identity revealed. Entering the Round Table Conference, Chapter 27. The Nation in Uproar, the Light of Victory. A mere title ignited a wildfire across the entire network. The populace of the galaxy erupted in excitement. Individuals, engrossed in their smart devices, scarcely lifted their heads, fervently surfing the Star Network. Spacefaring citizens, one clutching a coffee and the other a nutrient solution, walked blindly, colliding into one another. They continued on, eyes fixated on their devices, oblivious to the stains upon their garments. As they advanced, a 24-hour CAF, typically bustling at this hour, found itself neglected. Customers in line were too absorbed in their devices to urge the staff to hasten their coffee orders. An employee at the operations counter, holding a cup in one hand and pressing the coffee machine's handle with the other, allowed the coffee to overflow, spilling onto their hand before realizing, Empire Treasure? Super SSSS level. What nonsense is this? Ah, I shall slay these unscrupulous marketing accounts. What are you even writing? Do you believe your own articles? Indulge in your fantasies if you must, but why publish it to invite scorn? Pengpai News Agency. We do not fabricate facts indiscriminately. Hold on, evidence will be released shortly. Clearly, they have backing, having obtained first-hand information, and following their post, numerous other marketing accounts began issuing statements. Federal First News Express. An SSSS-level purifier has emerged. The evidence presented pertains to the recent battlefield where Lu Yan's Vanguard Army and Victor's Star Pirate Alliance were ambushed by the Zerg. Each photograph was a lively snapshot, brief yet unmistakably conveying the situation. In an instant, the entire galaxy was taken aback. What on earth is happening? How did the Zerg breach the border and invade our Imperial Star domain? How did Generals Victor and Lu Yin come to confront one another? It is utterly unimaginable that in our lifetime, we are witnessing Generals Victor and Lu Yin fighting side by side. Surely they must be fighting together. Did you not see the second photograph? On Victor's starship, within the transparent corridor, stood a female figure. Thus, Their collaboration was to protect this esteemed female from harm during the battle. I thought they would clash upon meeting. It turns out this was the reason. I have insider information. I am a member of the Vanguard Army and was fortunate to partake in this battle. Well, initially, they did engage in combat, halting only when ambushed by the Zerg, subsequently uniting their efforts. I thought, how could the Zerg dare to attack our Imperial Vanguard Army? They must have waited until Victor and Liu Yin were exhausted before launching their strike. Since there are revelations, there will be believers and skeptics alike. You claim to be who you say. Indeed, how could General Liu Yan's men disclose matters related to war? It is simply not feasible. Yes, everyone knows General Liu Yan maintains strict discipline. His soldiers would never divulge such information. Upon hearing doubt, the young soldier who had leaked the information spoke again. I have held my silence for days. I was indeed hesitant to speak before, but now that the matter is public, I can share. You may wait and see. The official website will soon release an announcement confirming all I have said. If he asserts this, curiosity will surely follow. Why will it be released? Previously, every detail of battles was kept confidential. Indeed, why would the details of this battle be disclosed? The questions in their minds were swiftly answered by the other party. Because she is the hope of the entire empire, the light of our victory. Without rhyme or reason, the populace remained ablaze with fervor on this day. Virtually all marketing accounts, large and small, disseminated news of this event, albeit with varying levels of traffic. These individuals seemingly obtained their information from unknown sources. Though the channels were unclear, the consensus was that their information was somewhat incomplete. Following them, the starfaring citizens pieced together the puzzle, assembling a general understanding of the situation, and then, the consequences were to be expected. The nation was in an uproar. Ah, is it as I imagined? My heavens! No wonder they call it the Empire's treasure. It is not an exaggeration in the slightest. Ah, how fortunate we are to have this esteemed female. Otherwise, had the Zerg taken advantage of Generals Victor and Liu Yan's exhaustion, they could have succumbed to mental turmoil. Yes, these scoundrels plotted with great cunning, attempting to eliminate 2 SSSS-level orc warriors from our empire in one fell swoop. It is utterly despicable to think. Our galaxy has a total of 18 SSSS-level orc warriors, each one an invaluable asset to the empire. Ah, thus the newly emerged purifier must belong to the Su family. But has not the Su family already produced one purifier? Indeed, Lady Su Rue, an SSS-level orc and an SS-level purifier. In summary, this matter must be connected to the Su family. Did you not observe? All the males of the Su family have been taken away. My heavens, could it be that some reckless male has hidden this esteemed lady? But, if hidden, how did she end up aboard a star pirate ship? They pondered this, perplexed, just as their heated discussions continued. The official account of the Federal Empire finally released a formal announcement. Norman Empire, above glory. Following verification by the regiment, it has come to light that Lady Su Ruai's consort, Roger Granger, unlawfully concealed a female. Furthermore, when discovered, he cast the female into the star domain, leading to our esteemed lady's fall into an underground auction. Thankfully, she was rescued by Victor Bullferret and subsequently, during stellar jumps, encountered the Imperial Regiment, Vanguard General Liu Yan, and the Zerg army. The despicable Zerg launched an assault after Victor and Liu Yan were exhausted, and in a bid to protect the female aboard the starship, they fought valiantly. The entire Star Pirate Alliance and the Vanguard Army fell into mental turmoil. And in that critical moment, the esteemed female aboard the starship awakened the power of a super SSSS-level purifier, calming the minds of tens of thousands of star citizens. Her name is Su Jiao Jiao. She is our empire's supreme treasure. Welcome home, treasure. Chapter 28. Ocean Street Scoundrels, Human BB Machine. The nation is in an uproar. Ah, I cannot be dreaming. This truly happened. You there? You are not dreaming. I just slapped myself hard. And it hurt tremendously. Ah, the Super SSSSS level purifier. No wonder she was escorted by Victor, Liu Yin, and Commander Meloran. We were all speculating about her identity, and it turns out she is such a revered figure. My heavens, it is indeed a member of the Su family. Does that mean the Su family boasts 3 esteemed individuals in one household? Indeed, it is truly remarkable, for it is no surprise that this individual is the sole pureblood ancient Earth species of the entire empire. How peculiar it is. Perhaps the genes are aware of their own nobility, thus passing down their perfection with unwavering fidelity. It is said that the one family from a millennium ago also boasted an exceptionally pure lineage of ancient Earth species. Yet somehow, over time, their status diminished. This esteemed individual is indeed formidable, capable of simultaneously calming the mental unrest of thousands. Is it not evident? Have you not noticed the designation of an Ultra SSSSS level purifier? Take heed. Focus on the Ultra rather than merely the letters S. This implies that this person's strength far surpasses SSSSS, rendering it immeasurable, and why goodness, how astonishing! I wish to marry. Alas, the conversation has veered off course, shifting from admiration for this individual's prowess and the affairs of the Su family to, matters of marriage. Indeed, who would not desire such a union? I hereby declare that henceforth, Lord Su Jiaojiao shall be the most sought-after partner in the entire interstellar community. Do any of you dissent? No? No objections? Everyone wishes to marry, longs for it intensely. I genuinely yearn to marry. I too wish to wed. What are you all dreaming about? Do you truly believe that this esteemed individual would take notice of you? Woo-woo-woo, it is unlikely. My beast form. My beast form is merely a little sparrow. How could this esteemed individual ever look my way? Enough of your tears. If they do not fancy you, do you think they would turn their affections upon us? Look at me, I weep woo-woo-woo. What dreams are you all indulging in? Have you not seen the males surrounding this esteemed individual? Woo-woo-woo, I have seen them. One is the youngest general in the history of the empire, a SSSSS level Qingwan, and the other is the leader of the Star Pirate Alliance, an SSSSS level fire-breathing Tyrannosaurus. Who could possibly rival these two? It would be best for us to remain modest and not indulge in the fanciful dreams of commoners. This sentiment resonates with many. However, there are always those who refuse to heed the warnings and brazenly engage in confrontations. What nonsense are you spewing? I'll have you know. Dash? Who is this, with such a venomous tongue? Indeed, from which obscure corner of the mountain did they emerge? Are they unaware that the current StarNet operates on a real-name system, with real-time monitoring? Yes, one may hurl insults or engage in sarcastic remarks towards the esteemed female. Yet the security personnel would soon arrive to detain you and deliver you straight to prison, without a moment's hesitation, followed by execution. In such circumstances, how dare they speak so recklessly online? Wait a moment. I shall report them. Just as they finished speaking, the one with the vitriol returned. Come on, come at me. Hurry and call the authorities to arrest me. If you can't, you're my grandchild. Go eat dung. You little hot pepper. My goodness, such foul language, a veritable torrent of gibberish. As long as they are not the esteemed female, I can insult whomever I please, understand? Scoundrels. After a brief silence, several comments were posted simultaneously. Goodness gracious, everyone. This style seems oddly familiar. Wait, could it be? I think I know who they are. I believe I too have made the connection. In this entire star realm, there is likely only one person who is so audacious and possesses such a sharp tongue. Ha ha ha, I can't hold back anymore. Their personality is simply too distinctive. The moment they speak, everyone knows who they are. Ahahaha. Meanwhile, within the palace, a male servant knocked upon the door of the fifth prince. Knock, knock, knock. Fifth prince, fifth prince. The person inside, filled with ire, shouted back without turning. What is all this shouting about? Is there something amiss? Pray tell, would anyone arbitrarily come to summon this volatile powder keg? If there were no pressing matters, would you not fear for your skin? The fifth prince, Archer Norman, aged 19, is the second son of Emperor Averil Norman and his favored concubine. He possesses striking good looks, having inherited the beauty of his father. With a head of silver curls, gray-blue eyes, and a height exceeding 185 centimeters, his physique well-toned. Though not as visibly muscular as Victor, nor as lean yet explosively strong as Liu Yin, he nonetheless exhibits an admirable musculature. His appearance possesses a hint of youthful charm. Despite being of age, traces of boyishness linger on his countenance. However, his mouth, and let us not forget, he is also an SSSSS-level beast man. His beast form is known as a streetwise orca. What nonsense is this? Do you even know who your father is? How can you be so formidable? Alas, how many bulls have perished? Oh, it appears they were blown to death by your words. TCH, a bunch of foolish idiots. Just watch how I deal with them. Responses on the star net swiftly followed. Ha ha ha, the moment I saw his sharp and arrogant tongue, I knew exactly who he was. I, too, cannot deny it. Their personality is simply too pronounced. As previously stated, the StarNet operates under a real-name system, with relevant authorities monitoring it 24/7. Users are usually cautious in their online comments. While it is forbidden to insult the esteemed female, one must also recognize that males are ranked by social standing. The males from noble families are not the same as those from commoner households. If you openly insult someone online, it would be surprising if they let it slide. Thus, users tread carefully in their online commentary. One should not sacrifice their future for a moment's satisfaction. Chapter 29. The Emperor and the Fifth Prince Archer Norman clutched his smart device. Fingers rapidly scrolling. If you were to ask what he was doing, it would undoubtedly be hurling insults on the StarNet. The male servant took a deep breath, gazing at him. Your Highness, the Emperor commands your presence immediately. Upon hearing that his mother wished to see him, Archer tossed aside his phone, glaring at the servant. What is the meaning of this? Are you abandoning your duties? My mother summons me for such an important matter. And you dawdle until now to inform me? Well, that settled it. The StarNet could wait. He took off running, leaving the servant no choice but to follow closely behind. Archer soon arrived at the Emperor's chambers. His mother, now advanced in years, had not been in the best of health lately. Aside from the occasional whim to call upon several concubines, she spent most of her time resting quietly. He approached, knocking on the heavy, intricately carved wooden door. Mother, mother, it is I, Archer. Soon, a slightly hoarse voice beckoned from within. Enter. Archer pushed open the heavy door and stepped into the dimly lit chamber, where all the curtains were drawn. He frowned. Mother, are you unwell again? It is merely afternoon. Why are you sleeping? The Emperor chuckled softly, speaking of the inevitable passage of time. As he approached his mother, he continued, Please do not speak of yourself in such a manner. I dislike hearing you say such things, my dear Archer. Even if you dislike it, you must accept it, for what I say is the truth. Even knowing it to be true, Archer could not bear to hear his mother speak of herself in such a way. I cannot agree. In my eyes, you are the mightiest, the greatest emperor, and the best mother. As he spoke these words, he reached her side, and indeed, his mother lay upon the bed. He knelt beside her, grasping her hand tightly. Why are you so fatigued? Are you unwell? Have you called for the doctor? As always, even if the doctor comes, it is merely the same routine. There is no need. Avril, with his support, slowly sat up. Archer placed a cushion behind her back to ensure her comfort. He opened his mouth, wishing to speak, yet several attempts faltered on his lips. Seeing him in such a state, the Emperor chuckled lightly. When did you become so hesitant in my presence? Since my mother has spoken thus. I shall muster the courage to voice what has long been on my mind. Perhaps you could consult Director Sue. She is renowned for her expertise in genetics. Perhaps we might explore alternative methods. Upon hearing his words, the Emperor sat in contemplation, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Nature has its own laws, and genetics are a part of that natural order. To manipulate nature is to invite its retribution. For, the unlearned archer, his mother Empress's words were, indeed, overly philosophical. In any case, he could not comprehend them. He knelt beside the bed, pouted, and murmured, I don't understand. The Emperor initially smiled softly, then extended her hand to pinch his chubby cheek, which felt rather pleasant. You, always causing trouble, uneducated, not at all like your elder brother. Archer had several brothers, but he was aware that the brother referred to by his mother was his biological sibling, who was over 20 years his senior and already the legitimate husband of the one family. When compared to other brothers, he would certainly not feel inferior. However, when it came to his elder brother, there was naturally no competition. After such lengthy pleasantries, the Emperor finally spoke slowly about the true reason for summoning him today. The Empire has encountered an Ultra SSSSS grade, top-tier purifier. Do you know? Archer chuckled, Mother Empress. The entire star network has erupted. How could I possibly be unaware? His eyes sparkled. Such an impressive individual would surely alleviate his mother's burdens, and foreign tribes would think twice before daring to attack our Norman Empire. The Emperor smiled and withdrew her hand, clasping his instead. You are not so young anymore. Have you considered your own matters? Archer, though somewhat uneducated, was not a fool. With his mother Empress indicating such, he could hardly fail to grasp the implications. His cheeks flushed as he stammered, that esteemed person is very beautiful, and she is exceptionally powerful. Such a formidable individual. Would she take notice of him? Moreover, she was accompanied by 2 SSSSS-grade beast men. Though he was of the same rank, he was merely a killer whale, seemingly lacking the majesty of a dragon or the beauty of a phoenix. If sensing his thoughts, the Emperor gently spoke, around an outstanding female, there are always many remarkable males. However, my archer is not lacking either, being among the top tier of his peers, especially as a Norman. Marrying a Norman, particularly one favored by the Emperor, is undoubtedly a different matter than marrying an ordinary male. After being reassured by his mother, Archer immediately puffed out his chest, gazing at her with a slight lift of his chin. His mother was right. He was not inferior, and he was indeed a Norman. Above all glory. This matter was agreed upon between mother and son. In today's society, the status of females had evidently reached its zenith. Even the Emperor had no authority to dictate the marriage of a female dignitary. Their conversation merely conveyed a hope that Archer would take the initiative and attract the attention of that esteemed individual, doing everything in his power to win her favor. Meanwhile, Su Jiao was aboard Lu Yan's private shuttle. Returning to the estate, there, Victor stood at the entrance, waiting for her. With Lu Yan's assistance, Su Jiao disembarked from the shuttle, and upon seeing Victor, her eyes brightened as she hurried towards him. Victor. Her voice was crisp yet laced with sweetness, akin to biting into a ripe peach on a summer day, crisp and sweet. Chapter 30. Willing and committed. Victor was utterly enamored with such a dignitary, especially the one rushing towards him, almost driven to love her madly. Standing there, he slightly curled his lips, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yan in the distance before approaching the dignitary. Just as he had imagined, Lu Yan's gaze towards him was filled with barely concealed resentment. Dignitary, you have returned. Victor experienced the taste of longing and missing for the first time. Every moment the dignitary was away felt like torture. He yearned to see her, dreaming of being with her at all times. Never to be separated. Su Jiao nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I am back. However, Her expression swiftly turned despondent. I will be returning to the Sioux family to live with my mother and sister, that is, at Chatsworth Estate. Victor and Lu Yin were somewhat prepared for this outcome. After all, as the Empire's highest-ranking purifier, the dignitary's safety needed to be ensured. Furthermore, she was not yet of legal marrying age, which meant that if she chose to live independently, she would likely select only a few personal guards, and it was better to reside with her family. While they secretly wished for her to have an estate of her own, the other dignitaries at the round table might not share the same sentiment. Rendering their desires futile. At that moment, Lu Yin stepped forward, saluting before kneeling on one knee before Su Jiao. Dignitary, I wish to become your personal guard. Please grant me this honor. Victor was taken aback. How could he let Lu Yin steal the spotlight? Without a moment's hesitation, he too knelt before her, first bowing before raising his gaze to meet hers, fervently declaring, Dignitary, I also wish to be your personal guard. Please allow me, Su Jiao exclaimed. How many times must I say it? Can you not kneel so casually? I truly cannot adapt to this. She hurriedly bent down, pulling them both up from the ground, insisting, we can speak while standing. Afterward, recalling their earlier admonitions, she quickly added, at the very least, when it's just us, please refrain from kneeling so easily. With her assistance, Lu Yin and Victor gradually stood. As she helped them up, Su Jiao instinctively attempted to withdraw her hands, but noticed the gentle brush of their fingertips against her palms. The sensation was more pronounced with Victor's hand. The touch from Lu Yin's was subtle yet perceptible. She first glanced at Victor and immediately caught his gaze, which held a hint of elusive amusement, tinged with a touch of flirtation. Such a look, perhaps subtle to him, was glaringly obvious to her. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hand from Victor's, releasing Lu Yin's as well. Upon their hands parting, Lu Yin shot Victor a provocative glance, conveying a clear message. Look, the dignitary released your hand first. Almost impatiently, before reluctantly letting go of mine. Victor, damn it, did you just get a thrill from that? Su Jiao observed them both. I would love for you to be my guards, but you both have your own commitments. She glanced at Victor. You are the leader of the Star Pirate Alliance, with so many subordinates. Your starship is still at Eldoria, waiting in the nearby star regions. How could you serve as my personal guard? Then she turned to Lu Yin. And you, being a general in the army, how can you just abandon your duties? At that moment, the two of them displayed a rare synchronization, immediately responding in unison. If it means serving the dignitary, we are willing. We will do our utmost. This was the first time in her life that someone had expressed such a willingness to wholeheartedly do something for her. And naturally, she was touched. However, she remained resolute in her convictions and voiced them. Do you know? Whether male or female, married or single, everyone should have their own career. One must not lose oneself. Having goals and motivation is a strong personal charm. Standing before them, her gaze lowered, she continued, although I would love for you to be my guards, I cannot allow you to abandon your careers solely for that reason. I cannot let you lose yourselves. Facing the gazes of the two individuals, she clenched her teeth and resolved to speak more directly. Otherwise, she feared she would struggle to communicate with these two obstinate beings, even if they were married. One's partner ought to possess their own career and should not be confined to a small sphere of existence. This declaration left Victor and Lu Yin, who stood there, momentarily speechless. Victor was somewhat unfazed. As a star pirate, he lacked even a legal identity and had never contemplated the notion of femininity. Lu Yin, however, had considered it, yet ultimately, his aspirations eclipsed any thoughts of femininity. His dream was to become the commander of the Imperial Legion, succeeding Commander Meloran, and then to utterly conquer all alien races, bringing them to kneel beneath the Norman Empire, venerating the Interstellar Federation of the Norman Empire. it was precisely because of such ambitions that he had chosen to forego seeking a mate. In the Empire, all females were alike. Once married, the male's duty was to remain in the residence and please the female, leaving nothing else to be done. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Lady Su Jiaojiao would be so remarkably exceptional. Just as he had decided to resign from the military, she voiced such profound sentiments that stirred his very core. After a long pause, Victor and Lu Yin exchanged glances, and in that moment, a shared realization dawned upon them. They were irrevocably devoted to this lady. In this world, there would never be another female as outstanding and admirable as Lady Su Jiaojiao. Ultimately, it was Su Jiaojiao who devised a solution, suggesting, "How about this? You two will serve as my personal guards, but if you have your own matters to attend to, you must prioritize them. As for me, you can each leave a small team behind. If you're not occupied, you may come to me. If you are busy, there are others to protect me. Does that work for you?" Victor and Lu Yin were naturally pleased with her proposal. This arrangement would not hinder their own affairs, and upon completion of their tasks, they could see their lady at any time. What a wonderful advantage it was to be personal guards for the lady, allowing them to be in her presence openly, day or night. After all, safety is paramount, especially for a lady of such a high rank as a purifier. Maintaining her safety around the clock is their duty as her personal guards. Victor contemplated, "Then I shall return to the starship today and select 3 capable males to guard you in my absence." He would choose those he completely trusted, and as for the matter of legal identities, that would fall to Lu Yan. Lu Yin, "My trusted aide, please arrange for a legal identity," he requested. As a general of the Empire's vanguard army, Lu Yin certainly possessed that authority. Nodding in agreement, Lu Yin promptly replied, "I will also select 3 individuals to ensure the lady's safety." With that, all 3 were satisfied. Su Jiaojiao beamed, "Wonderful. This way, we can meet at any time." Lu Yin nodded. "Indeed, I have already placed an order online for a smart brain for you. My lady, when any matters arise, you can contact me at any moment." Victor exclaimed, "Oh no, how could I have forgotten that? He has indeed beaten me to it by taking care of something so important." "Me too. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me." He gazed at Su Jiaojiao, his eyes ablaze with fervor, "And no matter where I am or what I am doing, as long as you call for me, I will be there, day and night, fulfilling my duty." Su Jiaojiao was taken aback. "Ah, could you not express such sentiments so casually? It truly makes me feel incredibly shy." After a moment of shyness, she suddenly recalled something else. She turned to the 2 men, having originally intended to cook together, but now him? "Wait a moment. Since you both are my personal guards, you can accompany me back to the Su family." In the next instant, Victor answered her unvoiced question, "No problem. We can cook once we arrive at the Su residence." The manor where the Su family resided was vast, typically accommodating 1 lady per courtyard. Naturally, upon their arrival, they would share a courtyard with Su Jiaojiao. Delighted, Su Jiaojiao smiled at the 2 of them. "Great. Let us be off then." The male servants in the manor had already packed up the vegetables, meat, and eggs that Su Jiaojiao had just purchased. Lu Yin gestured toward his shuttle, instructing them to load everything onto it. In the small shuttle, Su Jiaojiao felt like the filling of a sandwich, squeezed between the 2 men. Although the back seat was not particularly small, she felt a bit cramped, possibly due to their large physiques. Poor thing, her shoulders were hunched together. Victor discreetly glanced at Lu Yin, noting that there was at least a couple of fists distance between Lu Yin's arm and the shuttle door. In contrast, he himself had a distance of about 1.5 fists. Damn, Lu Yin is formidable. And no wonder he has risen to the rank of general at such a young age. His determination is truly impressive. The shuttle sped swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the Su family residence. Characterized by its European-style architecture, upon disembarking, a new dilemma arose. as Su Jiaojiao had been seated in the middle. Both Victor on the left and Lu Yin on the right extended a hand toward her as they exited the shuttle. With their striking green and blue eyes fixed upon her, Su Jiaojiao felt flustered. This is quite awkward for me. Could you not do this? Upon realizing their lady felt uncomfortable, Victor and Lu Yin exchanged glances and immediately withdrew their hands. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiaojiao swiftly exited the shuttle, saying, "Let us go inside together." As the shuttle arrived, the male servants had already hastily informed the head of the manor, Su Ruai. She hurried out to greet them, accompanied not only by herself but also by Su Jiaojiao's twin sister, Su Ruai. Su Ruai was petite, standing at around 1.60 meters, adorned in high heels and a pink puff dress. Her black hair styled in curls. Her appearance resembled a less polished version of Su Jiaojiao, akin to a lower-tier replica, with a hint of similarity yet lacking the translucent quality of Su Jiaojiao's skin and the beauty of her features. Her eyes were less prominent, and she bore inner double eyelids, whereas Su Jiaojiao had strikingly beautiful double eyelids. Su Ruai's nose was not as prominent, and her lips lacked the fullness and vibrancy of her sister's. In summary, she could not compare to Su Jiaojiao in any aspect. Su Ruai smiled and gestured to her sister. "Introduce yourself. This is your sister, Jiaojiao." As for Su Ruai, she learned of Su Jiaojiao's existence through the Star Network and was astonished to discover that their father had given birth to twins. Moreover, she was incredulous that he had dared to hide one of them away. However, what surprised her even more was the sudden return of this concealed sister, who had successfully awakened her purifying powers, becoming the highest-ranking purifier in the entire galaxy. The thought of the accolades Su Jiaojiao received on the Star Network filled her with jealousy. Why? What was the reason? Their father had cast her away to an unknown star domain, yet she managed to return. Not only that, but she possessed such formidable purifying powers. Recalling her mother's words and the fate of the Granger family, how could she not harbor resentment? Originally, the entire Granger family was her support. But now, with the sudden emergence of Su Jiaojiao, her status within the Su family has significantly diminished. The position of heir has been effectively usurped due to this unforeseen development. Each incident has driven her to the brink of despair. Yet, with her mother looming over her like an insurmountable mountain, she finds herself with no choice but to acquiesce. Taking a deep breath, she gazes at the figure before her, surrounded by two SS-class males, and offers a gentle smile, softly saying, "Jiao, hello? I am your elder sister. Welcome home." When others extend their smiles, it would be unbecoming for her to display displeasure. Su Jiaojiao, feeling somewhat out of place, does not radiate the same brightness in her smile. Instead, she appears more reserved, yet still stunningly beautiful. "Hello," she replies. Su Yuanzhang smiles, first glancing at her two daughters, then at the two males beside Su Jiaojiao. After a brief moment of contemplation, she speaks slowly. "Lu Shangjiang and Mr. Bullfollette, what brings you two here?" Upon this inquiry, Victor and Lu Yin immediately stand tall, each eager to respond. Victor, ever the extrovert, exuberantly declares, "I am now part of Lord Su's personal security team, naturally required to accompany her at all times." Lu Yin, in contrast, maintains a more subdued demeanor, consistent with his character, and adds, "I too am part of Lord Su's personal security team, devoted to being by her side around the clock." Upon hearing their declarations, the expressions of Su Yuanzhang and Su Ruai differ markedly. Su Yuanzhang smiles lightly, raising an eyebrow as her gaze flits between her daughter and the two males, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. "Well, if that's the case, we have no objections, as long as Jiaojiao is content with it." Indeed, Su Jiaojiao has made her decision. Without a doubt, Victor is the person she trusts most in this world. She knows the lengths he has gone to protect her, followed closely in trust by Lu Yin and Commander Melorin. If one were to ask why, it might be due to the special lens through which she views soldiers, believing them to be embodiments of justice, goodness, and heroism. While they bask in their camaraderie, Su Rue stands apart, feeling distinctly out of sorts. Not only has Su Jiao returned, but she has also brought along these two personal guards. Who are they? One is the leader of the Star Pirate Alliance, and the other the youngest general in the history of the Legion. They are undoubtedly among the most exceptional males in the galaxy. The fact that Su Jiao has selected them as her guards, both of them, is infuriating. Jealousy and resentment churn within her. Under Su Yuanzhang's guidance, they soon enter the estate, conversing as they walk. You will reside in the eastern courtyard. The entire courtyard is yours, and you and your personal guards may stay here. Su Jiao finds the idea of sharing a courtyard acceptable, as it does not require sharing a single room. All right, thank you, mother, she replies. Su Yuanzhang smiles, saying, no need for thanks. You are my biological daughter, and it is only fitting I do this for you upon your return. Truth be told, Su Jiao perceives that familial bonds here are rather tenuous. After all, regardless of gender, none have experienced the gestational period from womb to birth. Even if affection exists, it is accumulated through the moments of upbringing. As someone who has returned midway, she finds it hard to believe there is any significant mother-daughter bond directed towards her. Ultimately, she has never placed much faith in the concept of familial love. At that moment, Su Yuanzhang continues, by the way, your father resides in the eastern courtyard. When you have some leisure time, you might consider visiting him. He is gentle in nature and has two brothers. I am sure you will enjoy your time together. At this point, Su Rue can no longer contain herself and pinches her palm sharply with her fingertips. Despite her simmering resentment, she must maintain her composure, ensuring not to reveal even the slightest hint of her discontent. Her mother has always favored the legitimate husband. Had there been a daughter, what a different story it would be. It is as if one can only nurture an embryo once. Nurturing twice is a sign of favoritism, akin to the emperor's favored concubine compared to their legitimate wife. Now, however, their mother insists on Su Jiao interacting more with him. What does this mean? Is she seeking to find a daughter for him? What of her? As the conversation unfolds, they soon arrive at the courtyard prepared for Su Jiao. Su Yuanzhang judiciously halts at the entrance. All right, you have just returned, so I shall not intrude. Take your time to settle in and rest well. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Purifier Academy. Su Jiao. It's happening. She is truly going to school. The courtyard allocated to Su Jiao is quite spacious, almost akin to a small villa. With a beautiful garden, an outdoor swimming pool, a lawn, and a little flower garden, it has everything one could desire. The thought that this will be her domain elicits an involuntary gasp of delight. Wow, how beautiful! Although she had previously spent a brief time in the magnificent estate of Commander Meloran, it was still someone else's space. Now, however, this courtyard is undeniably hers. She can reside here for now and, if necessary, move out later. In truth, she feels it will be just fine. With her living arrangements settled, the next concern is, food. Lu Yin, Victor, please move the ingredients into the kitchen. Let us cook together. Su Jiao, clad in a lovely flowing dress, skips ahead, followed by the two as they carry boxes behind her. Lu Yin stacks 4 boxes high, blocking his view entirely, forcing him to tilt his head sideways to catch glimpses of his esteemed lady. Victor, on the other hand, carries 2 large boxes, showcasing the impressive musculature of his arms, a sight that is undeniably captivating. The two glance at their lady, their smiles unwavering. Victor raises an eyebrow. All right. Lu Yin nods in agreement from behind. Yes, we shall follow the lady's wishes. Within moments, they arrive at the pristine kitchen of the villa, appearing as if it has never been used before. Before they begin cooking, Su Jiao hesitates momentarily, then inquires about their thoughts. Victor, Lu Yin, I would like to start a live stream and become a food blogger. Would that be all right? What could be wrong with that? As a SSSSS class purifier, wherever she goes, she will be the center of attention. Compared to that, starting a live stream seems trivial. What matters most is her happiness. After all, it is rare for her to express a desire to do something. Well then, once my smart brain is returned, I will start streaming, all right? Su Jiao has her own motives. She considers that if she were alone, she would likely attract a good audience, but with Victor and Lu Yin alongside her, wouldn't that increase her viewership? She wonders how bloggers here earn their income, through gifts and advertisements, perhaps. Whatever Su Jiao wishes to pursue, Lu Yin and Victor have no objections. After all, she is their esteemed lady. Her words carry the weight of commands, and they have no grounds to disagree. Furthermore, such a wonderful lady deserves to pursue her happiness in whatever form it takes. Just as they finish discussing this topic, a male attendant approaches, carrying a small box and, as is customary, bows deeply. They even dare not fully straighten up. "Why, lady, your interstellar delivery has arrived." Su Jiao, taken aback, exclaims, "Oh, that was fast." However, upon reflection, she realizes there is nothing particularly surprising about it. The vegetables and fruits she ordered online had also arrived in a timely manner. After handing over the items in his possession to Victor, the servant boy retreated, feeling utterly terrified by this place. His beast form was merely that of an exceedingly ordinary little sparrow, yet these two SSSS-level beastmen were undeniably the supreme rulers of the skies. One could only imagine the sheer fear he felt. A little sparrow caught between them. Although they had not unleashed their mental powers, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of being terrified to the point of losing control. Upon receiving her smart brain, Su Jiao eagerly activated the screen and, with Lu Yan's assistance, logged into her system, completing her real name verification for the live streaming app, which was conveniently pre-installed and required no additional downloads. Victor placed the ingredients in the kitchen and, upon stepping out, spotted Lu Yin and his master standing closely side by side, so near that jealousy threatened to consume him. Lu Yin, towering over his master, inclined his head to engage in soft, gentle conversation with him. "All right, just press this button, and we can commence the live stream." With their proximity, Su Jiao could distinctly feel the warm breath of the other as he spoke near her ear, warm, heated, and slightly ticklish. Just then, Victor briskly approached, disregarding Lu Yin, and addressed his master directly. "Master, your items have been arranged." Su Jiao felt increasingly familiar with the two and, though emboldened, hesitated before speaking up. "You two? When we are alone in the future, could you refrain from calling me master? It feels rather awkward. It's not that I'm being picky, but I simply cannot acclimate to such a form of address." To her delight, both readily agreed to her request. Lu Yin was the first to respond, gazing at Su Jiao with a low, melodic voice, "Jiao." Victor followed suit, his voice sultry as he echoed, "Jiao." Instantly, Su Jiao's ears flushed crimson. How could their tones evoke such fluttering sensations within her? It was truly peculiar. Yet, since she had initiated this, she felt compelled to accept it. Taking a deep breath, she optimistically reassured herself that it was merely the beginning, and with time, she would surely adapt and no longer find their manner of address so peculiar. Standing there with her head slightly bowed, she could only see her master's ears turning a delicate shade of pink from embarrassment. Indeed, how breathtakingly beautiful her master was. Remaining still, they stood side by side, each waiting in quiet anticipation. In the kitchen, Lu Yin retrieved an apron from the cupboard. Standing face to face with Su Jiao, he lifted the light blue apron and draped it around her neck, his fingertips brushing subtly against her nape, sending a shiver coursing through her. Though subtle, the sensation did not escape the notice of the two males beside her. Lu Yin discreetly withdrew his hand, letting it fall to his side, but after a moment's pause, he could not resist the urge to rub his fingers together, relishing the memory of the silky softness of her skin. Victor, standing behind Su Jiao, observed the subtle exchange with keen interest. Unable to suppress a glare at Lu Yin, filled with unspoken resentment. Once the apron was secured around Su Jiao's neck, Victor bent down and tied the two strings around her waist. Concealing his expression from her view, he feigned nonchalance while his fingers brushed against her waist, all the while casting a provocative glance at Lu Yin, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the tension. Was well aware of Victor's intentions, knowing that the latter was likely seething with jealousy. If one were to ask why he felt this way, the reasoning was simple. Were their roles reversed? He too would harbor thoughts of wanting to eliminate the competition. Su Jiao felt her waist tingle, an overwhelming sensation that nearly rendered her legs weak. Had it not been for Lu Yin's timely support, she feared she might have collapsed. Her face burned with embarrassment, the lingering thrill from her neck now compounded by the sensation at her waist. Though she was not naive, she hoped that Lu Yin's touches were merely accidental. While Victor's, however, even with her suspicions of intent, she found herself too shy to inquire directly. How could she possibly ask, "Did you just graze my waist with your fingers?" It was a question that felt impossible to voice. Perhaps she would save her inquiries for another time, if there was a next time. With the apron donned, they commenced preparations for their cooking session. Lu Yin had already set up her smart brain, leaving Su Jiao to simply press the Start Live Stream button. Taking a deep breath, she bent down and clicked the button, officially commencing the live broadcast. Having registered as a live streaming content creator earlier, the back-end staff had already taken note. As soon as Su Jiao began her stream, the staff promptly pushed her live room to the forefront, flooding the homepage with information regarding her broadcast. The live streaming platform was owned by the interstellar magnate, Sylvia Palvis, whose enterprises span the galaxy, touching every conceivable industry. She had recently entered a more mature phase of life without bearing daughters. She had begun to nurture her male heir. This heir was none other than her legitimate son, Eldorian Palvis, aged 19, currently studying at the prestigious Palvis Business Academy, their family's own elite institution. Yet, it was rumored that Sylvia was not particularly satisfied with her son, as her business acumen emphasized prudence, while he thrived on a cutthroat mentality. Having entrusted him with several small enterprises, the outcomes had diverged dramatically. Some perished under his management, while others flourished, transforming into leading competitors in their fields. He dabbled in niches that the Palvis family had seldom occupied, yet he had managed to dominate them in an unprecedented manner. His ethos: life and death are trivial. If you do not defeat me, you shall perish. This predicament left Sylvia Palvis quite distressed. Yet, one could not overlook that her business empire's extensive reach throughout the galaxy was a testament to her keen insight. Thus, when the explosive figure of Su Jiao commenced her live stream, not only did her live room preview dominate the homepage, but all related websites also featured her streaming information prominently. In fact, beneath the headlines, links to her stream were provided. With such fervent promotion, Su Jiao's live room soon attracted millions of viewers, breaking records for simultaneous viewers. This was a remarkable feat, considering that many were occupied with work or school at this hour. Entering with the expectation of witnessing Su Jiao, they were astonished to find not only her presence, but also that of General Lu Yin and the notorious space pirate, Victor Bullferret. The excitement was palpable. My goodness. How are General Lu Yin and Victor here? Is this in Su Jiao's residence? Gazing at Su Jiao, clad in an apron, they could hardly believe that she was about to cook. It was truly astonishing to witness Lu Yin and Victor coexisting peacefully. They had assumed that upon encountering each other, conflict would inevitably ensue. With that in mind, it was clear that all of this was for the sake of their master. Facing the camera, Su Jiao warmly greeted her audience. Hello everyone, I am Su Jiao. Today marks my first live broadcast, so let us all get along peacefully and avoid quarrels. This was the first time the interstellar populace had heard her voice, igniting a fervor among the viewers. Ah, the master is truly so gentle. My heavens, it seems that throughout the cosmos, There exists no other gentle female quite like my esteemed master. How breathtakingly beautiful and tender my master is. Oh dear, I feel as though I might perish from the sheer magnificence of it all. Over at Su Jiaojiao's side, she has already picked up a tomato, her voice imbued with a gentle sweetness as she expresses her desire to cook for herself today. Alongside Lu Yin and Victor Lu Yin, could you kindly boil some water in the smallest pot for me? Lu Yin nodded, obediently replying, as you wish, my lord. Upon hearing his words, Su Jiaojiao stood there, inexplicably blushing at the tips of her ears. Such words were far too embarrassing. Next, she retrieved a piece of meat from the cupboard. What kind of meat it was, she couldn't say, but it looked rather appealing, resembling pork tenderloin. Victor, could you wash the meat and slice it into shreds for me? And if you could also wash a handful of greens while you're at it. Victor nodded. Of course, my lord. Observing their interaction, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Chapter 35. The Cunning Lu Yin. Can someone please tell me why General Victor and Lu Yin are also here? Wait, where is Su Darren right now? Is she in her own residence? Yes, where's my lord? Why are General Victor and Lu Yin also here? The bullet comments were ablaze with curiosity about Su Jiaojiao's location in the presence of Victor and Lu Yin. Soon, someone stepped forward with information. I know the answer. I just saw a delivery for Su's family. It must be for Su Darren. Another chimed in. I live on XXX Street and just spotted General Lu Yin's shuttle passing by here not long ago. Not far ahead is Su's residence. The Chatsworth Manor.it seems too coincidental. Meanwhile, Su Jiaojiao was not interacting with the live stream audience. She was preoccupied with her culinary endeavors, not only for herself but also guiding Lu Yin and Victor on what to do. Lu Yin, make a cross cut at the top of the tomato, then blanch it in boiling water. Lu Yin nodded and picked up a knife, poised to follow her instructions, but then abruptly paused as his gaze shifted towards Su Jiaojiao. After a moment's hesitation, he said softly, Jiaojiao, I don't know how to cut this. Could you please come and teach me? Such a simple request sent the entire live stream into a frenzy. What are you saying? General Lu Yin, as an SSSS-class beastman and the youngest general in the Empire's history, how can you admit that you don't know how to cut a tomato? Surely you've encountered countless alien species before. Yet now you can't even cut a tomato? Ha ha ha, what a cunning ploy. Ah, I wish I could call Su Darren Jujutsu. Silence. How dare you? Do you think just anyone can address our most esteemed lord in such a familiar manner? Oh, please, don't scold me. I know I was wrong. I understand now. Ha ha ha, am I the only one who noticed Victor's expression behind them? He looks like he might just explode with rage. Su Jiaojiao, upon hearing their exchange, halted her actions and turned to face them. You don't know how to cut. Initially taken aback, she quickly regained her composure. It was quite normal. After all, the interstellar folk never cooked, and when they did, it was in a rather crude manner, lacking finesse in handling ingredients. With this thought, she approached him. You just need to cut horizontally and then vertically. Listening to her guidance, Lu Yin began to perform. But soon enough, Su Jiaojiao could no longer bear to watch. Merely explaining was insufficient. She had to demonstrate hands-on. Come here. I'll show you. Her intention was to simply cook once for him to observe. But before she knew it, as she grasped the handle of the knife, a larger hand soon enveloped her own. His hand was noticeably larger, with long fingers and distinct knuckles, quite pleasing to behold. The warmth of his palm against her hand caused a slight shiver to run down her arm. For Su Jiaojiao, this was an odd sensation. At that moment, she stood at the countertop, with a broader figure leaning behind her. Due to their height difference, whenever they spoke together, Lu Yin had to slightly bow his head. I'll learn from Jiaojiao, and next time, I'll be able to do it myself. Suddenly, a loud snap interrupted their moment as Victor accidentally broke a piece of green vegetable in his hand. He stood there, gritting his teeth, seething with frustration. This Lu Yin, he's going to pay for this. Although Su Jiaojiao did not notice Victor's irritation, Lu Yin was keenly aware and adjusted his position to block Victor's view from the washing area. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Victor looks like he is about to explode. Oh, I see. Are you sulking again? Jealous, are we? Ha ha ha. Victor, take it easy. Don't destroy all the vegetables, or my lord will have to deal with you. Su Jiaojiao, meanwhile, was teaching Lu Yin how to cut a tomato. See, just like this, one horizontal cut and one vertical cut. It's quite simple. Su Jiaojiao believed that given Lu Yin's capabilities, he would surely grasp it after just one demonstration, especially since he had achieved such a position at a young age. At that moment, they stood very close to one another, with Su Jiaojiao's back only a fist's distance from his chest. Whether it was her heightened sensitivity or not, she could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from him. After finishing the cuts, she placed the tomato in a bowl to blanch it in hot water. Just as she set down the knife and turned to fetch hot water from the stove, she inadvertently found herself face to face with him, catching sight of his prominent Adam's apple, beautifully framed within the collar of his crisp white shirt. For the first time, Su Jiaojiao found that this aspect of a man could indeed be quite alluring. With one slightly raised head and the other slightly lowered, her lovely visage was entirely reflected in Lu Yan's azure eyes. After a fleeting glance, she quickly averted her gaze, feeling bashful and unsure at such proximity to an adult man. Meanwhile, Victor, unable to contain himself any longer, flung the vegetable he was washing into the sink and strode purposefully toward the stove. Let me do it. It's just blanching tomatoes. I can handle it. Damn it, Lu Yin, that cunning fool. He is infuriating me. Chapter 36. The eyes cannot conceal their intentions upon hearing Victor. Su Jiaojiao was immediately brought back to reality, retracting her gaze from Lu Yin's white shirt to look at Victor instead. Taking several deep breaths, she calmed her racing heart. Victor, be careful with the hot water. Victor, carrying the hot water, marched toward the countertop, casting a fierce glare at Lu Yin as he walked. Jiaojiao, don't worry. I can handle this task, there's no comparison. When I was wandering on the garbage planet as a child, I've consumed all sorts of unsavory things and done the dirtiest work imaginable, far beyond what a noble like Lu Yin could comprehend. Lu Yin, overhearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. He really wanted to eliminate Victor. The bullet comments erupted once more in disbelief. They had never anticipated that Victor, the leader of the Star Pirate Alliance, would act in such a manner in front of so many live viewers. What is Victor doing? What is he doing? Ha ha ha. These two are truly hilarious in their competition for attention. I never expected Victor to be like this. It's absolutely comical. Did you all see the fleeting expression on General Lu Yin's face? Even if it was just for a second. I caught it. I too have witnessed it. I too have seen it. Ha ha ha. One can only say that the expression of someone wishing to wield a knife against another cannot possibly be concealed. Ah, the reactions and expressions of Lu Yin and Victor. They have finally redirected their attention back to the matter of Master Su instructing them to blanch tomatoes in boiling water. Yet, my own curiosity lies solely in why Master Su feels the need to carve designs into tomatoes before immersing them in hot water. I noticed that as well. Why must it be done this way? Other culinary streamers simply peel the skin off. Speaking of which, I discovered a small food streamer yesterday. Although male, his knife skills are remarkably refined. Minimizing waste while peeling tomatoes. Which one? Which one? Please recommend it. All right, I'll send it to you shortly. Returning to the topic, why is it necessary to carve designs into tomatoes? And the act of blanching them truly baffles me. Could it be that this method yields tastier tomatoes? But what is the principle behind it? Although Su Jiaojiao did not pay heed to the comments and thus overlooked these inquiries, Victor, however, posed them on behalf of the audience in the live stream. Jiaojiao, why treat tomatoes this way, with carvings and hot water? Su Jiaojiao smiled playfully, casting a mischievous glance at him. and replied, "Of course, because peeled tomatoes taste better." Her playful gaze struck Victor like a revelation. How utterly adorable! Victor stood there, feeling his heart race as if struck by Cupid's arrow. Ah, it is love. Did you all see the look in Master Su's eyes? Woo-woo, I truly wish to marry Master Su Jiao Jiao. Woo-woo, I genuinely want to. Silence, you lot. As if none of you want the same. But what good is desire? Woo-woo, can't one dream? Peeling? How does one even peel a tomato? It is practically impossible. Indeed, everyone uses a knife to slice it. Peeling is out of the question. Yet why does Master Su mention peeling? After Su Jiao Jiao and Victor exchanged explanations, silence ensued, as she intended to demonstrate through action why tomatoes should be carved and blanched. Approaching the countertop, her fingertips barely grazed the edge of the bowl when Lu Yin intervened. "Jiao Jiao, what are you about to do? Just tell me. Be careful not to burn yourself." Su Jiao Jiao longed to assure him that she was not so delicate, but upon witnessing his concerned expression and tender gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. She stood there, obediently retracting her arms to her sides, looking sweet and endearing. Why goodness, Master is simply too adorable. Indeed, she is well-mannered and exceedingly charming. So cute and beautiful, goodness. I am beginning to envy Victor and General Lu Yin. Wait a moment, wasn't he just mentioned that this is the residence of the Su family? Then how do Victor, a space pirate, and General Lu Yin, an imperial general, enter the inner courtyard? How terrifying to ponder, dear friends. It is unthinkable. When did Victor, the galaxy's most wanted criminal, find himself in the inner sanctum of a female master? And General Lu Yin, isn't he supposed to be in the military? No. The Empire cannot afford to lose another general. Stop pretending to be oblivious. Their presence in the female master's inner courtyard can only mean one thing. Given that Su Jiao Jiao has yet to reach the legal marriage age, they are, in fact, her 24-hour personal guards. How extravagant! In the entire galaxy, which female master boasts such a high-caliber personal guard? Ah, this world has truly gone mad. Su Jiao Jiao continues to direct them in handling the tomatoes. First, pour out the hot water, and be careful not to burn yourselves. Yes, I will, Lu Yin replied, his voice as steady as ever, echoing his composed disposition. Once the hot water was poured out, they obtained a steaming, fragrant tomato. Lu Yin, meticulous as ever, anticipated Su Jiao Jiao's next instruction and noticed the knife designs on the tomatoes beginning to curl. Upon witnessing this, his azure eyes momentarily widened, swiftly grasping the significance of the two actions. He extended his fingers and delicately pinched the edge of the tomato skin, applying a slight pull downward. The skin was effortlessly removed in a substantial piece. Su Jiao Jiao smiled at his success, her face alight with delight. Ah, yes, just like that. With a slice followed by a quick blanch, the tomato skin could be easily peeled away. Victor stood by, utterly astonished. The audience in the live stream was equally captivated by this display of skill. Chapter 37. Silence is the Cambridgeshire of tonight. What is this? Was it not stated that tomato skins cannot be peeled? That they are too thin to be removed at all? Then what of those streamers I saw, who took a small knife and carved their tomatoes into whimsical shapes? My heavens, how did no one discover this method before? Who would? Aside from culinary streamers, who has the leisure to study fruits and vegetables? Indeed, this encapsulates the primary reason why the people of the galaxy tend to avoid fruits and vegetables. They merely serve to fill the belly. Yet nutritional supplements not only quell hunger but also alleviate fatigue. While the effect may be minimal, after a long day's work, consuming a bottle of nutritional liquid certainly brings relief. The pinnacle of interstellar nutritional solutions is akin to a divine remedy. Su Jiao Jiao observed the two impeccably peeled tomatoes on the cutting board and spoke, "Well then, the initial preparations are complete. Next, Lu Yin, please chop them into small pieces." After preparing the tomatoes, Su Jiao Jiao moved to Victor's side. leaning over to glance at the cutting board before him. Your shredded meat is quite well done. She had anticipated that, given their inexperience in the kitchen, they would struggle with such tasks. Yet, to her surprise, Victor executed the task with remarkable finesse on his first attempt. Upon hearing the compliment, Victor's demeanor shifted to one of pride. Raising his eyebrows, "Oh, it was nothing. Just slicing meat. What could be difficult about that?" As he had mentioned, during his childhood on the garbage planet, he had performed all manner of menial labor. It was a necessity for survival. He was not wrong. He was certainly not like the academically inclined Lu Yin. Su Jiao was not merely offering empty praise, for Victor's shredded meat was indeed finely cut. The thickness and length were consistent, appearing no different from that of a professional chef's work. "Your knife skills are impressive. One might think you have practiced specifically for this," she remarked. Victor, with his somewhat erratic temperament, easily floated away upon receiving praise from someone he admired. And so it was. After being lauded by Su Jiao, he became somewhat giddy, leading to a stream of unfiltered comments. "Of course. Although I've never sliced meat or vegetables, I've certainly cut through people." Su Jiao fell silent. Silence is the Cambridgeshire of tonight. Su Jiao regarded Victor's exasperated expression, pondering how he could so effortlessly utter such nonsensical remarks. Truly, ha ha ha, Victor is simply too amusing. I had initially thought he would be quite fearsome. Yet his personality is not only mild but even a bit humorous. Indeed, I previously believed he would be a particularly fierce and temperamental individual, but to my surprise, he is not intimidating at all. Are you all overthinking it? Do you suppose he is someone who leads the galaxy's largest pirate alliance, a being of SSSS rank? Do you really think he would possess a pleasant demeanor? Consider it. With so many bandits under his command, how could he possibly be easygoing? Perhaps his amiable nature is reserved solely for Master Su Jiao. Why have the vegetables turned out like this? Su Jiao gazed at the sink, where the vegetables appeared as if severed, lost in momentary bewilderment at how they had come to resemble such a ghastly sight. She was utterly perplexed. She was unaware, but Lu Yin understood. His tomatoes had already been perfectly sliced. With elegant precision, he withdrew his knife, wiped it clean, and returned it to its place on the cutting board. Yes, he performed these actions. He nonchalantly remarked, after all, he has only practiced cutting people, so it is entirely normal for him to be clueless about handling vegetables. And no worries, I'll take care of it. Even Su Jiao, typically oblivious, could sense the subtle dynamics between Victor and Lu Yin at this point. What on earth is this? Why do they keep exchanging banter as if they are at odds with one another? Aren't they all friends? Such a display of animosity. At this very moment, Victor could no longer contain himself. After all, previously the other party had only been subtly stirring trouble, casting furtive glares in her direction. Yet now, he boldly confronted the situation head-on. Truly, there are limits to what one can endure. Victor, known for his fiery temperament, immediately surged towards Lu Yin, seizing the collar of his garment with a fierce grip. Su Jiao. The viewers in the live stream. What is happening? How frightening. Are they about to fight? I never expected this. General Lu Yin appears so cold, yet here he is, engaging in such underhanded antics. To the one in front, are you certain this qualifies as subtle? It is blatantly obvious, indeed. Ahahaha, Victor is furious. He might just explode. Ha. If these two were to actually engage in combat, who knows who would emerge victorious? It's hard to say, considering both are SSSS level beastmen, and both can fly. Su Jiao. In astonishment, her dark eyes widened, her expression of shock utterly sincere. Victor, what are you doing? How can you resort to violence when everything was perfectly fine? Moreover, we are live streaming. This is quite inappropriate. Upon noticing Su Jiao's growing displeasure, The previously furious Victor felt his fiery spirit dissipate in an instant. Standing before Lu Yin, still clutching his collar, he appeared increasingly anxious. At that moment, Victor's heart raced with unease. What should he do? The esteemed one seems to be upset. What if he left a poor impression of being a brawler? Although he certainly relished the thrill of a good fight. Victor hastily released his grip on Lu Yan's collar, nervously patting the fabric of his shirt as he murmured, "It's all right, it's all right. Your shirt is merely wrinkled. Allow me to tidy it up." Su Jiao Jiao. This is Beyond Pretense, Chapter 38. One day, I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. Ah ha ha ha. This is too hilarious. Look at Victor's expression. I am in stitches. Not just Victor, but General Lu Yan's expression is equally comical. Ha ha ha. He looks utterly disdainful of Victor, his face clearly conveying, "Get away from me." Ha ha ha. These two are simply too amusing. Ahem. Well, as long as everything is fine. After all, we are all adults here, and with the live stream running, it wouldn't be appropriate for Su Jiao Jiao to directly expose them. Everyone values their dignity. While speaking, she continued her work, swiftly washing the vegetables in the basin and retrieving them. It didn't matter if they weren't perfectly arranged. After all, vegetables tend to shrink considerably when cooked. If they are slightly longer, they will just require a bit more chewing. I'm going to start cooking now. You two should step outside and wait. I'll call for you when everything is readied. Su Jiao Jiao hoped they would leave, as having them watch her cook made her feel self-conscious. Furthermore, standing there felt akin to being overseen, which only heightened her own anxiety. After all, this was her first live stream, and she certainly didn't want any mishaps to occur. That would be quite unfortunate. Victor wished to remain, furrowing his brow. Do you really not need any help? Lu Yin also looked at her with concern. May I stay with you? Since both expressed such sentiments, Su Jiao Jiao found no further objections. Very well, let us officially begin. Ah, the esteemed one is so accommodating. She agreed at once. Indeed, not only is she not temperamental, but she is also exceptionally agreeable. In the entire galaxy, only Su Jiao Jiao possesses such qualities. I am utterly envious of Victor and General Lu Yin. While she busied herself with culinary delights, not far away in another courtyard, Su Jiao Jiao's sister, Su Rue, was also engaged in a cooking live stream. Initially, her viewer count was similar to her usual numbers since, in the entire galaxy, only two esteemed females hosted cooking streams during their leisure time, herself and the female from the Duboff family. However, the latter's content was more varied, sometimes involving unboxing, sometimes ASMR, and thus not consistent. Yet, Su Rue was the sole dedicated cooking streamer. Oh, wait. Now there was also Su Jiao Jiao. Soon enough, Su Rue sensed something was amiss. What is happening? Why has the viewer count suddenly plummeted? This is clearly suspicious. While live, she couldn't directly inquire, as it would make her seem overly concerned, contradicting the persona she had cultivated on Starnet. Therefore, despite her myriad of questions, she could only feign indifference, acting as if nothing were wrong, while continuing to direct her male servants in handling the ingredients. Yes, although she was a culinary streamer, the preliminary preparations and post-cooking tasks were not her responsibility. After all, she is a noble female. How could she engage in such menial tasks? Wouldn't you agree? Make sure to wash the greens thoroughly. Can't you slice the meat evenly? And that tomato? How many times must I tell you to peel it properly? Look at how much flesh has been wasted. The entire tomato is left pockmarked and leaking juice all over, making a mess. Though she would eventually wash it well, she still found the fruit's flesh tainted by the male servant's handling, rendering it unsightly. Thus, after completing her culinary creations, she would only take a reluctant bite on camera before discarding everything. After all, this food was neither particularly palatable nor revitalizing. It was utterly useless compared to nutrient solutions which tasted delightful and effectively alleviated fatigue. However, just then, A flurry of comments began flooding her live stream. Tomatoes can be peeled. This method is such a waste. Indeed, so much flesh is being discarded. What a waste. Yes, they can be peeled. There's no need to struggle with peeling them. Originally disheartened by the dwindling viewer count, Su Rue grew even more irate upon reading these comments. She thought to herself, so what if a high-ranking purifier sister has suddenly arrived? Now, on Starnet, I must endure being scrutinized by a bunch of base males. How absurd. Doesn't anyone realize that they, a bunch of lowly males, have no right to comment? She is a noble female, inherently distinguished, and she is an SS-level purifier. Thus, her status is elevated far beyond what any lowly male could dare to critique. How absurd! The skin of a tomato is so thin and clings tightly to the flesh. How could it possibly be peeled? Are you all dreaming, or have you drunk too much fake alcohol? Her disdain was palpable as she spoke, her tone decidedly harsh. After all, to her, they were merely a group of lowly beings. Was it necessary to address them with courtesy? Clearly not. In truth, she was not alone in this sentiment. The esteemed females throughout the galaxy generally shared this perspective. The Empress needs no introduction. Her authority is unquestionable, and Commander Meloran always presents a stern demeanor whenever she appears in public, exuding an air of cold ruthlessness. Regardless of their circumstances, the innate sense of nobility and aloofness among them has always persisted. Everyone had grown accustomed to this, finding nothing amiss, for esteemed females are so rare. After all, rarity enhances value. Moreover, both the commander and Dean Su possess formidable personal strength, evoking admiration. Yet now, the situation is different, as the emergence of Su Jiao has introduced a contrast. She is so gentle and respectful compared to the other esteemed females. Indeed, Su Jiao is exceptional. She is both beautiful and gentle. Yes, unlike the other esteemed females, her power is unmatched, yet her demeanor remains kind. She even inquires about others' opinions. Such an admirable individual is truly one of a kind in the entire galaxy. It would have been better if they had not mentioned Su Jiao at all, for the mere mention of her name ignited an even fiercer anger within Su Rue's heart. She felt the urge to explode, yet dared not do so. After all, firstly, her mother had already warned her, and secondly, no matter what, the other party was still her sister. Some feelings, even if loathsome, could not be overtly expressed. She forcibly squeezed out a rather unsightly smile from her lips. Jiao. She is my sister. Indeed, very gentle and quite beautiful. As she spoke, there was a semblance of mirth on her face. Yet, her hands, resting at her sides, were clenched into tight fists. Just wait. One day she would reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her. Chapter 39. The despicable male. It would be unjust to lay all the blame on Su Jiao. Thus, how was Su Rue to vent her pent-up fury? Not long after, she found her outlet, a hapless male servant, struggling nearby to peel tomatoes. What is the matter with you? Is peeling a skin really that difficult? The servant trembled at her voice, his body shaking as he held the slippery tomato, which slipped from his grasp with a thud onto the floor. The already trembling servant became even more terrified and knelt upon the ground. Shaking like a leaf, his speech faltered, trembling with fear, visibly on the brink of collapse. Why, yes, I'm sorry, my lord. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please forgive me. The fear was palpable, so much so that even the viewers in the live stream could sense his trepidation. It is truly terrifying. I can feel the male servant's fear. If I were in his position, I would probably be paralyzed with fear. One person commented, I am a bit better. I might be so frightened that I would soil myself. Another added, we're just internet acquaintances. No need to air everything out. How awkward. Meanwhile, Su Rue stood tall, looking down at the servant groveling at her feet, her expression haughty, her tone neither warm nor cold. You know you are at fault. Why not hurry and get up, fetch some more tomatoes, and peel them as Jiao Jiao does? Her hatred was mounting. After all, wasn't he Su Jiao Jiao hidden away by her father since childhood? How could she possibly know such things that remained a mystery to others? Moreover, wasn't it said that after being cast into the star domain, she initially fell into an underground market before being rescued by Victor? Did she learn this while in the underground market? Otherwise, how could she possibly know this method? Her fury boiled. How could she have known that this suddenly emerged sister was the most formidable purifier in the entire galaxy? Could she not harbor resentment? Ever since the other had appeared, everything she had was snatched away. Once, she was the undisputed heir of the Su family, her mother's successor at the Research Institute. But now, once, she was the face of numerous star network applications, yet with the arrival of another, her status was instantly upended. Why? Just because the other was superior to her? What of it? Even the current emperor is not an SSSSS-level beastman. Yet he still occupies the throne. Furthermore, she had no heirs under her knee. Rather than vying for family interests, the females of their generation had ambitions that were far-reaching. The male servant, trembling, scrambled to his feet and hurriedly scuttled off to learn how to peel tomatoes properly. The earlier preparations were thus halted. Su Rue took the opportunity to glance at the live stream's comments. Woo, it's truly terrifying. This is why I would rather wash dishes outside or move bricks than work as a male servant in a noble female-ass household. I would be scared to death. By the way, what is your beast form? Why are you so timid? Can a rabbit not do? Su Rue was indeed quite stern. However, it was only natural. She was an SS-level purifier. And her mother, Director Su, was always serious, was she not? Indeed, especially in the laboratory. I've seen the official videos of Director Su at the Research Institute. Wow, she is truly outstanding. Furthermore, as an SS-level purifier, Su Rue frequently went to the Imperial Army to cleanse and purify the mental fortitude of high-ranking generals. I believe she has, to some degree, been influenced by Commander Melon, which is why she is so harsh with the male servant. Upon reading these comments, Su Rue could not help but smile slightly, a hint of pride curling her lips. Yes, if I recall correctly, the official page has even released photos of Su Rue purifying General Lu Yin's mental fortitude. However, when she read the next comment, the smile instantly vanished from her face. As a purifier, cleansing and purifying are evidently distinct. Cleansing, as the name suggests, is merely about untangling chaotic mental energies to prevent the symptoms of mental disarray from worsening. The true solution lies in purification power. Yet, there are so many beast men in the Empire, and she is but an SS-level purifier with limited abilities. When she accompanied her mother to the army to assist generals with their mental fortitude, she was filled with excitement, believing it was her moment to shine. However, once there, she was quickly defeated by reality. First, she was merely an SS-level beastman, while the generals of the Imperial Army were at least SSSS level. The moment they released their mental energy, she nearly knelt under the pressure upon entering, only saved from embarrassment by her mother's timely support. During mental guidance, she could only awkwardly assist the SSSS-level generals with their mental fortitude. As for that photograph with Lu Yin, it was merely a coincidence. He hadn't even glanced at her. From that moment on, she vowed to bring him into her fold, to have him grovel at her feet and serve her. But I still prefer Su Jiao Jiao. Indeed, she is so gentle, both tender and beautiful. Isn't just us who adore her. Have you not seen how Victor and General Lu Yin are equally infatuated? Ha ha ha, just thinking about it makes me laugh. Two males, one the leader of the Star Thief Alliance, the other an imperial general, resorting to all sorts of petty tricks to vie for her affection. It is hilarious. I love watching them squabble over Su Jiao Jiao. Their petty antics are truly amusing. Su Rue read these comments. Her heart tightened with rage. Su Jiao Jiao, that wretched, self-degrading female. Gentleness? That is the most worthless trait. Dignity? A despicable male has no need for such a thing. What they require is oppression and brutality. ISE the current emperor, AI Wei heir, doing just that? Chapter 40. The Rebels. The Albania star domain, also known as the Land of Void, is an extraordinarily bizarre star domain. Typically, celestial bodies are spherical, yet the planets in this domain are strikingly different. They are neither spherical nor rectangular, triangular, or square. Their shapes are peculiar, resembling gigantic skulls. Imagine an entire star domain filled with such massive heads floating in space. How terrifying that would be, however. Within these skull-shaped planets lies the most valuable energy source of the entire galaxy, hidden deep underground. This energy is predominantly utilized in combat vessels, serving as the sole power source for energy cannons. One can only imagine that such a place must be occupied by someone, whether it be the authorities or those opposing them. The forces entrenched here are none other than the rebels. Commander. Commander, you have returned. A tall male descended from the starship, standing around 6 feet 2 inches, with a robust yet not overly bulky physique that exuded explosive power. Talion Ectodonia, the leader of the rebels, male, 26 years of age, at 6 feet 3 inches tall. He possessed long silver hair, slender brows, and elongated eyes with slightly upward-turned outer corners. A small red mole rested beneath his left eye. With a prominent nose and rosy, delicate lips, there is no doubt that he possesses a countenance that can be deemed beautiful. However, his demeanor is frigid, characterized by a reticent nature and a cunning disposition, often resorting to unscrupulous methods to achieve his objectives. Recently, the official account of the Norman royal family within the Federated Empire announced on the Starnet that the Empire has successfully retrieved a distinguished purifier of the utmost SSSSS level. The reports undoubtedly came from his subordinates stationed in the void. As he spoke, his remaining followers hastily chimed in. What are we to do? Our operation at the beginning of next month. They had already been engaged in a back and forth with the Federal Legion, largely due to their commander Malorn, who, despite being female, possessed formidable strength. Not only was she an SSSSS level orc, but her military acumen was equally impressive. It could be said that Commander Malorn's presence had secured over a century of peace for the Norman Empire. Were it not for her commanding the Federal Legion, alien races would have long since united to invade. Initially, they believed that Commander Malorn's decline signified the fall of the Norman Empire, like a wilting rose. However, unexpectedly, a new contender, Liu Yin, has emerged. Their current mission is to eliminate Commander Malorn before Liu Yin can fully mature. Moreover, there exists another crucial task. While the SSSSS level is innate, military prowess must be cultivated through training and experience. To achieve victory, they must thoroughly dismantle the Norman Empire from within. Such monumental news was evidently known even to Talion, who had just returned from outside. Striding forward with a nonchalant air, he spoke in a flat tone. Proceed as usual. The addition of an SSSSS level purifier changes nothing. Upon hearing his words, his subordinates hesitated. But our purifier at that moment, their adjutant interjected, Commander, why not simply take that purifier yet before he could finish? He was met with swift rebuttals. Have you lost your mind? That purifier is of SSSSS level, hailed as a treasure of the Empire and a beacon of hope for the interstellar populace. If you attempt to seize her, the entire Federal Legion will mobilize against us. Indeed, that would be unwise. They would undoubtedly fight fiercely, not from fear, but because our rebellion targets the Norman Empire, not the interstellar citizens or the Federal Legion. Though they were a band of desperate rogues, they held a certain admiration for the Federal Legion, viewing them as worthy adversaries deserving of mutual respect. It was only at this moment that Talion chuckled softly, his voice barely audible, like a whisper escaping from his throat. It was deep and melodious, reminiscent of a cool well in a traditional Chinese courtyard during summer, exuding a chill that, while seemingly biting, was not displeasing. Heh, when did you become so foolish as to believe the royal announcement? An SSSSS-level purifier? The Empire's treasure? How ludicrous. His words sparked a flurry of discussion among the others. Does the commander imply they are deceiving us? Surely not. How could they possibly fabricate such a matter concerning the purifier? Indeed. Their discourse was soon met with derisive laughter from the opposing side. Heh, a purifier! They have deceived us regarding these individuals before. Talion coldly smirked. If that is the case, why not seize her? Let us see if she truly is an SSSSS-level purifier. At that moment, a male hurriedly approached from a nearby corridor. Commander Talion, you have returned. Excellent. You must go see Lady Lilibet. I shall go at once. Initially, Talion intended to head straight to the conference room to attend to official matters. But upon hearing the urgent words, he immediately altered his course. Lead the way. Due to the planet's skull-like shape, the terrain was quite uneven, with buildings situated at varying elevations. It was a chaotic arrangement where one might believe they were on the top floor only to find themselves on the ground level, truly astonishing. Talion donned a pure black shirt, the collar fastened tightly at the first button, with his silver hair cascading casually over his shoulders. He wore black trousers and combat boots, topped with a long black coat that billowed behind him as he walked. They swiftly arrived at Lilibet's room. Talion knocked gently before entering. Lilibet, I am here. Inside, a female who appeared to be over 100 years old lay on the bed, her silver-streaked hair framing a face adorned with numerous fine lines around her eyes and lips. With the assistance of a male servant, she slowly sat up, gazing at the figure approaching her bedside. Talion brother, you have come. Chapter 41. Almost moved to tears by longing, Talion hastened to her side, standing still at the edge of the bed. How are you? Is your health improving? Lilibet managed a radiant smile, but her frail condition rendered it less than appealing. Brother, I am not well, I know it myself. Talion initially held his tongue, gradually shifting his gaze from her face, which belied her age, to a photograph on the bedside table. It was a brief live photo, lasting only 5 or 6 seconds. A beautiful female stood at the center, with soft lavender curls and pale pink eyes, her face illuminated by a gentle, warm smile. Flanking her were 2 children, one male and one female. The boy wore a black suit with a silver bow tie matching his silver hair, neatly cascading to his shoulders. The girl mirrored the adult female's lavender hair and pale pink eyes. Talion abruptly diverted his gaze, tilting his head back for a few moments before lowering it again. Looking at the female on the bed, his once icy voice now carried an unexpected warmth. You will recover, Lilibet. You will? Lilibet lifted her pink lashes to regard him. I will not, you know it, and so do I. After a pause, she gestured to the space beside her. Brother, sit. At her invitation, Talion slowly seated himself beside her. You will be well. I will find a way. You will recover, he reassured her. Enough of that, do not pressure yourself. Life and death are fated. Besides, if I were to pass, perhaps I might see our mother, Lilibet said, turning slightly to reach for the picture frame on the bedside table. Noticing her struggle, Talion quickly retrieved the frame and handed it to her. Lilibet cradled it carefully in her arms, answering her own question, I will. I truly believe I will. Talion observed her closely. I promised the lady that I would protect you. I will. I shall see to it. Mentioning that lady visibly unsettled Talion, and he reached out to hold the hand of the female on the bed. Next month, the operation will commence. Please, you must hold on a little longer, and no need for that. Lilibet withdrew her hand and gently patted the back of his. Though they were of similar age, their hands reflected stark contrasts. One delicate and fair, the other pale with a hint of blue. Marred by illness and lined with wrinkles, why mother merely saved you on the battlefield. She has rescued many. What you have done is more than enough. Truly, it is. Talion shook his head. I promised the lady. After uttering those words, he slowly rose from beside the bed. Rest easy. I will bring the person to you, and I will acquire what is needed. With the assistance of Victor and Lu Yin, Su Jiao soon had a sumptuous dinner prepared. The three of them gathered around the dining table, which was long and rectangular in shape. Su Jiao occupied the seat at the head, with Lu Yin and Victor flanking her on either side. Before each of them sat a bowl of grains, an unfamiliar substance slightly larger than rice grains, presenting a delicate pale yellow hue. In her haste while ordering, she had merely glanced at it and, regrettably, forgotten its name. Perhaps she would take a closer look next time. In addition to the bowl of grains, the table was adorned with 2 dishes. Although the portions were modest, they were indeed substantial. This was largely attributed to the ingredients. The tomatoes were considerably larger than those found on Earth, and the eggs, laid by a certain species of bird, were even more colossal, resembling dinosaur eggs with their green shells. They appeared almost toxic, but thankfully, upon cracking them open, the contents were indistinguishable from chicken eggs. The vegetables were equally impressive, long and robust, presenting an aesthetic that was simply delightful. Su Jiao marveled at the vibrant colors and thought to herself how appealing food could be. She longed for just a single taste, a morsel to satisfy her curiosity. Who wouldn't he desire to share such exquisite delicacies? Yet, one must consider who is privileged enough to dine alongside adults. Enough, I understand. Am I not worthy? She mused. Let us eat. The flavors should be satisfactory. While she did not expect an extraordinary culinary experience, she was confident it would surpass that of nutritional liquids. The reason for her tempered expectations lay in the absence of spices. The tomato and egg dish had the potential to be delightful, yet the vegetables seemed rather ordinary, seasoned with only a pinch of salt. Ah, how splendid it would be if oyster sauce were available, she sighed. Wait, they have crabs here, so they must have oysters too. Next time, I shall procure some oyster sauce for the fridge. Despite only 3 people seated at the table, neither Lu Yin nor Victor had ever experienced what one might call gourmet cuisine, having grown up solely on nutritional liquids. Thus, Su Jiao took the initiative, wielding her chopsticks to grasp a piece of vegetable and bring it to her mouth. The moment her tongue touched the greens, she nearly burst into tears. Oh, how hard it has been! After escaping the confines of nutritional liquids, even lettuce with just a sprinkle of salt tastes divine. Lu Yin and Victor, seemingly in agreement, hastily picked up their chopsticks and sampled the same vegetable, their eyes widening in astonishment. What is this? Just grass sautéed and salted, yet it tastes so incredible. Victor exclaimed. Su Jiao quipped, Indeed. You've mistaken vegetables for grass, however. It was undeniably delicious. Next, she savored a bite of the tomato and egg dish, her heart swelling with joy. It was an exquisite taste, far beyond her expectations. The grains were comparable to fine rice, making for a truly delightful meal. The 3 of them feasted with expressions of utter satisfaction, while the viewers in the live stream were left salivating. Chapter 42. Unparalleled, a treasure of the ages. After dinner, there was no need for Su Jiao to tend to the kitchen or clean up. Victor and Lu Yin were not required to do so either, as the male servants had already stepped forward to take care of the chores. Outside, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and Su Jiao, mindful of her school obligations the following morning, wished to retire early to avoid oversleeping. I wish to rest. What about you? Lu Yin and Victor exchanged glances. Although they had been at odds for some time, they mutually respected each other's capabilities. A mere glance sufficed for them to understand each other's thoughts and intentions. It soon became apparent that they shared the same concern. While they were in the royal capital, safety could not be guaranteed anywhere. Since complete safety was unattainable, It was imperative that they remain close to their charge. After a moment of silent understanding, Victor spoke first. You may go about your business. After all, your work is officially sanctioned, whereas mine, he paused, is that of a rogue, a bandit. Whether I arrive early or late makes little difference. Lu Yin frowned, seemingly displeased by Victor's dismissal of his role, but ultimately said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. Very well. He turned to his charge, Jiao Jiao. I must visit the military headquarters. Firstly, I need to report to Commander Malorn. And secondly, I must select a few trusted individuals to ensure your safety at all times. Su Jiao Jiao understood that their interstellar realm was fraught with peril, besieged by internal strife and external threats from alien races. As the Empire's foremost purifier, a title that brought her a measure of shame, she could not deny the gravity of her position. All right, then attend to your duties. After reporting to her, Lu Yin swiftly departed. Once he left, Victor turned to Su Jiao Jiao. Please, rest easy. I shall remain by your side. Approaching him, Su Jiao Jiao looked up. You two should retire early. After all, we are in the royal capital, and there is little danger here. Victor smiled, his verdant eyes filled with unwavering devotion to her, as if no other thought could possibly occupy his mind. You may not realize your significance to the Federal Empire. Once the official news is released, be it the rebel Talion Ectonia or foreign entities, you will be their primary target. Su Jiao Jiao gasped, Goodness, I've suddenly become such a significant figure. Yet, upon reflection, it was not surprising. As the saying goes in Naruto, in battle, the first to be eliminated should be the medical ninja. Victor continued, I may not care much for the so-called Norman Empire, but, he fixed his gaze upon her, speaking with deliberate conviction, you are my charge. I may disregard my allegiance to the nation or anyone else, but I vow to protect your safety at all costs. Even as Su Jiao Jiao lay in bed after her bath, Victor's words echoed in her ears, causing her heart to thrum with warmth. Who would have imagined that not long ago, she was a mere medical package, unloved and uncherished? Yet now, the sensation of being cared for and cherished was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Lu Yin arrived at the military headquarters in his shuttle. Despite the late hour, Commander Malorn was still hard at work. Commander, Lu Yin greeted. Malorn glanced at him and replied, Ah, you've returned. A sudden smile crossed her face. What is this? Here to resign? At the mention of this topic, Lu Yin's eyebrows subtly arched. Though he attempted to mask his expression, Malorn, familiar with his demeanor, readily detected the nuance. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she waited for him to elaborate. Su Jiao Jiao suggests we pursue our own endeavors and not resign. We can still return to her side after resting, Lu Yin stated, maintaining an even tone. However, the tumult of emotions within him contrasted sharply with his calm exterior. Is that so? Malorn was momentarily taken aback, despite having anticipated his words. This female presence was indeed extraordinary. Then you must arrange for personnel to safeguard her. Whether our empire can recreate the glory of Fiona's era depends on Su Jiao Jiao. Fiona Blanquel, the esteemed purifier of the empire, was the first, and indeed the only, purifier to brave the battlefield in person. As a female dignitary, she held immense prestige, and as a purifier, her status was unparalleled. They were fiercely protected by the Federal Empire, and any journey beyond the planet Eldoria required the approval of the Round Table Conference. It is evident that Lady Fiona must have exerted tremendous effort to personally attend the battlefield. There, she assisted numerous orcs whose mental faculties had descended into chaos, and she rescued many orphans. Such a remarkable lady ultimately fell victim to an explosion. A laboratory belonging to a pharmaceutical company erupted, tragically claiming the life of Lady Fiona as she passed by on the street. Her demise plunged the nation into mourning. Shortly thereafter, her sole biological daughter, Lady Lilibet Blanquel, took her own life. Lu Yin was utterly convinced of this. He gazed at the commander and remarked, "What you should contemplate, sir, is how to conquer the universe, rather than dwell on past glories. For my lady, she was incomparable, a true gem leading us toward victory." After his departure, Meloran grasped a necklace around his neck. An item of considerable AGIT was a golden, round locket, and upon lifting the small lid, the beautiful visage of a young female dignitary appeared within. As he gazed at the photograph, tears began to drop onto it. His fingers hastily wiped away the droplets, fearful they would mar the locket. "Fiona, how did you die?" I will not believe it." Chapter 42. Alas, she is guilty. It has become increasingly evident that the credibility of the notion I should retire early tonight is waning. The more one dwells on it, the more restless one becomes while lying in bed at night. Tossing and turning, sleep eludes, and a myriad of chaotic thoughts swirl in the mind. After an indeterminate period lost in thought, Su Jiaojiao gradually succumbed to slumber. The consequence of her late sleep was that she felt she had barely drifted off when she was roused by a knock at the door from a male servant. The servant had no choice. If there were no urgent matters, he would certainly allow the lady to rest, but today she was to attend the Purifier Academy. With breakfast awaiting her, Victor and Lu Yin had already prepared the meal. Su Jiaojiao sat up in bed, frustration evident on her face. I am so tired." Yet there was no choice. She had to go to school. Her feelings about attending school were quite contradictory. On one hand, she longed to experience it, having never attended before. However, she envisioned a typical school, not this extraordinarily unique Purifier Academy. Consider this. There are hardly any purifiers in the entire galaxy, and their ages vary significantly. Take her mother, Dean Su, who surely must have attended school at her age. What of her sister? Perhaps she was already graduated. The thought that this so-called school might have only her as the sole student filled her with an inexplicable headache. How daunting it would be to be the only student in an entire school. Nevertheless, the situation had reached this point, and she could not refuse to attend. Could she? Well, I shall rise immediately. Hastily, she leapt from her bed, opened her wardrobe, and retrieved a light blue dress, donning it with care. These garments were prepared for her by Victor during her time aboard his starship. It must be said, though Victor appeared to be a rather straightforward man. His taste was surprisingly refined. The clothes he had, acquired for her were undeniably beautiful, both in style and fabric. After changing and completing her morning routine, she pushed open the door to her room, only to be taken aback by the scene outside. There were so many people. Why were there so many gathered at her door? At the forefront stood none other than Victor and Lu Yin. Behind each of them stood 5 men. She did not recognize the individuals behind Lu Yin, but she was familiar with those behind Victor. Chris with his short black hair, the curly-haired Finnick, Harry, and Eric. Yet there was one unfamiliar face among them. Victor, Lu Yin, good morning. It was always wise to greet others upon meeting in the morning. Victor and Lu Yin responded in kind, "Good morning, Jiao Jiao, good morning." Jiao Jiao. After exchanging pleasantries, she turned her gaze to Victor's companions, Harry, Finnick, Chris, Eric, and then the male who had been revealed stood tall and introduced himself. "My lady, I am Lewis. Lewis, good morning to you all." The esteemed lady's initiative to greet them sent waves of excitement through the group, their enthusiasm almost rendering them speechless. Good morning, my lady." After the greetings, Su Jiaojiao looked toward Lu Yan's group, extending her hand in a wave. "Hello to you as well." In stark contrast to Victor's group, the men standing there immediately saluted her before introducing themselves in unison. Oscar Griffin, Philip Harper, Clark Connor, David Dixon, Bart Daniel. Victor glanced at her and suggested, "Let's eat first. We still have to go to school." Of course, Su Jiaojiao nodded. Having no objections, as they stepped outside, she suddenly realized, "Wait, did you cook?" Lu Yin interjected, "Yes, seeing as you enjoyed it yesterday, Victor and I prepared some this morning." Su Jiao's face lit up with delight as she looked at them. Really? Thank you so much. Her penchant for expressing gratitude was well known among Victor's crew, while Lu Yan's men were witnessing such a dignified lady for the first time, leaving them utterly astonished, their expressions betraying their surprise. They were soldiers, under Lu Yan's command, far too disciplined to indulge in frivolities. Thus, they had missed the viral livestream featuring Su Jiao and hadn't even had the chance to watch the replay. They had only heard whispers of her exploits. My goodness, there truly are such remarkable dignitaries in the galaxy. Su Jiao recalled other matters and quickly inquired, by the way, who else is at the school? I won't be the only student, will I? Victor was not well versed in the details of the academy, so Lu Yan answered, currently, there are only 2 students at the Purifier Academy. You and another lady? Aurora Brown. Upon hearing this, Su Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, at least I'm not the only one. As they conversed, they had already reached the spiral staircase. Upon arriving there, she noticed Victor and Lu Yan had halted and extended a hand toward her. At first, she thought to assert that it was merely a staircase and that she could manage on her own. However, upon meeting their gazes, the words caught in her throat. Victor looked at her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, silently urging her to take their hands. Meanwhile, Lu Yan's expression was stoic, yet the determination in his eyes was unmistakable. Faced with such earnestness, she could not help but let out a small sigh in her heart. Reluctantly, she bit her lip and reached out her hands, grasping both of theirs. Let us descend together. Alas, she felt guilty. She believed both men were truly wonderful. What a predicament! Chapter 43. Off to school at the dining table. The same dishes from the previous day adorned the surface, and the same 3 individuals occupied their seats. Su Jiao observed the food before her, her astonishment palpable. Wow, you made all of this? The 2 men were astonishingly skilled. After merely following her lead once, they had mastered the art of cooking. The spread before her looked indistinguishable from what she had prepared the previous night. Lu Yan regarded her with a calm demeanor, stating, it's not difficult as long as it involves learning. Regardless of the subject matter, the efficiency is exceptionally high. There is nothing he cannot master. This thought inevitably led Lu Yan to recall the book he had purchased last night. Titled How to Please an Adult Female, he felt compelled to thoroughly digest its contents as swiftly as possible, considering it was the highest-rated book in the entire galaxy. Once he mastered it, he believed he would undoubtedly be able to charm adults effectively. Victor was equally smug, though his arrogance was markedly more pronounced than Lu Yan's. He casually tousled his hair, boasting, isn't it just a matter of reading it once to learn? Piece of cake. We'll handle it from now on. Lu Yan hurriedly chimed in, whenever I find the time, I will also cook for the adults. The sentiment was well-intentioned, and Su Jiao appreciated it, but she interjected, you 2 are so busy. I will teach the household, male servants to handle it instead. Neither of them was the type to lounge around idly at home. It wouldn't be fair to let others toil away only to return after a long day and still prepare dinner. Under normal circumstances, that would be acceptable, but after all, wasn't there someone in the household specifically designated for that task? Thus, it seemed unnecessary. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yan and Victor remained silent outwardly, but their inner thoughts remained undisclosed for the time being. Su Jiao took a bite of her dish, followed by a mouthful of tomato scrambled eggs, and immediately gave a thumbs up to both men, exclaiming, delicious. Not only did it resemble the meal she had prepared the previous day in appearance, but the flavor was also identical. During the meal, Victor addressed her, stating, from now on, regardless of the time, Lu Yan and I will strive to remain by your side, always ready to protect you. Even in our absence, our 10 men here will ensure your safety. There was no need to elaborate on Victor's chosen companions. Lu Yan's selections were equally reliable, as they had previously fought to protect themselves in the star domain. Therefore, Su Jiao had trust in them. After all, one should not suspect those they employ for protection. Since she had accepted their role as her personal guard, it was essential to extend a basic level of trust to them. It's all right. After all, this is the capital. The situation isn't as dire as you both envision, Su Jiaojiao reassured them. She felt that while danger did exist and warranted attention, it was far from the exaggerated perceptions held by the two men. They had scarcely finished their meal when Director Su arrived, accompanied by her other daughter, Su Rue. Although Director Su was considerably older than Su Jiaojiao, with a mature demeanor, she possessed a cool and distant air. Approaching, she inquired, "Still eating? Is it a delicacy from ancient Earth? Your sister enjoys experimenting in the kitchen. You two can try cooking together in the future." Su Jiaojiao felt a slight tension at her arrival, momentarily unsure of how to respond, as the differences between this place and the Earth she once knew were vast. For instance, with her sudden approach, should she stand to greet her? While she pondered this, Director Su spoke up, "It's fine. Don't be nervous. Eat as you please. Your sister and I will wait for you in the living room. Shortly, we will escort you to school." Su Jiaojiao thought to herself. Wow, this is truly overwhelming. At her age, she was expected to attend school, which was not surprising. After all, on ancient Earth, she would have been entering university. However, she anticipated that Lu Yin and Victor would accompany her to school, along with the 10 bodyguards they had arranged for her today, in addition to Director Su and Su Rue. What a grand entourage indeed. Without further ado, she decided to hasten her meal. Unlike others who might procrastinate when faced with tasks they were reluctant to undertake, Su Jiaojiao preferred to finish quickly, believing that it was better to complete things swiftly rather than drag them out uncomfortably. As the saying goes, the sooner you die, the sooner you are reborn. Observing her urgency, Victor quickly cautioned, "Slow down. Don't choke." Meanwhile, Lu Yin hurriedly poured her a glass of water, placing it thoughtfully beside her, reminding her to take her time and not rush. Su Jiaojiao nodded, taking a small sip of water and affirming, "I understand." After the three of them finished their meal, Director Su and Su Rue, upon noticing them, rose from the sofa. Director Su glanced at her smart device, noting that there was still ample time and no rush. "Let us go. I'll escort you." Su Jiaojiao nodded and swiftly joined her mother, while her sister walked alongside them. The three of them proceeded side by side toward the exit, followed by her personal guard team of 12, led by Lu Yin and Victor. She initially believed her guard team was quite substantial, only to realize how mistaken she was upon witnessing Su Rue and her mother's entourage. Goodness, what an extensive line. It looks like at least 40 or 50 individuals. Compared to them, her own guard team seemed remarkably understated. Besides the guards, there was also a long convoy of vehicles waiting outside. Goodness, going out feels like a presidential outing, she mused. No, it's far more extravagant than a president's procession. Su Jiaojiao found herself seated in Lu Yan's private shuttle, which was quite similar in model and appearance to the others, making it indistinguishable from the outside. The shuttle swiftly arrived at the school, where Lu Yin assisted her in disembarking, and she continued to be guided by her mother into the building. The architecture bore an elegant European style, exuding luxury. Su Jiaojiao envisioned transforming her future home into a traditional Chinese courtyard, complete with pavilions, bamboo groves, and lotus ponds. How delightful that would be! Upon entering the teaching building, the walls of the stairwell were adorned with numerous portraits from top to bottom. Director Su pointed to one particular female portrait and remarked to Su Jiaojiao, "This is my mother, your grandmother, the previous head of the Purification Academy." The stairway was lengthy, lined with an abundance of portraits of all the purification masters from across the galaxy. As Su Jiaojiao walked, she admired the artwork, soon captivated by one particular portrait. Unlike others who donned extravagant gowns, this figure was clad in a sharp black combat uniform, resembling the attire worn by Lu Yin. With taro-purple hair and pale pink eyes, she stood out strikingly. Director Su followed Su Jiaojiao's gaze and, upon catching sight of that pink hue, swiftly averted her eyes. Let us go. The principal is already waiting for us in the office. Chapter 44. Teacher and Principal. As it was Su Jiaojiao's first day of school, she needed to report to the principal's office. Upon pushing open a carved wooden door of liver-colored hue, they were greeted by the sight of an elderly female with silvery hair, seated at the desk. She appeared to be of considerable age, her once vibrant hair now transformed into a cascade of silver. Her hair was meticulously styled into a neat bun at the back of her head, and she wore gold-framed glasses, presenting an intriguing contrast of authority and warmth, akin to a grandmother exuding both sternness and tenderness. Director Su led Su Jiaojiao and her other daughter, Su Rue, into the office, while Lu Yin and Victor, assigned as Su Jiaojiao's personal guards, remained stationed at the door. The remaining 10 guards had dispersed, some stationed in the hallway, others on the staircase, and even a few by the windows below. They devoted themselves wholeheartedly to ensuring the safety of their charge. Director Su regarded the principal, her typically stern expression softening into a noticeable smile. "Good day, Principal. It has been a while." The principal smiled back, saying, "It's not been that long, has it? We saw each other just a couple of months ago at the centennial celebration." "Indeed, that was 2 months ago." Director Su replied, while introducing her other daughter. "This is our second child, Su Jiaojiao, who has just awakened her purification powers. I hope you will take special care of her." The principal continued to gaze at them with a warm smile, her tone gentle and reassuring. "Of course, I will do my utmost. After all, as a mother, you should also impart some wisdom to her." Had Director Su not pursued a career in research, she would have retired long ago. As for who would succeed her, it was quite evident. Director Su chuckled. "Naturally, if there are any issues, I will assist immediately." Upon mentioning Su Jiaojiao, the principal then brought up Su Rue, asking, "Rue, what are your plans? Would you consider returning to the school?" Given Su Rue's qualifications, the invitation was not an indication of her being chosen as a successor. It was merely an appeal for assistance. Perhaps as a teacher or an assistant. However, who was Su Rue? Having been self-assured since childhood, she had always considered herself a standout among her peers. When the principal raised the suggestion, she momentarily thought it might be an intention to elect her as an heir. With a smile, she was about to decline, for her ambitions extended far beyond that. Yet, suddenly reminded of something, her words of refusal were swallowed back. She discreetly glanced towards Su Jiaojiao and then replied nonchalantly, "Sure, but I'm curious about what the principal expects me to do upon my return." The principal regarded her with his usual expression, stating, "You could assist me with some affairs, which would also help your sister integrate here more swiftly." Upon hearing that the principal wanted her to handle tasks, her sense of pride swelled even further. This gesture only deepened her various speculations about the principal's intentions. Although she had larger aspirations, establishing her authority here to catch the emperor's attention seemed quite advantageous. Thus, she acquiesced, "Very well, I shall oblige." Today's focus remained on Su Jiaojiao. Due to her uniqueness, the principal decided to take a personal approach to her education. "Jiaojiao, although your purifying power has only just awakened, it's quite formidable. I am not entirely comfortable in trusting you to someone else." After considerable thought, he resolved to personally instruct her. Su Jiaojiao felt a mix of apprehension and astonishment. A school with only 2 students was one thing, but now to be told that the principal would be her teacher was quite daunting. However, upon reflection, she recognized her exceptional circumstances and had no objections to the arrangement. "All right, I shall rely on you, Principal." To be candid, she preferred to commence lessons immediately. Her eagerness to learn how to manage, control, and unleash the immense power within her was palpable. She could faintly sense this power and understood its overwhelming nature. It flowed incessantly, creating a chaotic sensation. Noticing the time, the principal rose from the sofa, adjusting his collar as he said, "Then, I shall leave Jiaojiao in your capable hands. I have responsibilities at the Research Institute to attend to." Su Rue, upon seeing her mother stand, hurriedly followed suit. Both stood, prompting Su Jiao to do the same. Su Rue glanced at her mother, saying, "Mother, travel safely." Su Jiao felt an odd impression that their interaction resembled more of a hierarchical relationship than that of a mother and daughter. Yet, this was not unwelcome. She had no intention of forging any familial bonds with a complete stranger. After all, she had long since lost faith in the notion of kinship. However, in consideration of appearances, she felt compelled to conform. After all, harmony was key, was it not? "Mother, please take care on your journey." The principal turned to her, imparting solemn advice. "Be sure to learn diligently from the principal. You possess a powerful purifying ability, and you must learn to wield it effectively." She was determined to learn. This was a skill that would enable her to secure her place in society, and she was committed to mastering it. "Yes, mother, I understand," Su Jiao affirmed with a nod. After exchanging farewells, the principal stood ready to lead Su Jiao to the classroom. Meanwhile, Su Rue remained in the office to assist with various documents. Upon exiting, they encountered Lu Yin and Victor, who had been waiting by the door. The principal expressed mild surprise at their presence. It was commonplace for a female to be accompanied by a personal guard, just as she had her own. Thus, upon opening the door, they were greeted by a throng of males, all there to protect their charge. While having guards was a norm, having personal guards of such high caliber was unique to Su Jiao alone, one being the leader of the Interstellar Alliance and the other a general of the Imperial Corps. However, this was hardly surprising, given their inherent strengths. Chapter 45. The Purification Corps. The principal led Su Jiao to a classroom shortly thereafter. Before entering, she turned to the two behind her. "You needn't remain here. There are tasks to attend to during the day, and surely there are other guards available." She hesitated to voice her concerns directly, recalling that one was the leader of the Star Pirate Alliance. And if memory served, during her stay aboard Victor's starship, they had engaged in small raids every few days. Now, with Victor here and the fleet hovering near the capital planet Eldoria, she wondered if they would soon find themselves unable to afford meals if they did not continue their activities. Moreover, Lu Yin, as the head of the Imperial Corps Vanguard, should be at the forefront of battle, yet here he was. Would this not delay matters? As soon as her thoughts were voiced, both men responded. Lu Yin spoke first, adopting a more formal tone due to the presence of outsiders. "My lady, Victor and I have made arrangements. I shall head to the front lines tonight for a patrol of the Star Domain, and I will not return for approximately 10 days. They had decided that in order to ensure Su Jiao's safety, one of them would remain on duty at all times. Victor nodded, adding, "Indeed, Lu Yin returns in 10 days, and I will take my men out for, work." He appeared slightly embarrassed as he awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose. He certainly did not see any issue with his line of work, as it was lucrative and offered freedom. However, in this context, he felt it necessary to maintain his lady's dignity. After all, one could not openly discuss matters of robbery in such polite company. Su Jiao felt reassured. "Very well, as long as you manage your affairs appropriately. You should not neglect your responsibilities on my account." She did not perceive Victor's actions as inappropriate. His team targeted the wealthy, avoiding harm to the innocent, and engaged in acts of redistributing wealth. What was wrong with that? After all, the spoils did not affect her directly. Su Jiao. Although it may have sounded ungracious, it was nonetheless the unvarnished truth. Her voice was not soft, and thus Su Rue and the principal's personal guards were taken aback by her words. Among the interstellar males, regardless of their previous professions or statuses, once married, they were relegated to the confines of their female leader's estate, abandoning all prior occupations. From the day of marriage, their sole purpose became pleasing their female leader. Among them were former executives and military officers. Yet upon becoming part of a female leader's guard, their duties revolved solely around serving her. Especially for busy female leaders who required frequent outings and engagements, these guards often found themselves working harder than those within the estate. Nevertheless, their status was undoubtedly the lowest among those surrounding their lady. Su Jiao was unique in that, due to her not reaching the legal marriageable age, she was temporarily unable to take a husband. Those wishing to remain by her side could only do so as personal guards. For other males, this situation would be precarious, but for Victor and Lu Yin, it was apparent that they intended to remain in this capacity only temporarily. Once their lady reached the appropriate age, well, that was a different matter altogether. Alright, I digress. Among all the adults in the interstellar realm, only Su Jiao was in such a predicament. Even if you were to become her personal bodyguard, even if you were to marry her in the future, you could still pursue your own career. There is no need for you to be confined to such a small sphere. Envy, a profound envy. Longing, a deep longing. Though they were momentarily taken aback, they quickly adjusted their mindset, yet the principal, observing from the side, noticed their reaction. A flicker of emotion stirred within her, but ultimately she chose to remain silent. A group soon arrived at the classroom door, with Lu Yin and Victor still standing guard. Su Jiao was about to follow the principal inside when she suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back. She regarded the two tall figures standing at the door. Why don't you find a chair? Standing there for so long. Aren't you tired? Honestly, standing like that isn't ideal. Victor chuckled lightly. It's fine. You go ahead to class. Since Victor was unconcerned, Lu Yin was even less so. Accustomed to standing for long periods as a soldier, he was hardly fazed by a little more time. Go on. We'll wait for you. Since they had said as much, Su Jiao felt it inappropriate to insist further. Taking a deep breath, she followed the principal, who would be her teacher from now on, into the classroom. Upon entering, she realized that it was less a classroom and more a laboratory. The room was illuminated with a bright, white glow, filled with an array of various instruments. While she was unsure of their functions, the sight of the cold machinery instinctively filled Su Jiao with fear. After all, the nameless devices had caused her immense harm in the past, each encounter leaving her with nothing but endless anguish. The principal immediately recognized the fear in her expression and hurried to reassure her. Do not be afraid. These machines are merely aids to help you better learn the art of purification. Yes, I understand. She certainly knew that the presence of these machines was different from those she had encountered before. Her fear was purely instinctive. However, she was determined to overcome it, for her trepidation was all too apparent, easily discernible to anyone. Even if she could not conquer it, she should at least conceal her fear, ensuring it remained hidden from others. Come, sit here. Let us first examine your purification core. The principal gestured for her to take a seat at the machine before her. Su Jiao, what is this? Does this thing even have a core? Chapter 46. Energy liquid. Following the principal's instructions, Su Jiao sat in the machine and underwent a cosmic-style X-ray scan. Uncertain of the nature of the light, or if it was even light, it was essentially a full-body scan. Soon, the results emerged, and the principal pointed to the image on the screen for Su Jiao to see. It was a full-body outline, a shadowy figure radiating silver veins throughout. These silver filaments spread across her entire body, from fingertips to forehead, in fact, all over. The central silver core resembled a second heart. One nestled in the chest cavity and the other in the abdominal cavity. You, the principal, seeing such an image for the first time, momentarily found herself at a loss for words. This is quite complex. Complex? What does a normal one look like? Su Jiao, upon closer inspection, did not find it particularly complex. After all, the human body's vascular system was quite similar, with thicker branches and finer twigs throughout. At first glance, it might appear intricate, but upon closer examination, one would find a discernible order within the branches, both thick and thin. Let me show you mine. The principal stood and walked towards another machine not far away. Shortly after, She sat in the very spot Su Jiao had occupied. Jiao, could you press that green start button for me, please? Of course. Su Jiao approached and pressed the green button with her finger. Soon, the principal's body image was also scanned by the machine. Su Jiao turned her head to glance, unable to suppress a gasp. Oh, yours is, after observing. She finally understood why the principal had deemed her image chaotic. Indeed, in comparison, her own depiction was quite disorderly. Tio described it. The principal's image resembled a simplified, small-scale tree, while her own looked akin to the intricate root system of traditional Chinese herbs, filled with countless fine tendrils sprawling over her entire form. The principal then stood up and approached her. Do you see how different ours are? Su Jiao nodded. Speaking candidly, they are indeed very different. The disparity was glaringly obvious. The principal examined the two images. Can you feel your core within you? Su Jiao nodded. Yes, ever since awakening my purification power. I have been able to sense it. Upon hearing this, the principal turned, a look of surprise crossing her face. So yours truly is different from ours. All of us find our own energy core with the help of our teachers and machines after awakening our purification power at school, Su Jiao replied. But when I awakened, I felt that power very naturally, especially when I used it externally. I could distinctly sense my power emanating from this so-called core. It was exceedingly apparent, impossible to ignore. The principal chuckled. That may be due to the overwhelming strength of your purification power. Its potency makes it quite evident. Su Jiao fell momentarily silent, pondering, how could that not be considered a good reason? The principal smiled. Thus, your first lesson can conclude here. Su Jiao. In truth, what she wished to learn more about was how to refine this power and how it is generated. When her purification power was exhausted, was it truly the case that it could only be restored gradually over time? As for the necessity of refinement, it stemmed from the feeling she had when purifying the beastmen during the tripartite conflict. It was as if that power was careening chaotically within her body, unable to find the correct outlet. In short, it took considerable effort to successfully locate the exit, allowing her to unleash it and purify those beastmen who had succumbed to madness. If she could avoid taking the long route, hypothetically, if this power could be released instantaneously, wouldn't that be preferable? After all, the battlefield circumstances were ever-changing. At that moment, she still assumed that purification practitioners were meant to serve the military, albeit with compensation. This was not a baseless notion. One must consider, after all, what preceded the chaos of mental energy and the beastman's descent into madness. The answer was excessive use of mental energy. When would mental energy be utilized? The answer: during combat when transforming into beast forms. Thus, the beastmen within the military would undoubtedly be the most susceptible to mental breakdowns, making it only natural for her. As a purification practitioner, to serve the military, Tio put it another way, they were protecting the nation. Since she possessed this ability, why not lend a hand? Wouldn't you agree? After all, she was a staunch patriot. One's country is one's home, is it not? But how does this power replenish itself? Must it rely solely on time, gradually restoring itself bit by bit? If her memory served her correctly, she had only felt her power fully restored on the morning of the third day after exhaustion. If she were truly on the battlefield, engaged in a fierce battle, such a recovery speed would clearly be insufficient. Upon hearing her question, the principal fell silent. There is a method, but it is not particularly beneficial for the body. Huh? Su Jiao, puzzled, inquired. What do you mean by not beneficial? The principal hesitated for a moment before answering. Bayer Corporation has developed a specialized energy liquid for purification practitioners. However, it is difficult to absorb, and the energy it contains is mutually exclusive to one's own purification power. Su Jiao was astonished. How did they produce an energy liquid infused with purification power? That remains unknown. The principal chuckled. I cannot say. That is a secret of the pharmaceutical company and not meant for public disclosure. Regardless of whether it is merely her imagination, Su Jiaojiao harbors a sense of unease regarding the so-called nutrient solution, suspecting that there might be an underlying issue. The power of purification exists solely within the bodies of purification masters. The remaining source can only be traced back to the ancestral tree. As the subsequent classes unfolded, the principal elaborated on numerous aspects related to purification masters, and before long, the morning session came to an end. Su Jiaojiao bid farewell to the principal, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Principal. You are most welcome. It is my duty," the principal replied. After all, it is a rare treasure for the Empire to have someone like her, and as the head of the Purification Master Academy, it is only fitting to provide ample guidance. The two walked side by side out of the classroom, where Victor and Lu Yin were diligently waiting outside. Lu Yin, Victor. Upon spotting them, Su Jiaojiao felt a surge of joy. Who wouldn't he relish being cherished in such a manner? The principal waved at her. "Well then, shall we meet again this afternoon?" "Of course, Principal. Take care." With the school day concluding at noon, it was only natural to return home for some rest. It was now 12 o'clock, and classes would not resume until 3 in the afternoon, leaving a generous 3-hour window to rest at home. As she descended the stairs, she couldn't resist sharing with her companions. "I learned a great deal of useful knowledge today." Victor advised, "Take your time. There's no rush. Your health is of utmost importance." In contrast, Lu Yin, the cunning scholar, maintained a calm demeanor, though Victor couldn't help but detect a slight smugness on his face. "Jiao Jiao, I have already acquired quite a bit of knowledge related to purification masters. Feel free to ask me anything if you have questions." Victor, who barely recognized a few characters, thought, "Damn it, I feel like I could kill someone." "That's great. Having someone to discuss coursework with makes me very happy," Su Jiaojiao replied. Just as the three stepped out of the teaching building, they spotted a male figure at the entrance, aggressively gripping another's collar and vociferously expressing his indignation. Su Jiaojiao observed the silver-haired individual, who, due to his height, leaned forward, thrusting his face close to that of the man he was confronting. Su Jiaojiao felt a mixture of surprise and alarm. At such a close distance, it felt as though they were either about to kiss or engage in a brawl. Sure enough, the curly-haired youth erupted in anger. "Damn it, you little brat! Look your father in the eye." Chapter 48. Don't kneel, stand and speak. The individual being yanked forward by Archer Norman was merely a staff member at the school, essentially a guard, akin to a security officer on Earth. Tom trembled uncontrollably as he was seized by the collar, paralyzed with fear. The reason for his trepidation was all too apparent. When interstellar beings become enraged, they involuntarily exude a hint of mental power. At that moment, an SSSS-level beastman exerted absolute dominance over him. An SS-level Kalami. "Please, let me go, Wu-Wa. What sin have I committed to provoke such a formidable beastman?" Archer Norman relentlessly yanked Tom closer, baring his teeth in a fierce snarl. "Come on, brat, look at your father." Hearing this, Tom found himself at a loss. He could only muster the courage to raise his head and timidly glance at his assailant. What else could he do? The demand to look was insistent, and if he failed to comply, he feared the repercussions. However, upon meeting Archer's gaze, the situation escalated. "You dare to look at me? Who gave you the audacity? Do you even know who your father is? Do you believe I want to cut you down?" Archer glared at Tom, roaring with fury. Su Jiaojiao observed the unfolding scene with a sense of disbelief. What was happening here? A hypermasculine youth? After enduring his anger for so long, Archer could no longer contain himself. He had refrained from unleashing his wrath earlier, considering this was the Purification Master Academy, and he hoped to encounter Su Jiaojiao. However, the moment had come when he could no longer hold back. "You thought I wouldn't retaliate when you were so brazen just now? You sensed my mental power when I descended from my shuttle. Realized I am an SSSSS-level beast man, and now you plead for mercy? It's too late. This incident was not entirely Archer's fault. Although he was the fifth prince, holding a higher status than nearly all other males in the Empire, he also possessed immense strength as an SSSSS-level beast man. Despite being the Emperor's most cherished son, he was not as arrogant as his siblings. He would never engage in brazenly oppressive behavior unless provoked. The Purification Master Academy was not a place one could simply waltz into. Yet, the Emperor, keen to facilitate a serendipitous encounter for his beloved little Archer, had issued a decree allowing him entry. It was a minor matter, merely a small imperial command directed at the principal. Ultimately, the objective was to enable his little Archer to meet Su Jiao. As previously stated, the marriages of female leaders and their guard teams were not to be interfered with by anyone, not even the Emperor himself. Thus, even if a female leader chose to remain single and had no intentions of marrying or bearing children, that was entirely her prerogative. No one had the right to compel a female leader. Consequently, even the Emperor, wishing to orchestrate a union between his son and Su Jiao, could only resort to such subtle means. Returning to Archer, he held the decree from his mother and piloted his shuttle joyfully toward the Purification Master Academy, only to be stopped at the entrance. Being intercepted was quite normal. After all, this was the Purification Master Academy, and it was unlikely that just anyone would be granted entry. Moreover, it was part of the guard's responsibilities. Therefore, when halted, Archer exhibited no unusual reaction. He was exceedingly cooperative. However, as soon as the glass of the shuttle descended, he heard a sarcastic remark, "Who are you? What brings you here? This is the Purification Master Academy. Do you realize? Do you think you can just waltz in without a shred of self-awareness?" Archer was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such condescension in his life, and he immediately felt displeased. What followed was the scene that Su Jiao currently bore witness to. Archer seized the individual by the collar, raised his other hand, and lightly slapped the person's face, taunting, "You were so arrogant just now. What are you begging for now? Keep being defiant." Tom was on the verge of tears. Initially, he had assumed Archer was just some clueless bumpkin from another planet. Given that he didn't even know the Purification Master Academy had restricted access, it was no wonder he thought so. Before Archer descended from his shuttle, all Tom could see was the vehicle itself, which was neither a prestigious model nor one of the exorbitantly priced variants he was familiar with. To Tom's eyes, it resembled a shoddy product from a small Kalami manufacturer, lacking any safety guarantees, essentially junk. Archer continued to berate Tom. "I can't believe you." As he cursed, he suddenly turned around. Isn't that Lady Su Jiao? Upon recognizing her, Archer hastily released his grip on Tom's collar. At that moment, he clearly had no time to spare, waving dismissively at the campus guard, "Get lost, quickly. Don't linger here and be an eyesore." Tom, fully aware of his narrow escape, fled in a panic. Meanwhile, Archer hastily approached Su Jiao, dropping to one knee before her. Su Jiao gazed at the figure kneeling before her, feeling utterly at a loss. When would she ever grow accustomed to such situations? Her discomfort was palpable. It was always awkward for her, the one being knelt to, while the kneeler seemed unfazed. Could you please stand up?" Su Jiao said with a smile, extending her hand toward him, encouraging him to rise for a proper conversation. Chapter 49. "My lord, I wish to become your personal guard." Kneeling on the ground, Archer lifted his head and beheld the hand extended towards him. It was exquisite, fair-skinned, and elegantly slender. The skin was so smooth and pale, reminiscent of a peeled egg, with barely any visible veins on the back of the hand. It was a pristine white, yet the fingertips were adorned with a lovely shade of pink. How could there exist a person of such breathtaking beauty even the tips of their fingers so enchanting. Most importantly, this esteemed individual possessed not only unmatched beauty but also unparalleled capability. She was the most formidable purger in the entire galaxy. A top-tier purification master. Such an extraordinary and stunning female figure was indeed unparalleled throughout the cosmos. Esteemed Lady Su Jiaojiao, greetings. I am Archer Norman. Please, do take care of me. Archer, who feared neither heaven nor earth, found himself unervingly anxious before this female dignitary for the very first time. Though he had encountered other female figures during royal banquets, none had ever rendered him this flustered and at a loss. It must be due to her overwhelming strength and beauty. As he raised his hand, slowly approaching hers, the moment their fingertips were about to touch, his hand trembled uncontrollably. Su Jiaojiao was unaware of this. Her attention fixed solely on his face. The reason was simple. She was an unabashed beauty enthusiast. Previously, she had lived as a medical package at home, raised by a nanny until she could manage her own affairs. Roughly at the age of 3 or 4, after the nanny departed, she was left to her own devices. At home, aside from when her sister needed something, she was obliged to provide whatever she possessed. After all, had not her parents explicitly stated, this was her purpose for being born? Otherwise, they would never have brought her into existence. Her parents devoted all their energy to her sister, leaving her to navigate life alone, not even attending school, as she was to remain available for her sister at any moment, traversing various hospitals. She cooked for herself, read, and indulged in her preferred pastimes: comics, animations, and idle dramas, drawn to beautiful figures, regardless of gender. Thus, it was only natural for her to be captivated by the small curly-haired boy before her. Certainly, Victor and Lu Yin were also strikingly handsome. Yet this little curly-haired boy possessed an allure that contrasted sharply with his own demeanor. Imagine this. He stood there, furious, spewing forth profanities that were too vulgar to articulate. Yet his appearance was that of an adorable cherub. His face was exquisitely delicate, with large eyes framed by long, light-colored eyelashes. His eyes, a captivating grayish blue, were offset by a high nose and a small, dainty tip, while his lips were rosy and slightly pouting. His overall countenance was irresistibly cute, reminiscent of a doll, with silvery curls that made him look like a charming plaything. The stark contrast of his youthful features and his towering stature, coupled with the fact that he was hurling insults with one finger pointed, made it nearly impossible not to notice him. It was only when their fingertips finally met that Su Jiaojiao snapped back to reality, instinctively bending her fingers and using her arm to pull him up from the ground. Archer, wait! It was at this moment that Su Jiaojiao belatedly registered the name he had just introduced himself with. Wait, what had this furious little doll just called himself? If she had not misheard, his name was Archer Norman. Norman? Norman. The surname of royalty, which indicated that this curly-haired boy was, at the very least, of noble blood. Su Jiaojiao. Upon hearing his name spoken by her, Archer felt an exhilarating rush. In contemporary society, individuals of ordinary acquaintance typically referred to one another by their surnames, whereas only those of close relations would use given names. And yet, this beautiful lady had immediately addressed him in such a familiar manner. Was this not a sign of affection? Even if it was not outright affection, it certainly indicated that she harbored some degree of fondness for him. Lost in these thoughts, the tension within him snapped. Lady Su Jiaojiao, I wish to become your personal guard. I implore you to grant me this honor. With that, he knelt once more, the sound of his knees hitting the ground resonating loudly, solidly. Was he not in pain? Momentarily lost in thought, Su Jiaojiao quickly extended her hand towards him again. Get up, you must rise first. How absurd. Had they not just established that discussions could be held while standing? Why did he insist on kneeling, making her feel so apprehensive? At that moment, Lu Yin spoke up, Jiao Jiao, we should be on our way. We need to prepare dinner, eat, and rest. You have school in the afternoon? His expression was unremarkable, his tone casual, appearing completely at ease in Su Jiaojiao's eyes. Meanwhile, Victor lowered his head, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Clearly, he had to rely on Lu Yin now. Ahem, indeed, it is getting late. We must depart. Though a female dignitary could have many male companions, all were inherently selfish, who would not desire to be the sole partner of their beloved, despite their usual discord. Lu Yin and Victor found themselves united on this front. After all, it was a united front against outsiders. With two of them vying for her attention, it was only natural for them to wish for their lady to have no other males. Victor had even devised a schedule. He would take the odd days, while Lu Yin would take the even days, leaving Sundays for their lady to rest. Or perhaps, well, you know what they meant. Oh, right. Prompted by their remarks, Su Jiaojiao suddenly recalled her current situation. She was no longer the same as before. She was now a student, and her lunchtime was limited. She needed to hurry home. Looking down at Archer, she hesitated, contemplating a refusal. After all, this was not merely a matter of having a guard. Though it might be embarrassing to voice, their guards here could also engage in intimate affairs. Regardless of her thoughts, the outside world perceived it as such. Thus, she could not whimsically allow someone she had just met to become her personal guard. Just as she was about to articulate her rejection, she caught sight of his gray-blue eyes, so beautiful, yet filled with anticipation. Faced with such hopeful eyes, her words of refusal faltered. In that instant, Archer also realized the inappropriateness of his request. It was too abrupt to ask such a thing of her after just meeting. Could you, my lady, grant me a means of contact? Just a chance. Chapter 50. A Mother's Invitation. In the realm of interstellar beings, there exists a software known as StarChat, which they use for communication. Su Jiaojiao had just added Archer, whose avatar depicted a serene blue sky, adorned with fluffy clouds of various shapes, while his name was simply his own, Archer Norman. Conversely, Lu Yin's StarChat name was equally straightforward. Simply Lu Yin, with an avatar of a bright full moon against a backdrop of deep night. Victor's avatar was a cute, chibi-style fire-breathing dinosaur, his name equally direct, the strongest king of the galaxy. Victor. The essence of youthful exuberance was palpable. They were seated in Lu Yin's hovercraft, three of them squeezed closely together like a sandwich. And these hovercrafts were fully automated, lacking a driver, yet a seat was reserved at the front. Technology was not entirely reliable, especially for someone like Lu Yin, who was part of the military. Should the system be compromised, one would need to pilot the craft themselves. At this moment, Victor sighed. It's about time I brought my own hovercraft over. Relying on Lu Yin's all the time won't do. Su Jiaojiao shared the same sentiments. Lu Yin would be departing this evening, and naturally, one must pilot their personal shuttle away. It was evident that this technologically advanced vehicle exuded opulence. Yet she couldn't ascertain its price, nor could she determine whether she had the means to afford it. Upon her return to the Empire and after her audience with the Emperor, the very moment her legal identification was processed, she found herself automatically ennobled. After all, in the realm of the stars, females were inherently bestowed with titles. Thus, from the instant her legal identification was issued, she transformed into a Duchess. And it is worth noting that once her identity was established, her bank card was linked to her identification, encompassing her medical cards as well. In essence, within the interstellar society, one card suffices for all transactions, including salary disbursements. Consequently, her 18 years of annual salary were retroactively credited to her account, a staggering sum for Su Jiaojiao. At this juncture, she dared to ponder whether she could afford a shuttle. In the past, such thoughts were unfathomable, as she was but a destitute soul. Now that she had suddenly acquired wealth, contemplating such purchases was a newfound luxury. Well, I have money now, and I can purchase my own shuttle. I just wonder if my funds are sufficient. Victor furrowed his brow and instinctively inquired, "How much do you have?" As a space pirate, he was naturally uninformed about the Empire's financial systems. However, their General Liu was well aware, having studied these topics during his schooling. "Jiao Jiao, you are now a countess, with an annual salary of 5 million star coins. Over 18 years, that totals 90 million. A high-end shuttle costs just over 8 million, so of course, you can afford it." Victor was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, "Damn, this academic elite knows everything." Upon hearing this, Su Jiao's spirits soared. "That's wonderful. I'll place an order for a shuttle online right away in a flurry," she added. "But you both have your own matters to attend to, so I'll purchase one for myself." This possession felt different to her. Even if she seldom used it, she couldn't bear the thought of not having her own. Deep down, she instinctively believed that true ownership ensured longevity. Others, like Victor and Liu Yan, treated her with kindness, yet she couldn't help but wonder how long such generosity would last. Thus, she needed to plan for herself, rather than relying on others. "I know you both have your own, and not just one, but I too desire my own shuttle." This simple desire swiftly interrupted any thoughts of politely declining from Victor and Liu Yan. In their eyes, nothing mattered more than the happiness of their esteemed lady. Victor mused that as long as his lady wished for something, even if it were a star, he would seize it for her. Liu Yan concurred, deciding that their lady's happiness was paramount and would ensure her desires were met. "Very well, when you finish your studies this afternoon, I shall take you to purchase one," Victor initially scoffed, but then, upon reflection, he fell silent. He had intended to suggest that they could simply buy one online and arrange a test drive, eliminating any unnecessary complications. However, he soon reconsidered. Their lady deserved to feel special, and as her devoted guards, they should indulge her. Thus, they agreed that it would be best to visit a store to examine the shuttle in person. Checking dimensions and facilitating a test drive, Su Jiao had initially planned to order one from her smart device at home for convenience, but Victor's words made her reconsider. After all, who buys a car online? Everyone typically visits a dealership for a test drive, and a shuttle was no different. "All right then, let us follow your suggestion." Having settled on the shuttle purchase, the group returned to the Chatsworth estate. As they exited, Su Jiao was led by Victor, hand in hand. The three of them entered the living room, where they encountered Director Su and Su Jiao's sister, Su Rue. Su Jiao approached the two, hesitantly uttering, "Mother-sister." Her reluctance was palpable, as these titles had previously brought her only anguish. Normally, Director Su remained at the research institute during lunch hours, for it was equipped with all necessities, rendering a trip home unnecessary. Today, however, her return was unmistakably for her daughter, Su Jiao. Upon hearing the address, Director Su smiled with satisfaction. It was often the case that those with troubled childhoods yearned for connection. If one treated them kindly, acceptance would soon follow. "Welcome back, Jiao. I've prepared an abundance of ingredients. Shall we cook together?" Su Rue sat nearby, her fingers digging into her palms in frustration. She was seething with resentment. Why should she? Su Jiao was no fool. She recognized that interstellar beings typically consumed nutrient solutions, rarely indulging in traditional meals. Even if they did eat, one wouldn't expect individuals of their standing to cook for themselves. As for Su Rue, she was merely a content creator for live streaming, and her enthusiasm was altogether different. Su Jiao even suspected that any food she prepared would resemble something as unappealing as stir-fried tomatoes with chili peppers. Even if Su Rue managed to make a dish, Su Jiao doubted she would actually consume it. After all, in the realm of live streaming, authenticity was often overshadowed by artifice. The suggestion to cook together was, in essence, a ploy to foster a better relationship. With strangers, like the newly met Che, she would readily attempt to build a friendship. However, The sight of her parents and sister unavoidably conjured memories of her own family back on Earth, compelling her to resist any inclination to draw closer to them. Thus, when she heard the invitation to cook together, her instinct was to refuse. Not before she could finish, she was interrupted by a male servant who approached. Servants always bowed deeply before female superiors, given their inherently lower status. Lady Su Jiao, your interstellar package has arrived. Ah, a package? Su Jiao was puzzled. She had spent the morning diligently attending classes and had purchased nothing. Instinctively, she turned to Lu Yin and Victor standing behind her, seeking answers. If it wasn't tea from her, then who might have made a purchase? She could think of no one else. Victor shook his head. Not for me. Lu Yin followed suit. Not for me either. But I didn't tea buy anything. Su Jiao was bewildered. Neither she nor the others had made a purchase, so who could it possibly be? Regardless, she was resolute in not attributing this to her mother or supposed sister, as her subconscious insisted these individuals would never buy her anything. Director Su, recognizing the implications, furrowed her brow in a hidden corner, realizing that building a rapport with her daughter would not be an easy task. Yet, she thrived on challenges. The more difficult the endeavor, the more enticing it became. Let us retrieve the package, by the way. Has it been scanned? Regardless of whether one knows the identity of the sender, it is undoubtedly necessary for the items to undergo inspection upon entering the residence. After all, what if a bomb were to be sent? My lord, the package has been inspected and poses no issues. It contains merely some fruits and vegetables, the male servant replied with utmost deference. In that case, there is no cause for concern, Director Su chuckled, suggesting that it might be a gift from one of your admirers. He then turned his gaze towards the male servant, subtly nodding his chin. Go ahead, bring the package here, Su Jiao thought to herself. Having just returned and only conducted one live stream, how could she possibly have garnered fans so quickly? It defied logic. Just as she pondered this, the smart device on her wrist vibrated lightly, indicating a new message. Instinctively, she raised her arm to check. Archie, my lord, I have sent you some fruits and vegetables, which I believe you will enjoy. Archie, please forgive my previous impetuousness. I was merely overwhelmed by admiration for you. Archie, if you like them, do let me know, and I can send more. We have quite a bountiful harvest in the palace. Indeed, when it comes to estates, none can rival that of the Imperial Emperor. While farms on other planets may be vast, they cannot compare to the grandeur of the estates on the capital planet. It is from Archie. Everyone present was curious about the identity of the anonymous package. And since she had the answer, it was only fitting to share it with them. Oh? Archie? Director Su naturally recognized that name. Archie Norman, the Emperor's most favored prince. When had they come to know each other? Su Rue, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain herself upon hearing the name. Archie? Archie Norman? She was eager to ascertain whether this Archie was indeed the one she was familiar with. Su Jiao nodded. Yes, it is Archie Norman. Today marks our first meeting. He is of royal lineage. She was not naive. Given his surname, it was evident that he was connected to the Emperor, though she remained uncertain of the specifics. Director Su chuckled. You've only just met, and already you're exchanging contact details. Su Jiao felt no issue with this. After all, he was quite the handsome individual, was he not? Being a visual person, she mused that if he were less pleasing to the eye, she would not have shared her contact information, even if they had known each other for 100 days. Director Su regarded her with a playful glint in his eye. Archie Norman, the Emperor's most beloved prince, Su Jiao, observing his expression, felt a disquiet she could not name. She had assumed that in her own courtyard, she would not be so frequently disturbed. If this continued, she would have to consider moving out. Soon, the male servant returned, carrying the package, which was indeed quite large and required both of them to lift it. Su Jiao gazed at the parcel and instinctively instructed, Please take it directly to the kitchen. Given that it contained fruits and vegetables, it was only fitting. Director Sue, perceptive as ever, noted her discomfort from her earlier lack of response and acknowledged that perhaps she was being too hasty. Sighing, she rose. Ah, it seems you young ones have much in common. I shall attend to my own matters. Su Jiaojiao felt a twinge of rudeness at letting her leave without a word of retention. But finding the right words escaped her, she ultimately said nothing. Just as Director Su stepped out of the courtyard, she received an interstellar call from an unlisted virtual number. Hello, if I recall correctly. It's not yet time for our scheduled transaction. Chapter 52. Stepping on one's own foot. Once Director Su departed, the living room was left with only Su Jiaojiao, Lu Yin, and Victor Dado, and her sister, Su Ruerue. With their mother gone, what was she still doing here? Witnessing the intimate exchanges between the two imperial males was difficult for her to endure. Thus, she slowly rose from the sofa. Jiaojiao, I shall take my leave now and not intrude further. Su Jiaojiao, upon hearing this, felt a quiet relief wash over her. At last, they were left with just the three of them. With that, she felt a wave of ease wash over her, shedding her previous tension. After Su Ruerue left, Lu Yin spoke slowly. Jiaojiao, if you dislike their presence, we can move out. Victor echoed this sentiment. They were no fools. They could see the discomfort and subtle resistance in her demeanor when faced with family. For them, her happiness was paramount, hence their suggestion. Su Jiaojiao nodded. Yes, I feel the same. Let us, though she had thoughts, her childhood experiences made it difficult for her to refuse others or voice her own needs. In simple terms, she feared speaking up at this moment. Lu Yin reached out, taking her hand gently, offering a reassuring squeeze. Just that small gesture seemed to embolden her, and Su Jiaojiao found herself less fearful about communicating. Do not be afraid. You are the most remarkable and unique individual in this world, and there are but few apex beastmen remaining. Victor and I are among them. We will do everything in our power to protect and cherish you, ensuring your life is filled with joy and free of worry. This was the first time Lu Yin had spoken at such length outside of official matters, granting all his exceptions to the esteemed individual before him. Su Jiaojiao felt warmth bloom in her heart as she listened to his words. Soon after, she felt another hand gently take hers. Lu Yin's grasp was not delicate, as a genuine male and soldier. His hands bore the marks of labor, calloused from wielding weapons. Victor's hands were even rougher, a testament to his upbringing on a refuse planet, aptly named for the heaps of waste that covered its surface. This planet, known for being littered with trash from wealthier worlds, was where the impoverished scraped by on the remnants of discarded resources. These energies could barely sustain basic living needs, let alone serve as fuel for shuttles or materials for starships. Victor had grown up amidst such conditions, enduring every form of toil and labor, leaving his hands thickly calloused. With time, Su Jiaojiao had become adept at distinguishing whose hand was whose. Victor glanced at her. Do not fear. Should the sky fall, I will bear the burden for you. Yes, I will. I will learn to become strong. Su Jiaojiao tightened her grip momentarily before releasing it, taking a few steps towards the kitchen. Noticing the absence of footsteps behind her, she turned back, her face aglow with a radiant smile, like a sunflower basking in the sunlight. Come on, let us hurry and prepare the meal. We still have school to attend. Our lunch break is limited, and we've already wasted enough time. Approaching the preparation counter, she opened the box sent by Archie from the palace, peering inside. Unable to contain her excitement, she gasped, Wow, there's so much. The abundance of options is overwhelming, and the variety is astonishing. She had assumed that this so-called interstellar world would not boast such a plethora of edible delights. Let us begin with the fruits. There are several kinds. Wow, Lu Yin, Victor. Look, strawberries, peaches, and even watermelons. Oh, How I adore watermelons. Their juice is simply divine. Victor appeared bewildered. He had only ever tasted watermelon-flavored nutrient solution, but what does a watermelon even look like? Among all these items, which one is a watermelon? Meanwhile, the scholarly elite, Lu Yin, accurately retrieved a large green watermelon from the box. Jiao Jiao, allow me to slice some watermelon for you and prepare a glass of fresh watermelon juice. Fortunately, he had stayed up late to study after discerning his elder's fondness for such items. He cast a glance at Victor, who stood there looking utterly foolish and couldn't help but stifle a chuckle in his mind. Clearly, his decision to burn the midnight oil had been exceedingly wise. Victor gritted his teeth. Damn it, that insufferable academic elite. How can he know everything? Well, thank you then. Su Jiao Jiao smiled at him. Please prepare the juice and fruit platter. Victor and I shall handle the cooking. Victor. Just moments ago, he had been utterly despondent, but now he was invigorated. Ahahaha. That damned Lu Yin. How infuriating. You've brought this upon yourself? Haven Tu. He struggled to suppress the grin tugging at his lips, first patting Lu Yin on the shoulder, then pointing towards the bar in the living room with his finger. Go ahead. The juicer and cups are over there. You can fetch them. I am off to cook with Jiao Jiao. Lu Yin. Damn it, let's just eliminate the competition tonight. Chapter 53. The rubbish of the rubbish star. Su Jiao Jiao prepared a meal for the three of them, and after dining, they had nearly an hour of leisure time left. Leisure time always seemed to pass swiftly. Both Lu Yin and Victor retreated to make phone calls, likely concerning their official duties. Meanwhile, Su Jiao Jiao settled onto the sofa and activated her smart brain, intending to browse the marketplace casually to see if there was anything she might need. However, as soon as she opened her smart brain, she noticed several unread messages on her star chat, all from the same individual. That individual was none other than our fifth prince, Xiao Acre. Acre, my lady, how is it? Have you tasted them? Are they not delightful? Acre, we have an abundance of such delicacies in our palace. If you fancy any, do not hesitate to command me. I shall personally fetch them for you. It would be improper to accept gifts without cause. After all, one must not receive without offering something in return. Yet she genuinely yearned to savor them. While preparing the meal earlier, she had observed that many of the items sent to her were not available for purchase on the Star Network. Su Jiao Jiao pondered for a moment and decided to reply with the following message. Su Jiao Jiao, it seems inappropriate to take items from the palace. How about this? I could offer some payment? Surely, offering money is never wrong. Due to her previous lack of social interaction, she was rather naive regarding such matters. After all, she spent her days alone at home without friends, knowing little of such customs. Furthermore, she was unaware that, for interstellar beings, the value of these items differed greatly. Those uninterested in gourmet food would deem them worthless. After all, they do not consume them. Thus, for such individuals, these items would only hold ornamental value. However, when it comes to aesthetic appeal, these items pale in comparison to flowers, do they not? Hence, to those individuals, such items are utterly valueless. Conversely, for culinary enthusiasts, these are treasures. Acre's response arrived swiftly. Su Jiao Jiao gazed at the little red on her screen, marveling at the rapidity of his reply. Could it be that he had been waiting by his smart brain for her response? As it turned out, indeed he had. Every time he messaged Su Jiao Jiao, Acre was seated with his smart brain in hand, eagerly awaiting her reply. Acre, no need for payment. I could never accept money for gifts meant for my lady. In truth, after sending the message about wanting to offer payment, Su Jiao Jiao belatedly recognized the impropriety of her words. After all, he was a prince. Would he truly lack for money? Would the palace's produce ever be sold for profit? To put it bluntly, offering payment seemed akin to an insult. After careful consideration, she tentatively sent a follow-up message. Su Jiao Jiao. Then how about this? If you ever need assistance with mental purification, you may seek me out. Su Jiao Jiao. Whether for yourself, your family, relatives, or friends, I am at your service." Upon receiving this message, Aker could no longer contain his excitement and sprang up from the sofa. Good heavens, she is the most esteemed purifying master in the entire galaxy. He clutched his smart brain, fervently replying to her message. Z1626 Planet Fresh Buns for sale, fresh out of the steamer, soy milk, fried dough sticks, spicy soup. A tall male, appearing to be in his early 30s, strolled over, his figure slender, almost as if a gust of wind could easily sweep him away. Cyrus stifled a massive yawn as he approached a small stall and stood before it, rummaging through the pocket of his black trench coat for some time before finally retrieving a piece of tarnished brass. It looked rudimentary, as though it had been cut from a soda can. It was evident that these so-called coins could indeed be easily fashioned, for their technology was far behind that of the stars, lacking even a connection to the external network. After all, they were exiles cast away here. 2 buns, please. The plump vendor glanced at him and swiftly produced 2 buns, handing them over. If Su Jiao were present, she would notice that this place bore little difference from Earth of old, now imbued with a sense of technological advancement, yet steeped in desolation. As for the technological aspect, well, for instance, neon lights adorned the buildings, and 5D screens were prevalent. In a nutshell, it was significantly more advanced than Earth of yore but remained rather primitive compared to interstellar society. Cyrus took a large bite of the bun while yawning again, slowly making his way back to his residence. The Z16 star domain, commonly referred to as the rubbish star domain, Planet 26, the refuse of refuse, a place of exile for interstellar criminals. There were no guards, no supervision. A batch was periodically sent here. The Empire had intended to cast them away, leaving their fates to chance, believing that such scum would surely turn on one another in this desolate place. Little did they know that these discarded criminals would establish a small society. Yes, they had a police station, hospitals, and all the necessities. Who would serve as police officers? Quite simply, those who had committed the most heinous crimes. Once ruthless offenders transformed into law enforcers, Cyrus had barely settled into his abode when a knock sounded at his door. "Cyrus, Cyrus, I know you're in there. Open up." Can a man not even enjoy a meal in peace? He grumbled, yet he still rose from the sofa, casually tossing the half-eaten bun onto the coffee table. He strode to the door and swiftly yanked it open. "What do you want?" Standing outside was a young man clad in a white lab coat. Sporting a pair of glasses, it was evident that he had once been a criminal, yet now, donned in white, he appeared rather respectable. "Cyrus, you haven't undergone your physical examination this month. Hurry up." The examination was straightforward. It assessed the stability of one's mental energy. After all, this place was unlike other planets. They lacked even stabilizers or suppressants. If one's mental energy were to spiral out of control, there would be no remedy, and the only option would be to eliminate the individual before they devolved into a mindless beast. Cyrus nodded, understood. A planet rife with criminals, where one's identity is reduced to a mere name, and no one cares about one's surname. Even those of noble lineage find themselves judged solely by their criminal rank. The former commander of the SSSS-level Orc, a member of the Sirius Federal Empire, stands accused of war crimes. Chapter 54. My sole business is you, my lord. There are myriad types of war crimes, the gravest being treason and collaboration with the enemy. Such offenses, once substantiated, guarantee immediate execution by hanging. Thus, the despondent tall male before me, clearly, is not imprisoned here for such a charge, as for the specific crime. Who can say? This planet lacks even a basic interstellar network. Technologically, it lags behind others by millennia. While others traverse the cosmos, here, each winter, they still rely on coal for warmth. How dreadfully antiquated. Sighing heavily, Sirius casually seized a bun from the table, devouring it in a few bites. Towering in stature, He always appeared hunched, embodying the visage of a forsaken creature, with disheveled platinum hair hastily gathered into a small bun at the nape of his neck, and his azure eyes drooped, reflecting an aura of imminent demise. Yet, such a state is not uncommon among them, for they are all, in essence, lost souls. That evening, Liu Yin departed for the front lines. Being a general of the Legion is no simple task, particularly as the commander of the Vanguard Corps, General Liu. Clad in crisp military attire, Liu Yin strode purposefully forward, ignoring the soldiers' calls, not even sparing them a glance, merely emitting a faint sound from his throat as a semblance of acknowledgement. Only after Liu Yan's figure vanished from their sight did a few logistics soldiers begin to gossip quietly while working. Indeed, it is our General Liu. The illustrious Su Jiaojiao has just returned to the Empire, and our general has immediately become her personal guard. Yes, if only that esteemed lady were a bit older, otherwise she would have undoubtedly claimed our general for herself by now. Though in truth, the situation is not much different. We are all acutely aware that we await her maturation. Oh, how I envy that. What do you envy? One male soldier queried suddenly. Another soldier, taken aback at first, responded, What do I envy, brother? Are you daft? I envy our General Liu for being able to serve such an exceptional female lord. Beautiful, powerful, and with such a delightful character. She is nothing short of perfection. The soldier who had initially posed the question sighed softly. I too envy General Liu, but not merely for the strength or beauty of his lady. It is the respect she extends to us that I truly admire. At this, another soldier briefly exclaimed, Indeed. Who wouldn't he envy that? Look at our General Liu. Despite being the personal guard of Lady Su, he still returns to the military headquarters. What does that signify? It signifies the lady's endorsement. She supports his actions. Come to think of it, that's quite reassuring. If General Liu were to follow this esteemed lady and withdraw from the military, what would become of us? Another sighed deeply. Yes, after all, we have already lost one commander. If General Liu, like before, were to marry and return to domestic life, we would be left with only Commander Meloran on the battlefield. As soon as this was said, someone rebutted, Don't be foolish. Even without General Liu, Commander Meloran would never enter the battlefield. She is the commander of our legion. What are you thinking? She is the backbone of our legion. Without her, we would be a scattered force, and her role in the army is irreplaceable. A soldier sighed softly, but among our legion, the only SSSS level or capable of engaging in battle is General Liu. What if one day before he could finish, another soldier interrupted emphatically, If such a day were to come, then it would be time for us to sacrifice ourselves for our homeland. The following day, it was Victor who escorted Su Jiaojiao to school. This time, they traveled in the newly acquired shuttlecraft. Recalling their excursion to purchase the shuttle the previous night, Su Jiaojiao felt somewhat ill at ease. As she exited the store, even though the shopkeeper had prepared thoroughly, the patrolling soldiers of the capital had already conducted numerous searches inside and out. Had Su Jiaojiao not intervened, Liu Yin would have summoned the Legion to seal off 3 streets entirely. How alarming! It was not as though the president were making an appearance. What was with such a grand display? However, upon her arrival and witnessing the throngs of onlookers, she was taken aback. Oh my heavens! I am not the president or a super celebrity. What is there to see? The memory of that day left her feeling anxious. Victor appeared busy today, engrossed in his intelligence device, initially unwilling to engage, even hanging up on a call from the starship. Ultimately, it was Su Jiaojiao who prompted him to direct his attention to the matter at hand. Their starship had unexpectedly encountered a trading vessel belonging to the wealthiest family. Preparing for negotiations, Victor needed to finalize the plan, which kept him occupied. No worries, you attend to your matters. We still have them, Su Jiaojiao remarked, gesturing toward their escort team behind them. With a smile, she said, These are individuals you and General Liu personally selected. I trust them, and you should too. Prioritize your work. We must not allow important matters to be delayed. Her words. Victor visibly disagreed, his emerald eyes fixed on her with intensity. His words laced with fervor, Su Jiaojiao observed as his lips, both thin yet sensuous, parted slowly, and my sole duty is to stand vigil for you, my lord. Chapter 55. Su Jiaojiao's little tricks thump. Thump, thump. What is that sound? Ah, it is merely the rhythm of her heartbeat. It took Su Jiaojiao a moment to regain her composure. Eventually, she spoke again. I understand, but you cannot neglect your comrades. Seeing Victor poised to counter, an idea struck Su Jiaojiao, a strategy she had never employed before. Yet, instinctively, she felt this approach would surely resonate with Victor. She turned, gazing at him with a bright smile. I know you wish to protect me, but with your prowess, can you not manage both tasks simultaneously? If she were to pose such a question, it would surely ignite Victor's competitive spirit. Of course I can, he declared decisively. Upon hearing Victor's response, Su Jiaojiao seized the moment, showering him with effusive praise. She found herself expressing sentiments she'd never uttered before, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. You have always been remarkable in my eyes. From our first meeting, I was terrified, yet you transformed into a magnificent dragon and saved me. I vividly recall your golden-hued eyes, so beautiful, and your scales were pitch black, exuding an aura of sheer magnificence. In no time. She had Victor completely charmed, his demeanor shifting to one of compliance as he dutifully protected his lady while commanding their team's actions. The shuttle halted at the entrance of the classroom building, and as the door opened, Victor continued his phone conversation while ensuring he assisted Su Jiaojiao down. It was as if it had become an ingrained habit. Helping her in and out of vehicles was a must. What if she were to stumble? Although he wouldn't be physically harmed, it would certainly cause him emotional distress. Moreover, falling would indeed be quite painful, which would only amplify his concern for her. It was not until Su Jiaojiao had finished her class that Victor swiftly ended the call, guiding the lady forward. The path from here to the entrance consisted of merely a few steps. Yet, each time they traversed this route, Victor and Lu Yin seemed excessively anxious, as if fearing she might stumble and injure herself. Whenever there were stairs or an elevator, their nervousness heightened, treating her like a precious, fragile treasure. Just like now, she walked at a leisurely pace, step by step, towards the door. Yet, an arm was consistently wrapped around her waist. She glanced down at her waist, observing the arm encircling her right side. Yes, it was a gentle embrace. The palm did not directly touch her skin. However, inexplicably, a warm sensation emanated from the hand and arm, gradually enveloping her, reaching deep into her heart. In the same classroom, the principal was already waiting for her. After taking a deep breath, Su Jiaojiao raised her arm and lightly knocked on the door. Principal, I have come for class. Soon, a gentle female voice floated from within. Come in. Turning to Victor beside her, she suggested, you should find a chair to sit and wait. Standing there is not ideal. She anticipated that Victor would disregard her advice. So her eyes darted around until an idea sprang to mind. With a deliberate straightening of her back, she began, I heard that standing for prolonged periods can lead to peculiar leg shapes, which wouldn't be aesthetically pleasing. At this point, Su Jiaojiao sighed. But broad shoulders, narrow waists, and long legs are the epitome of male beauty. Victor was taken aback. Don't worry, I will certainly sit. I will definitely find a chair. At this moment, it was clearly not just a matter of finding a chair. He realized he hadn't worked out in several days while in the capital. He instinctively touched his abdomen, relieved to find his 8-pack abs still intact. I must start working out again after returning tonight. Observing Victor's astonishment, Su Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow triumphantly and opened the classroom door, ready to enter for class. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she encountered an unexpected figure. Archer? Perhaps overwhelmed by her surprise, she instinctively called out his name. Archer Norman gazed at her with wide eyes, excitement palpable in his voice. Lady? Lady, you have arrived. Initially, Su Jiao Jiao found the title lady quite unfamiliar. Yet she quickly acclimated. After all, aside from a few female elders, nearly everyone else referred to her in this manner. She couldn't possibly correct each one individually, so she accepted it. Yes, I am here for class. What about you? Why was he here, especially in her classroom? If she recalled correctly, all the purification masters in this world were female. Did he come here to find her? She fleetingly entertained the thought before promptly dismissing it, as it felt too embarrassing. What if she was mistaken and appeared overly sentimental? The young archer gazed intently at the lady nearby, exclaiming in awe, "Ah, she is so kind, so beautiful, and so wonderful. I came to see the principal." On the surface, he was indeed visiting the principal. What else could it be? As a male, how could he enter the Purification Master Academy so openly? After all, he was not part of the lady's personal guard, and thus could not walk in behind her with impunity. He wished he could enter as boldly as Victor or General Liu, following the lady without hesitation. The principal chuckled lightly, gesturing casually towards Su Jiao Jiao. Yes, he is here to deliver a message from His Majesty. Su Jiao Jiao turned her gaze towards the principal's hand, which held a white envelope adorned with intricate golden rose vines and a crimson wax seal in the center. Though it had been opened, Su Jiao Jiao immediately noticed the mark of the rose. Oh, I see. The principal smiled knowingly. Indeed, as for the content of the message, it merely reminds you to take care of your health, and so forth. This was the first time she realized how much the Emperor cared about her. She glanced at Archer nearby. "Ah, I apologize. We must begin class now. If the fifth prince has no pressing matters, please wait here for a moment. Once I finish, I will write a reply to His Majesty." Archer eagerly nodded. "I am not in a hurry, not at all." Su Jiao Jiao confirmed to herself that he had indeed come specifically to see her. And the Emperor even assisted in creating a pretext. Chapter 56. Continuing the class, Su Jiao Jiao could scarcely believe that the class process at the Purification Master Academy was such. Having just learned various theoretical concepts yesterday, today she was informed it was time for practical training. Upon hearing this, Su Jiao Jiao sat in her seat, visibly bewildered. Isn't our interstellar society known for its efficiency? We started classes just yesterday, and today we are diving into practical exercises. Does that mean I will be on the battlefield tomorrow? Seeing her shocked expression, the principal chuckled heartily. Do not be so anxious. It is not about practical exercises. We simply need to find a mental state that requires sorting. When you connect to the machine, using purifying power on it will allow you to more intuitively understand how your mental power is mobilized and where it is projected from. Su Jiao Jiao pondered this and concluded that, if it was as the principal described, it would indeed be quite straightforward. Thus, she resolved to boldly attempt it. However, she did feel a twinge of fear. After hesitating for a while, she finally voiced the question that had troubled her for some time. Principal, about the battle in the star domain. To be honest, I don't remember much about the scene. Upon saying this, she appeared a little anxious, realizing her description was somewhat lacking. It's just that I know what happened at that time, and I am aware I awakened my purifying power, cleansing the orc who was caught in a frenzy of mental energy. However, the process of healing, I don't quite recall that moment. She had felt an overwhelming sensation, intense heat, excruciating pain, and her entire being seemed filled with power. That power surged chaotically within her, finding an exit and erupting forth. She shared this not for any particular reason, but simply to express that when the mentally unstable orc came over, if she were to purify him, he might stand there, unable to find a way for a while. Upon hearing this concern, the principal instantly felt relieved. She had anticipated it might be something serious, such as when certain female elders attended class. Whenever it came time for practical exercises, their tempers could be quite irritable. What? You dare ask me to purify a commoner? On what grounds? At the very least, it should be an orc of SSS rank or higher to qualify for my purification. The principal looked at Su Jiao. Her face adorned with a warm smile. It is quite normal. All purification masters feel somewhat bewildered when awakening their powers. In fact, compared to others, Su Jiao is remarkably intelligent. Various theoretical concepts she comprehends with ease, sometimes without even needing an explanation. Some purification masters can't even understand after being explained 100 times. That is due to your utter lack of understanding regarding the principles involved, which naturally leads to your confusion. However, once you engage in practical application alongside the machine, I firmly believe that you will swiftly grasp the essence of purification. Su Jiao stood there, her cheeks flushed from the remarks directed at her. Is that true? Am I really that remarkable? She certainly hoped to be extraordinary and desired to master the power of purification, an ability that would serve as her lifeline in this interstellar society. Having come to this realization, her fears dissipated, and her beautiful black eyes fixated intently on the principal. All right, that's acceptable. Please have him come over. Although the principal doubted the character of the individual in question, she prudently posed the inquiry. Jiao, do you have any specific requirements regarding the orc that needs to be purified? Upon hearing this question, not only did Jiao express interest, but even Archer, who had been covertly observing Su Jiao from a distance, perked up with curiosity. All of them were eagerly anticipating the answer to this question in their hearts. Su Jiao nodded, a hint of shyness in her voice as she replied, Yes, I do. Oh? The principal chuckled awkwardly. All right, go ahead. Meanwhile, Archer, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden heaviness in his chest as he sat there, his eyelashes drooping. That moment, Su Jiao timidly spoke up, could you find me an orc whose mental energy is not too chaotic? Although she had never conducted mental energy sorting for interstellar orcs, she inferred from the words that it should be akin to the principle of untangling a ball of yarn. An orc with slightly chaotic mental energy would have a yarn ball that is merely a bit tangled, while one with severely chaotic mental energy would undoubtedly possess a yarn ball that is exceedingly tangled. The more tangled it is, the more challenging it becomes to sort out. Hence, she certainly wished to start with something simple, gradually progressing to more complex tasks. The principal exclaimed, Huh? Archer echoed, Is that your requirement? The principal regarded her with disbelief, questioning her incredulously. Su Jiao raised her head, bewildered, not understanding why her words elicited such astonishment. Was it not permissible? Then, she felt a twinge of fear, worrying that if a particularly complicated case were to arrive, she would be utterly at a loss, and that would be exceedingly embarrassing. Despite feeling somewhat ashamed, the interstellar network had already elevated her to a status of unparalleled capability. She had even seen posts referring to her as a goddess. In such circumstances, what would she do if she were unable to perform even a single mental energy sorting? Archer immediately looked up at her, feeling an inexplicable warmth swelling in his chest, a profound sense of satisfaction. Of course, we can certainly accommodate that request. Please hold on for a moment. I will arrange it immediately. The principal said, hastily retrieving her device to facilitate the arrangement. In reality, arranging it was quite simple, merely sending a text to her assistant, who happened to be none other than our esteemed Su Ruerue. Chapter 57. Desire leads to attainment. The principal sent a message stating, find an orc with SS or SSS level mental energy, exhibiting slight chaos, to visit the Purification Master Academy and assist the esteemed Purification Master in learning to harness the power of purification. Upon receiving such a message from the principal, Su Ruerue immediately scoffed derisively. It was common knowledge throughout the galaxy that the principal was providing one-on-one instruction to someone, and she was undoubtedly the most informed of all. Within the Purification Master Academy, all courses and sequences had remained unchanged for millennia. In other words, the processes and curricula established 1,000 years ago were still in effect today. To rephrase, these courses had also been attended by Su Ruerue herself. If her memory served her correctly, new purification masters typically commenced with theoretical courses, lasting about a week, depending on the individual's capacity for absorption. Some, to put it kindly, had poor comprehension skills, while to put it bluntly, they were intellectually challenged, requiring as much as half a month just for theoretical knowledge. Naturally, this half-month period was not their limit. There were even those who were more dull-witted. There had once been a purification master with particularly poor comprehension skills who, after half a month of study, had to resort to unconventional methods. They had to work with machines, bringing in the lowest-level orcs to the academy, collaborating with them to gradually untangle their mental energies. The smarter the individual, the greater their innate talent for purification, leading to shorter durations for theoretical knowledge acquisition. For instance, she herself had begun practical application after merely a week, even using an orc with SS-level mental energy on the verge of chaos. Her mother, Principal Su, had completed the same course in just 5 days. One could only wonder how exceptionally dull Su Jiaojiao must be if the principal had given up on teaching her theoretical knowledge after just 1 day, without even granting her the 15 days of determined struggle that others had received. How foolish could one possibly be? Su Ruerue stood there, her left hand dangling at her side, gripping her right wrist, her face unable to conceal the mockery and derision. They boast of being the strongest purification master in the entire galaxy, possessing immense power yet lacking a sound mind, no different from a fool. It is utterly laughable, and she, Su Ruerue, would prove to her mother that she was indeed a worthy heir to the family legacy. With that thought in mind, she let out a scoff, clutching her device to search for a suitable candidate. As a female of high standing, with her mother being the director of the research institute, she had an abundance of capable individuals at her disposal. While it might seem that she worked as an assistant to the principal, in truth, most tasks were delegated to her by the principal, which she then passed on to her subordinates. Thus far, she had never personally undertaken any significant task. However, today, when she assigned this task, she deliberately took her time, elaborating extensively, though it was unclear what all she had instructed. Before long, an SS-level orc with symptoms of mental chaos arrived at Su Jiaojiao's classroom. The principal had already prepared the necessary instruments for the occasion. Jiaojiao, come here, and you, patient, please step forward. Once all preparations were complete, Su Jiaojiao began tentatively attempting to sort the mental energy of the orc before her. First, she needed to locate her core, then, Su Jiaojiao. The others shared the same sentiment. They were utterly astonished that, in merely a second, the orc with slightly chaotic mental energy had been cured. It was astonishingly swift. No wonder they were left dumbfounded. Even Su Jiaojiao herself was in a state of bewilderment. Oh, and another bewildered individual was the male orc present. Standing before this esteemed lady, he felt he had yet to fully comprehend the situation when he suddenly sensed a warmth enveloping his body. He thought, and then, just like that, his chaotic mental energy was completely sorted out. He felt as if his mental energy had never been so orderly in his life. Upon realizing the state of affairs within himself, he couldn't help but collapse to his knees at Su Jiaojiao's feet. "My lady, you?" He was utterly amazed by her prowess. While he had never encountered other purification masters or witnessed scenes of orcs being purified, he instinctively knew that this lady was undoubtedly the most formidable purification master in existence. Contemplating this, he slightly lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Archer looked at the lady, his face a mixture of astonishment. "Whoa, damn, my lady, you?" An exclamation slipped out before he swiftly realized that she was indeed the esteemed lady, not just anyone, and he immediately regretted his words, covering his face in embarrassment. Hastily, he began to explain, "No, no, my lady. Please let me clarify. I merely misspoke." He wanted to ensure she did not perceive him as a rude and uncouth individual. Su Jiaojiao, however, smiled at him and waved her hand, assuring him, "It's quite all right." In her eyes, Archer appeared to be a seemingly obedient and well-behaved youth, yet in reality, he was a quintessentially eccentric adolescent. As for the scene where he babbled incessantly, she had long since become accustomed to such antics. Moreover, he had not insulted her. He merely expressed a subconscious exclamation, so she decided to indulge him. It was of little consequence, as perhaps only the principal was present, still preoccupied with monitoring Su Jiaojiao's purification abilities at this juncture. Well then, based on the imagery, do you have any thoughts? In truth, she felt that her question was excessively forced. It was simply that Su Jiaojiao processed everything so swiftly, the images flashed by in an instant, making it impossible to discern any details. Wait, don't rush. I'll show you in slow motion. Although Su Jiaojiao believed that there was no need to watch anymore, she nonetheless nodded in agreement. All right, in that fleeting moment. She felt that this power was as essential to her as eating and drinking. The method of usage was instinctive. Tio put it simply, it was because of desire that one could attain. Chapter 58. Su Rue takes action. Ultimately, Su Jiaojiao, still embodying great humility, meticulously examined how her core functioned when her purification power was released. Under the principal's guidance, Su Jiaojiao. Honestly, she found it somewhat perplexing, akin to a person who had never attended school suddenly being thrust into a university setting, tasked with solving advanced engineering mathematics. How could she possibly comprehend it? The principal observed her expression, evidently puzzled. What's the matter? Wasn't the practical exercise of mental energy remarkably smooth? Why do you look so bewildered now? It was simply unscientific. Not far away, Archer found this adult's dazed demeanor utterly endearing. She resembled a slightly sleepy, bewildered kitten, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle her in his arms and shower her with affection. At that moment, he finally grasped that among certain males in the interstellar realm, there existed those who, despite their beastly forms resembling that of kittens or similarly plush creatures, willingly relinquished their dignity to work in their animal forms, akin to cat cafes. If all such round and furry creatures were like adults in this manner, they would indeed be quite adorable. After all, the adult's beast form was also that of a round and furry creature, albeit with a name that was rather hard to remember, called Zhu. Su Jiaojiao sheepishly remarked, "I don't quite understand the significance of these images. What did it feel like when you were organizing the mental energy for the Beastman earlier?" the principal inquired. His brow furrowed in curiosity. Su Jiaojiao rubbed the back of her head. It felt, how should I put it, just like eating and drinking, very natural. It just happened. To simplify, it was as effortless as breathing or eating. An instinctual response. One wouldn't sit and ponder why a person would instinctively breathe oxygen, would they? Upon hearing her words, the principal fell into a brief silence before letting out a sigh. "Ah, you are truly a natural talent." Su Jiaojiao pressed her lips together, a hint of discomfort washing over her as she reached up to touch her brow. "Well, I suppose so. How can that not count?" Archer observed her with an expression of utter adoration. "Aw, how adorable. How can there be such a charming female adult in this world?" The principal pondered for a moment, realizing that this approach was unproductive. He picked up his smart device and said, "Find another beastman who requires mental energy organization." Nearby, Su Rue raised her brows in disbelief upon reading the message on her device, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. How absurd! A mere SS-level beastman? Suffering from only mild mental confusion, and Su Jiao couldn't resolve such a case. Was this a message prompting her to simply replace the Beast Man with one of the lowest S level? How ridiculous. So this was what constituted the so-called top purification master in the entire interstellar realm. She wouldn't be surprised if others laughed at this. The principal commanded, "Contact the military logistics directly and arrange for a 4S level Beastman to come over." One with slightly more severe mental confusion. Su Rue stood there, gripping her smart device, her face a mask of disbelief. What? Impossible. How could this be? The recipient of her ire was none other than her personal security team, who, perhaps for the first time in such a scenario, reported their task in a trembling voice. Just think about it. How could one not be frightened? If discovered, the consequences would be dire. My lord, we, upon hearing their voice, Su Rue couldn't help but shiver. What was she doing? What had she set in motion? Did she truly wish to risk everything? Quick, stop that S-level mail. Recall. Withdraw everything. Regret flooded her, not out of a moral awakening or fear, but rather because she realized that today's assignment had been hastily arranged, riddled with flaws. Should it be uncovered, even her mother could not protect her. Moreover, since Su Jiao's emergence, her mother had evidently abandoned her training. How could this be? The voice of her private guard was fraught with tension, stammering, "BB, but they have already begun to act." Su Rue, taken aback, stood frozen, her body trembling uncontrollably. What to do? What should I do now? After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth, deciding to proceed regardless. The deed had been done. There was no turning back. She could only exert every effort to ensure that this matter remained undiscovered. Quickly, do as I say. After dispatching her orders, she contacted another member of her personal guard, instructing them to rush to the military and find a Beastman that met the principal's specifications. Shock. The 5S level top purification master is actually a Su Jiao, the esteemed lady, cannot even handle an SS level. Articles with such sensationalist headlines ignited a firestorm across the interstellar network. Attempting to write it as 4S? 5S is cumbersome, some readers complained. I merely find SSSS to be more intuitive. After all, ISNT that how card games work. Chapter 59. The audacity of sensationalist media. What nonsense is this? Are you self-media folks tired of living? How dare you openly insult a female adult? Disgusting. I have reported you all. Await your reckoning, you scoundrels. The audacity. Every female adult is a figure of dignity, deserving of utmost respect, especially the most esteemed purification master in the entire interstellar realm. I am already at the point of wanting to curse. Just then, these unscrupulous and reckless marketing accounts began to release so-called evidence. According to informed sources, the legendary top purification master of the entire interstellar realm, Su Jiao, not only failed to grasp the most fundamental theoretical courses of the Purification Academy, but also, according to a 2S level Beastman, the 5S level Purification Master Su Jiao. What? I refuse to believe it. How could this be? She is a 5S level top Purification Master. How could she not even win the trust of a 2S level Beastman? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. I don't believe it. This is the most esteemed Purification Master in the entire interstellar realm. How could it be? Who is spreading such rumors? I have reported it. They must be asking for trouble. Hey, who could argue with that? Await your downfall, you scoundrels. How dare you slander the magnificent Purification Master? Some come up without a care in the world, hurling insults without a second thought. Naturally, there are also those who exhibit a modicum of rationality. Although they harbor no belief in the drivel disseminated by these so-called marketing accounts, their skepticism leads them to scrutinize the nonsensical messages with the mindset of, I must see what nonsense you're peddling." To their astonishment, upon closer inspection, they are indeed taken aback. Wait a moment. Upon further examination of the content they released, could it be that this audacious group is subtly disparaging Su Jiaojiao, implicitly mocking their intellect? No, they are insinuating that the other party's comprehension abilities are woefully inadequate. The inability to grasp basic theoretical knowledge must surely indicate a deficiency in understanding, right? Perhaps one could boldly assert that they are indeed questioning Su Jiaojiao's mental acuity. Consider this. If one cannot comprehend even the simplest theoretical concepts, does that not imply that their intelligence is somewhat lacking? Furthermore, it is evident that these reckless marketing accounts are deliberately insinuating that Su Jiaojiao lacks the requisite intelligence. One wonders where they derive their audacity. Are they unaware that insulting a female superior on the Star Network is a grave offense? What sort of impertinent marketing account has the audacity to engage in such behavior? Is it the case that unscrupulous media outlets have become so brazen, valuing profit over their own safety? With such boldness, it is hard to believe that there are no ulterior motives lurking behind their words. The Star Network is abuzz with activity, yet Su Jiaojiao's teachings remain eerily silent. Su Ruerue has brought in a 4S level orc whose mental state is in utter disarray. So much so that he arrived lying on a hospital bed. Connected to an Ford, the principal promptly explained the contents of the Ford to him. The majority of the medication serves to calm the chaos in his mental state, while a smaller portion is intended to sustain his life. The principal gazed at the unconscious male orc lying on the bed, let out a soft sigh, and began to speak. This medication is extraordinarily expensive and generally unaffordable for the average person. However, it is provided free of charge to high-ranking officers within the Legion. The plan is to first render the mentally unstable orc unconscious with this medication, then await the purification specialist to treat him one by one. Su Jiaojiao lowered her gaze, observing the soldier lying on the pristine hospital bed, lost in slumber. Perhaps due to her heritage as a citizen of Huagua, she harbors a distinct sentiment towards military personnel. She regarded him solemnly and nodded, declaring, "I will do my utmost to treat him." Witnessing her determination, Archer became even more resolved in his own thoughts. This remarkable lady must surely become his wife. The principal couldn't help but chuckle softly at her words before reassuring her, "There's no need to be overly anxious. It's not that grave. After all, she is a 5S level purification specialist, and a mere 4S level orc is hardly a challenge." In truth, Su Jiaojiao felt the situation was not overly dire. After all, she had previously purified countless orcs whose mental states had spiraled into chaos in the star domain. Yet, should we not exercise a degree of humility? Yes, I am aware. Still at the machine, Su Jiaojiao closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and summoned the purifying power within her. In an instant, both the principal and Archer merely blinked, and the mental purification process concluded. The soldiers lying on the hospital beds slowly opened their eyes. He was acutely aware of his circumstances. His mental state had spiraled out of control on the battlefield, only to be rendered unconscious by a potent tranquilizer administered by a medic. In that moment, all bodily functions ceased, save for the faint beating of his heart, which barely sustained the most basic of life. Without such measures, survival would have been impossible, as his mental state teetered on the brink of complete chaos. He would have become a mindless beast. This was their last, desperate attempt at survival. Upon opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Su Jiaojiao sitting beside him. She was a female superior, a completely unfamiliar one at that. He stared at her, his eyes widening in shock. Confusion set in. How long had he been unconscious? Had a new purification specialist emerged during his slumber, one who had grown to such an extent? Could it be that he had been in a coma for 20 years? How terrifying! The principal, having observed the fear etched on his face, surmised his thoughts. "Do not be alarmed. You have been unconscious for about a week. This is the newly appointed purification specialist of our empire, Su Jiaojiao, daughter of the esteemed director Su. The patient on the hospital bed breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he had not been unconscious for that long. The side effects of such medication are exceedingly severe. Even after his mental state is restored, he would feel physically weak and unsteady for at least half a month before gradually recovering. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the classroom door. "Come in," the principal called. Victor swiftly entered, his expression dark as he cast a fleeting glance at Archer before striding purposefully towards Su Jiaojiao. Kneeling before her on one knee, "My lady, you have been..." Chapter 60. A brave attempt upon learning that the esteemed lady had been insulted by audacious and reckless media outlets, Su Jiaojiao was not the most incensed. That honor belonged to Archer, who had remained quietly observing her studies in the classroom. The irritable young man was utterly enraged, his words flowing forth in a torrent of invectives. Damn it! His vitriol was both loud and impassioned, making it impossible for Su Jiaojiao to express her thoughts to Victor without fearing he might not hear her. In exasperation, she attempted to soothe the agitated Archer. Archer, could we perhaps hold off on the cursing for a moment?" Victor cast a disinterested glance at her, clearly unimpressed, as if to say, "What a fool, Archer." His face flushed from indignation, gradually quieted under Su Jiaojiao's calming tone. She observed him, unable to resist stealing another glance. Archer was truly adorable, with his curly hair and cherubic face, resembling a dove so charming. Yet, there was that mouth. Returning to the matter at hand, Su Jiaojiao examined the so-called evidence released by the marketing accounts on her intelligent device. She furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Why do I feel that the information they released is indeed related to what transpired in the classroom this morning? Some of the details were indeed accurate, albeit not entirely precise. For instance, she had indeed only studied theoretical knowledge for a single day before commencing practical application. However, this was not due to the principal's abandonment of her education. Rather, it was because, in the presence of such an inherently gifted individual, there was simply no need to engage with trivialities. Additionally, she had, in fact, practiced mental organization on a 2S level orc that morning. Yet, the outcome was evidently different from what circulated online. All of this was glaringly evident. Before long, she grasped the gravity of the situation. She lifted her gaze to Victor and voiced her uncertainty. "I can't shake the feeling that this so-called informant is one of our own. Were it not for an insider, he would not possess such intricate knowledge of the details." Although there weren't many, the events in the classroom this morning had been quite consistent. The principal's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Clearly aligning with her suspicions, "I will dispatch someone to investigate immediately." Yet, at that moment, Victor glanced at Archer Norman and spoke slowly. "If we are to initiate an investigation, should we not begin with those present in the classroom this morning? After all, they are the most likely suspects." Archer Norman, not one to shy away from confrontation, erupted in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Victor. "You bastard! Who the hell are you insinuating?" "Speak plainly," Victor, standing unfazed, raised an eyebrow in response. "Am I implying anything about you? I am unequivocally addressing you." After uttering these words, he turned to face his superior. "Why, Lord, I am now harboring grave doubts that this little curly-haired one is the instigator of this matter. Regardless of truth, let us first cast this basin of dirty water upon the other party. Acre? By his father's name, this is truly an affront." He glared at Su Jiaojiao, his anger mingled with a hint of grievance. "My lord, you must believe me. How could it possibly be me? I hold you in such high esteem. How could I commit such an act? This is slander, pure slander." The principal. In an instant, she felt exceedingly superfluous in this scene. How familiar this situation was. During her youth, her backyard would erupt in similar chaos every so often. Now, having aged, she at least appeared to embody a semblance of tranquility. Su Jiao let out a soft sigh. I know, please remain calm. She undoubtedly believed in Acre, for first, he lacked the motive, and second, he did not seem to possess the intellect for such an endeavor. After addressing him, she turned her gaze towards Victor. Her eyes tinged with a hint of helplessness. Could this be the legendary male competition? Victor, cease your teasing. We must discuss serious matters. Victor cast a cold glance at Acre before redirecting his attention to his superior. In the classroom, there were only a few individuals present. Aside from the principal and this little curly-haired boy, before he could finish his thought, he was immediately interrupted by a furious outburst from the other side. You are the curly-haired one. Your entire family is curly-haired. Heaven knows, Acre despised his curly hair and this, seemingly non-threatening face. Having such disdain for it, how could he tolerate being addressed so openly in front of his superior? Naturally, he was unwilling. Witnessing the two on the verge of another quarrel, Su Jiao hurriedly intervened. Enough, enough. Victor and Acre, you both must cease your bickering. If this occurs again, I shall throw you all out and conduct the investigation myself. Victor. Acre. How could this be? It is all Victor's fault, that scoundrel. It is all Acre's fault, that foolish little curly-haired boy. Seeing that both had quieted down, Su Jiao continued, in this classroom, there are only a few of us. Excluding the others, the most suspicious one is that 2S level beast man. Her assertion was not made without reason. She had gathered sufficient evidence before arriving at this conclusion. You see, first, the timing of these marketing accounts posting this incident coincides perfectly with the departure of the 2S level beastman after recovery. It is precisely for this reason that they only released information related to the 2S level beastman, as they were unaware of subsequent events. This was Su Jiao's first time expressing herself so boldly in front of others. In this moment, she felt nervous and helpless, yet simultaneously brave. Chapter 61. The very reliable Lu Yin. After sharing her opinion, she stood there, her expression slightly anxious. She felt her speculation was well-founded, but remained uncertain about its correctness. Thus, her trepidation arose from the fear that this first courageous expression of herself might be entirely dismissed. Fortunately, although Victor appeared to be quite careless, he was, in reality, very observant. He immediately sensed his superior's disquiet and deduced the reason behind her unease. From the moment she began to express herself, he listened earnestly. His gaze filled with admiration and encouragement. The emotional support he offered was palpable. As soon as Su Jiao finished speaking, Victor began clapping proudly for her. My lord is amazing. To have come to such conclusions in such a short time is truly remarkable. The principal, Acre. Damn it, this Victor is utterly shameless. How can he say such things? Indeed, none of those present, including the irritable Lowly, were fools. They all quickly grasped this simple truth. However, Victor, with utmost seriousness, publicly praised the one who spoke out, making it all seem rather ostentatious. After such flattery, Acre thought, it seemed that his superior was quite receptive to such praise. Perhaps he should learn from this approach in the future. Su Jiao, clearly flustered by the praise, felt a sense of joy emerging from within. Look, she is not entirely devoid of merit. She is not merely a medical kit. She can accomplish other things too, at this moment. Acre, unwilling to be outdone, hastily voiced his thoughts to prove himself to his superior. Why, lord, one more thing. A 2S level beastman clearly lacks the capacity for this. There must be a mastermind behind it. Slandering a female is an absolute crime. How could he dare to act in such a manner without someone backing him? Yet at this moment, Victor scoffed. Whoever his support may be, it matters not. Not even the emperor of the empire could save him. When he initially spoke these words, Victor swore he had no ulterior motives. However, Acre, being rather sensitive in this regard, immediately became agitated. What? What? Are you insinuating something about me? If you have the guts, come and fight me. Why do you always have to make these veiled jabs? Aker was on the verge of exploding. Listen to what he is saying. Even if he has the Emperor's backing. It is irrelevant. Among us, I am the only one connected to the Emperor. Is this not a blatant provocation? Why should this be the case? Damn it. Su Jiao. What on earth is happening now? At that moment, there was a knock at the classroom door from the outside. The principal entered. A male in military attire pushed the door open, striding directly to Su Jiao and executing a grand salute. My lord Su Jiao, I am Thomas, dispatched by General Liu. The beast man who was just granted the favor of your mental fortitude has been apprehended by the military. What? Su Jiao was perplexed. Didn't he head to the front lines? How could the matter be resolved so swiftly? This seems exceedingly rapid. Victor. Damn it, this Liu Yin, being from the military, thinks he is so mighty. Is it so convenient to arrest people? This situation, alas, being a star pirate, limited their actions, allowing this distant dog Liu Yin to gain the upper hand, which was utterly infuriating. The principal chuckled. With General Liu's intervention, it certainly saves us a great deal of trouble. Since he has already apprehended the culprit, we shall soon ascertain who the mastermind is and what their motives were. Su Jiao stood up, glancing at her principal. My lord, what about my side? The principal waved her hand. Go ahead, go ahead. The matter at hand is urgent. Besides, with someone as inherently talented as him, there is little I can teach. The significance of his presence here has diminished. Su Jiao nodded and turned to leave, with Victor naturally following suit. Noticing this, Aker hurriedly trailed behind. My lord, I wish to accompany you. Su Jiao had no objections, finding this little curly-haired boy rather amusing. Of course, the greatest reason was, well, who could deny that he was quite handsome? He wished to follow, but Victor was unwilling. He, slightly taller, cast a cold glance down at Aker. What are you doing here? Didn't you have matters to discuss with the principal? Just attend to your own affairs. Aker frowned deeply. I have already completed my business with the principal. Their confrontational demeanor made Su Jiao unable to suppress a chuckle. She simply could not bring herself to reveal. What? That I came to deliver a message to the principal. Did we not agree that when the principal was free, I would send a reply? So now, is the reply no longer needed? As the two individuals nearby appeared on the brink of a heated argument, Su Jiao hastily interjected, Enough. Let us first resolve this matter before discussing anything else, shall we? Perhaps it was the gravity in her tone that prompted the previously quarrelsome pair to suddenly silence themselves, no longer daring to utter a word. Let us proceed, Su Jiao stated, leading the way, followed closely by the two men, with a number of star pirates and imperial soldiers trailing behind them, their sole duty being to protect their esteemed Su Jiao. Upon boarding the shuttle, Su Jiao resumed her role as the familiar filling within the sandwich of her companions, albeit this time the two biscuit layers flanking her were Victor and Archer. Come, let us discover who is responsible for this affront against me. Chapter 62. Interrogation of the criminal. Thomas sat bound in the interrogation chair. A device equipped with handcuffs and restraints about his waist and calves. He lifted his gaze to behold the female dignitary who entered first, Su Jiao. However, his fleeting glance was met with Archer's swift slap to the back of his head. What are you staring at? Archer seethed, on the verge of exploding with anger. This was none other than the most illustrious purifier of the galaxy. Had it not been for the lady's need for his assistance, when would a mere lowly Karami like you have the chance to meet her? Were it not for your sheer luck, you, a mere 2S level lowly beast man, would never be worthy of her presence. Let alone have your mental powers sorted by her. In a world where hierarchy reigns, the contempt chain emerged, of course, top-tier beings such as Archer, Victor, and Liu Yin, all 5S, level beastmen, equally despised their inferior male counterparts. Victor stepped forward, towering over Thomas, and inquired with an imposing presence, "Speak. What is your motive and purpose? Who is the mastermind behind this?" After a moment of silence, just as Victor prepared to employ the nearby electric baton for interrogation, Thomas finally began to speak, lifting his gaze first to Victor and Archer before finally settling on Su Jiao, who sat a short distance away. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon meeting Su Jiao's eyes, he instinctively averted his gaze. He let out a laugh. "Why? You dare ask me why?" His tone grew increasingly agitated, and as if sensing his rising emotions, the interrogation chair delivered a timely electric shock, causing him to slump helplessly into the seat, his body convulsing from the intense pain. Su Jiao remained patient, quietly awaiting his composure. Before her lay a transparent, glass-like rectangular object that, when picked up, illuminated like a computer screen, containing various interstellar documents, backed up online and in physical form. She refrained from hastily perusing the documents, aware that some information was intentionally presented to manipulate her judgment. She preferred to listen to Thomas's account before examining the files. Once the criminal had sufficiently calmed, Su Jiao gently tapped her fingers on the table, producing a subtle sound that nonetheless captured everyone's attention, perhaps due to the intrinsic allure of the female dignitary. "Thomas, do you comprehend the consequences of treachery against a female?" Slumped in his chair, Thomas replied, "I do." "Then, will you not divulge the full truth?" Su Jiao pushed her chair back and rose, taking measured steps toward him. Looking down upon him, unlike the fierce demeanor of Victor or Archer's violent aura, she exuded no overt threat. Yet, curiously, the three present found themselves gradually calming under the subtle influence of her mental energy. It was an oddly peculiar sensation. To illustrate, an emotionally unhinged beastman resembled a raging fireball, while a potent tranquilizer would be like the application of supercooled liquid nitrogen, instantly transforming the flames into ice. However, Su Jiao's mental energy felt distinctly different. It was akin to a gentle drizzle, dense and soothing, yet remarkably effective in restoring calm. Thomas, Archer, and even the soldier who had escorted them were momentarily bewildered by this. But Victor understood the reason. The lady's beast form was that of a small, gentle creature known for its calming and uplifting effects. Su Jiao continued unperturbed. "You must realize that I am not a, well, particularly cruel person. You have inflicted no substantial harm upon me. If you cooperate, I can ensure the safety of your family and spare your life. Though you have committed a crime, it is not one deserving of death. A few years of confinement may suffice. Provided there are valid reasons behind your actions, in contrast to Earth, where such matters could often be resolved with a mere public apology within a fortnight, crimes against a female dignitary bore grave consequences. Some resulted in death, while others could lead to the extermination of entire families. With reddened eyes, Thomas glanced up at the exalted figure before him. After a prolonged silence, still teary-eyed, he gritted his teeth and stammered, I acted on my own accord. There was no one behind me." Archer's fury ignited, and he seized the electric baton, prepared to strike. However, Su Jiao, catching his movement, merely lifted her eyelashes to cast a disapproving glance in his direction, though she said nothing. Her dissatisfaction was unmistakable. Upon meeting her gaze, Archer halted abruptly, retracting his hand with a disgruntled expression as he returned the baton to its place. Victor witnessed the exchange, pride and admiration gleaming in his eyes. He felt a swell of pride. The once timid and fragile female dignitary had rapidly matured under his protection and care. One day, she would undoubtedly become the finest dignitary in the world, or rather, she already was. Is it not true? I am unaware of the identity of your benefactor, but did she not assure you that if you complied fully and took the fall for this, your family would be well treated after your demise? Su Jiao posed, her mind already piecing together the identity of the true instigator after observing the timing and content of the rumors circulating. Eliminating possibilities led her to one conclusion: it was neither the principal nor Archer. One lacked motive while the other, despite a hint of vanity, genuinely admired her. Victor was also ruled out, so who else could be aware of the situation's intricacies? The answer: the principal's temporary assistant, Su Rue. She sensed the faint traces of resentment emanating from Thomas, reminiscent of the feelings she had once experienced from her sister. Chapter 63. The Arrest of Su Rue. Why me? Why are you not the one afflicted? Why must I suffer? Why? If only it could be exchanged. Su Jiao forcibly pulled herself from those memories of an earth stairwell, inhaling deeply and reminding herself she was no longer on earth. She was no longer that neglected and unloved Su Jiao. She cast her gaze upon the criminal seated before her and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. It was Su Rue, was it not? Victor seemed to have anticipated this revelation, displaying no unusual expression upon hearing her words. However, Archer could not contain his disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Su Rue? That is not your concern." Although born into royalty and raised within its confines, he has always been the favored prince of the emperor, perpetually the one to bully others. Indeed, no one has ever dared to audaciously humiliate him. However, he soon recalled certain events that transpired within the palace, and abruptly fell silent. Humanity is such that, for the sake of personal gain, they are capable of anything. What? You? Thomas was equally astonished, for he had said nothing, yet the other party had discerned his thoughts instantly. Su Jiao gazed at him and inquired once more, "Are your family members aware of your actions?" Upon hearing her words, Thomas, bound to the interrogation chair, could no longer maintain his composure. "They do not know. They do not know. He is unaware. Please do not vent your anger on him. I beg you. I implore you." The distraught male sat there, weeping uncontrollably, devoid of dignity. Su Jiao was about to request that they retrieve the documents from the table when, before she could speak, Victor, with keen perception, turned and swiftly brought the documents over. Su Jiao's fingers glided across the transparent panel, quickly reviewing all the information pertaining to the other party. After a moment, she closed the files. Archer, seizing the opportunity, took the documents from Thomas's hands. Su Jiao looked at him and nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." Upon hearing her words of thanks, Victor was the happiest among them. Why? Just moments ago, while handing something to the lady, she had not expressed her gratitude to him, yet now she thanked Archer. What did this signify? It meant that she now regarded him as one of her own. Being considered one of her own, anything he did was deemed entirely appropriate, whereas for the outsider, merely performing a trivial task warranted her thanks. This thought caused him to involuntarily smile, his lips curling upwards. "Your brother, in the hospital, has been urged to pay his bills 3 times. Is this the reason?" The information gathered by the military was undoubtedly comprehensive, covering all aspects, even tracing back 3 generations of the individual's lineage. Among this data was the reason for his brother's hospitalization. It was said that he had suffered a comprehensive mental assault after rejecting a female superior, leaving him in a coma to this day. Thomas, his eyes reddened, stared unblinkingly at Su Jiao, his teeth clenched tightly. Yet, he chose to remain silent. Su Jiao, however, continued languidly, "Did she not promise that if you took full responsibility for this matter, she would cover your brother's medical expenses until he either awakens or succumbs?" Clearly, her assertion was entirely accurate. The tension in the room escalated visibly. Su Jiao chuckled softly, looking at him. "Do you think that is plausible? I am her younger sister, and she treats me this way. What more can be expected from you 2 strangers? You have committed such a crime. I will have you executed immediately. Do you believe that after your death, She will care for your brother as she promised? Silence, profound silence. After much internal conflict, Thomas finally spoke as if placing all his bets. Will you truly treat my brother kindly? At this juncture, he could no longer harbor any illusions of safety. He understood that since he had embarked upon this course of action, his demise was all but assured. No female superior would spare his life after enduring such slander. Su Jiaojiao regarded him and slowly replied, Do you know? There is a saying from ancient Earth. A gentleman's word is as good as a team of horses. Meeting his bewildered gaze, she provided her final answer. I am not one who enjoys implicating the innocent. Those who err must bear the consequences. At this moment, further concealment was utterly futile. Thomas, looking at her with unwavering resolve, finally admitted, It was Su Ruerue. It was Su Ruerue who compelled me to act this way. The soldier stationed at the door immediately turned his attention to Su Jiaojiao, awaiting her command. The expression on his face was resolute, as if ready to execute any order she might give. Su Jiaojiao also regarded him, for within the military, she knew only two individuals, General Malorn, the commander of the empire, and Lu Yin. She was not familiar with the former, and thus sought the latter's assistance. Now that the witness had testified, could an arrest be made? She was not one to show undue mercy. Since one sought to harm her, they must pay the price. The soldier saluted, fervently declaring, Yes, I shall proceed to arrest Su Ruerue. After receiving Su Jiaojiao's command, he promptly left, leaving only a few of them remaining in the interrogation room. Su Jiaojiao, meeting the soldier's hopeful gaze, reassured him, Your brother? I will ensure. No, I shall personally visit him. Given that he had suffered mental trauma, it was quite possible she could heal him, though not rejoice too soon. Your brother is your brother? And you are you. Su Jiaojiao looked at him. Those who err must ultimately face the consequences. Chapter 64. Are you certain? The individuals dispatched by Lu Yin to assist Su Jiaojiao exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly apprehending Su Ruerue. Of course, she was not the only one captured. All her personal guards were also taken to the military for detention. Su Jiaojiao initially intended to interrogate her, though it was not so much an interrogation as a desire to understand why. Upon her recent return to the Su family, Su Ruerue had targeted her despite their scant interaction. After all, one must possess a motive for such actions, mustn't one? However, Victor suggested they break for lunch, as it was getting late. Since the individuals were already detained and could not escape, they could interrogate them at any time. Archer surprisingly concurred, Indeed, it is getting late. Let us have lunch first. Victor turned to him. Prince, it is indeed late. Shouldn't you return to the palace? His words were rather direct, offering no semblance of courtesy. Look, we are heading home, and as an outsider, it would be inappropriate for you to accompany us. Upon hearing this, Archer felt a surge of resentment, wishing he could pounce upon Victor right then and there. Had Su Jiaojiao not been present, he would have unleashed his mental energy and fought him to the death. Under the pressure of Victor's words, he turned to his lady. My lady, may I accompany you? I genuinely admire you and wish to become part of your personal guard. May I? If he became her personal guard, he could follow her everywhere and even stay at her home at night. What bliss that would be! Considering this had been his request multiple times, Su Jiaojiao felt that further refusals would seem somewhat pretentious. Moreover, this fiery little curly-haired one was, to be honest, rather amusing. Thus, she looked at him and slowly inquired, Are you certain? Upon hearing her question, Archer nearly leaped with joy. Meanwhile, Victor's mood was less than favorable. Although he rationally understood he should not interfere with her decisions or prevent her from seeking the company of other males, it still left him feeling somewhat unsettled. After all, such an exceptional female would undoubtedly attract many suitors. He knew this was entirely normal and would likely only increase in the future, yet emotionally, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Nevertheless, since she had made her choice, he could only comply. Archer beamed with joy. I am certain, absolutely certain. He had long been convinced that such an outstanding female was worth following. Wouldn't you agree? Su Jiaojiao, seeing his genuine enthusiasm, nodded in affirmation. Very well. Then you shall be my personal guard from now on. Upon receiving her definitive answer, Archer could no longer contain himself, leaping 3 feet into the air. Yes, yes, this is wonderful. I am now your personal guard. His dream had come true. Now, let us return and have our meal. Su Jiaojiao ultimately resolved to accept their proposal, choosing to return for lunch first. After enjoying the meal, she would address other matters. Rather than interrogating the other party immediately, it seemed more prudent to let the situation settle for a while. The flying shuttle swiftly arrived at the Chatsworth estate of the Su family, and upon gazing at the opulent villa, Su Jiaojiao's resolve solidified further. She decided to move out that very afternoon, relocating to her own residence, with the state having allocated her a home. Why should she cohabit with others? Although this other was her nominal mother, in essence, they were no different from strangers. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Victor spoke gently. My lady, whatever decision you make, I shall support you unconditionally. And I will stand by you until the very end. Upon witnessing Victor pledge his loyalty, Archer quickly stepped forward, eager to match Victor's fervor. I too. His voice rang with impassioned enthusiasm. Thus, the matter was settled. The group entered the living room in sequence, and Victor remarked, You rest here. I shall prepare the meal at tea that moment. Archer, displaying keen insight, declared, I will protect you, my lady. Victor cast a lukewarm glance her way, responding, You had better. Archer bristled at this, exclaiming, Don't act as if you are the only capable one. I am also a level 5 beast man. I am formidable as well and can surely safeguard our lady. Seated on the sofa, Su Jiaojiao sighed helplessly, contemplating the inevitable squabbles between the two. Once Lu Yin returned, the trio would surely escalate the arguments, with Victor cooking and Archer standing behind her. He excitedly offered, Would you like some fruit? The one called watermelon? If you desire it, I shall fetch it immediately. Su Jiaojiao sighed again, patting the space beside her. No need to fuss. Sit down and rest for a while. After all, lunch is approaching, and if we indulge in fruit now, we may not have room for the meal later. Let us wait until after lunch to enjoy the fruit. The moment Archer heard his lady invite him to sit beside her, he became exhilarated, his youthful face flushing crimson. All right, I shall heed your words, my lady. However, before they could settle in, an anticipated visitor arrived. It was none other than Su Ruai, the esteemed director of Su's and nominal mother to Su Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, she approached with urgency, her tone laced with anxiety. From the moment she spotted her, Su Jiaojiao braced herself, instinctively sensing that this hurried return was likely to advocate for her other daughter. Although both were daughters of the family, one had only just been reunited, having met only a handful of times, while the other had grown up under her watchful eye. Could their affections truly be compared? Honestly, if the purpose of her visit was to plead for Su Ruai, she would find it perfectly understandable, devoid of any feelings of disappointment or sorrow. After all, from a certain perspective, it seemed almost natural. Would one truly ignore a daughter raised by their side in favor of a newly acknowledged stranger? It was inconceivable. Harboring such thoughts, Su Jiaojiao was soon confronted with the unexpected. Su Ruai hurriedly approached, casting a nervous glance at her before exclaiming, Jiao, are you all right? She had anticipated a confrontation or, at the very least, a plea on behalf of Su Ruai. Are you to her astonishment? Su Ruai did not inquire about Su Ruai at all, instead expressing concern solely for her. This left Su Jiaojiao utterly bewildered. After a moment's silence, Su Jiaojiao replied slowly, I am fine. What could possibly be wrong? She was merely attending classes at school while Su Ruai faced public condemnation online. Su Ruai, standing before her, spoke steadily, I am aware of the situation's origins. I never expected your sister to act in such a manner. Su Jiao thought to herself. You were surprised. So was she. What brings you here, then? Could you not simply state your purpose? She preferred directness over circumlocution. Your sister's actions warrant appropriate consequences, Su Ruai said, her expression troubled. Su Jiao mused that the true essence of her visit was to defend Su Ruai, despite her initial inquiry about her well-being. Remaining silent, Su Jiao listened to what justification Su Ruai might offer. Noticing her silence, Su Ruai continued, After all, she is a member of our Su family. My daughter and your sister, such words. Su Jiao felt a surge of indignation. If one commits such transgressions, familial ties should not excuse them. She raised her gaze to meet her mother's, articulating each word with clarity. You are aware that I am your daughter and her sister. A sardonic smile crossed her lips as she continued. You wish for me to regard her as an elder sister. Yet does she view me as her younger sister? The answer was evidently no. Had she considered her a sister, would she have treated her thus? Su Ruai was left speechless, unable to respond. The crime of harming a female was indeed grave. And Su Ruai had hoped to gain Su Jiao's forgiveness, at least to allow Su Ruai to return to the Su family. While Su Ruai had erred, her actions did not warrant death, and a lifetime of imprisonment was a probable outcome. However, with the same actions applied to a male, the consequences would differ drastically. To Su Ruai, every daughter held immense significance. Allowing one to languish in prison was unacceptable. Taking a deep breath, she regarded Su Jiao earnestly. What I mean is not to let you simply overlook her actions, at the very least. You should publicly forgive her so we can resolve this matter within the family. She believed her proposal was devoid of flaws. Confining her daughter within military custody would be tantamount to sentencing her to a life of despair. Instead, addressing the issue as a family matter, even if it meant some reprimands or confinement, would suffice. This way, her daughter would not be entirely ruined. Su Jiao looked up at her mother, puzzled. Why? What is the difference between public punishment and private reprimand? If there is indeed a disparity, it suggests that punishment at home is far less severe than public censure. The conversation shifted again, revealing that Su Ruai was still attempting to excuse Su Ruai's actions. Initially, Su Jiao had considered granting her sister a modicum of dignity, but given the current predicament, she felt justified in her response. Thus, with determination, Su Jiao firmly rejected her mother's proposition. I do not agree. Su Ruai furrowed her brow, astonished that her seemingly timid daughter would dare defy her. The elevated status of females posed certain challenges. As equals, she could not wield her maternal authority to subdue Su Jiao. Despite this, she sought to negotiate further. But Su Ruai is your sister. Can you not consider your mother's position? The thought trailed off as she realized that her newly emerged maternal status might hold little sway over Su Jiao. Su Jiao regarded her with unwavering resolve, stating, So be it. If one commits a wrongdoing, they must face the appropriate consequences. Witnessing her daughter's steadfastness, Su Ruai grew increasingly anxious. Child, you do not understand. While you hold a title, so do I. Ultimately, we are family. We rise and fall together. She perceived her daughter, hidden away for so long, as naive, lacking understanding of the realities of their society. She could only slowly explain things to the other party on this side. In truth, she wished to discuss the affairs of the palace and the emperor, yet the presence of the fifth Prince Acre compelled her to divert her attention to other topics. A family-esque continuation necessitates the presence of female adults. And in our household, with your inclusion, we have three. Do you comprehend what this implies? At this juncture, she cast a glance at Acre. Could you have your personal guard step aside? I have some private matters to discuss with you. No, she contemplated deeply, ultimately deciding that she must address the emperor's affairs. Otherwise, given Su Jiao's current resolute demeanor, it seemed unlikely she could persuade the other party. Although Su Jiaojiao recognized that her determination was unyielding, she still wished to hear what the other side had to say, for she was indeed unfamiliar with such matters within interstellar society, feeling it bore resemblance to the struggles of ancient royal power. Realizing this, she nodded towards Aker beside her and gently spoke. Aker, please go to the kitchen and seek Victor's assistance. I need to discuss some other matters with my mother. Aker nodded in affirmation. Just as he was about to turn away, he seemed to recall something and said to her, Do take care. If there is any danger, call for me immediately. Chapter 66. The War After Dismissing Aker. Dean Su glanced at the seat beside her. May I sit? Su Jiaojiao mused. What a question to ask. Could it be that she would not even allow the other party to take a seat? How absurd. Please, do sit. She was eager to see what the other party might articulate. After Dean Su nodded, she slowly settled into the chair beside Su Jiaojiao. Once seated, she first observed her daughter from the corner of her eye. Noting the absence of any discernible expression on her face, which sparked her mild surprise. She had anticipated that her recently found daughter would exhibit emotional instability and perhaps a sense of inferiority, struggling to communicate and so forth, an array of issues that would render her quite easy to manage. However, at this moment, she felt her earlier assumptions were wholly incorrect. After all these events, her daughter not only appeared unafraid, but also remarkably composed. This calm demeanor in Su Jiaojiao was somewhat unexpected to her. In truth, to a certain extent, her initial conjectures had been aligned. Su Jiaojiao had indeed been in such a state upon her return. Yet, as the saying goes, love can foster strength. That once insecure and unloved girl had gradually flourished under the care of Lu Yin and Victor. While such growth might not be apparent in the absence of challenges, when faced with adversity, one could swiftly recognize her transformation. She had become an entirely different individual compared to her former self. I understand that you have just returned and harbor no deep feelings for either me or your sister. As she uttered these words, Su Jiaojiao maintained an expressionless demeanor. It was not that she was particularly profound. Rather, she was simply unsure of how to face the other party with any specific expression. Although society today venerates females while relegating males to a subordinate role, the absolute power within the empire, whether it pertains to wealth, authority, or military, resides firmly in the hands of female adults. This knowledge was indeed crucial for Su Jiaojiao to grasp. She had initially intended to inquire with Victor, but given his prolonged absence from the core of the capital, he likely lacked insight into the local circumstances. Thus, she had planned to ask Lu Yin directly upon his return. Yet, unexpectedly, her mother broached the topic first. She nodded, affirmatively responding, Yes, I am aware. She had gleaned this information after attending a roundtable meeting. The matters she spoke of were well within her understanding. In the current interstellar society, it was the females who held sway, whether they be emperors, military leaders, finance ministers, prime ministers, or the mother of this research institute's head. Today, I wish to focus on the emperor. Currently, females are exceedingly scarce, with only a handful remaining nationwide. When this situation first emerged several millennia ago, it marked the zenith of male-dominated society. Do you understand what the societal status of females was back then? She inquired gently as she gazed at her daughter. Upon hearing her words, Su Jiaojiao pondered for a moment. She attempted to envision what the societal standing of scarce women would be in such a society. Lacking power and with such scarcity, do you believe that men, born into a patriarchal system, would elevate you to the status of a national treasure? No, while you may be as rare as a national treasure, you would certainly not be regarded as a prized possession. Are they not studying females? Are they not attempting to enhance the reproductive viability of females, or perhaps even treating them as mere breeding machines? Upon hearing Su Jiaojiao's remarks, Dean Su could not help but smile slightly. It was clear that her daughter possessed remarkable intelligence. After a moment of reflection, she continued, Indeed, the number of females has sharply declined nationwide. making reproductive issues the most pressing concern. At this point, she scoffed disdainfully and continued. What's even more ludicrous is that not only are there reproductive issues, but also issues of desire. Of course, this pertains to males, rather than us females. Hearing this, Su Jiaojiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. It was akin to the plight of women in a post-apocalyptic world. Scarcity alone does not confer value. It can be said that whether one becomes a treasure entirely depends on the societal context. In a patriarchal society, where women are scarce, they merely become playthings of the elite. Su Jiaojiao glanced at the person beside her and inquired, "So, how will the ensuing matters be resolved? What do you think?" Dean Su regarded her and asked with interest. Su Jiaojiao contemplated for a moment, concluding that if she did not wish to be oppressed, she must rise up. I surmised that it was from this point onward that females united and stood up, ultimately winning this war, thereby solidifying their status in society moving forward. Thus, the transition from a patriarchal to a matriarchal society was accomplished. Dean Su expressed her agreement with this response, affirming, indeed, as an ancient saying goes, "Where there is oppression, there is conflict." This adage holds true regardless of the time or place. Consequently, the Great Norman arose. At that time, the disparity between males and females had not yet reached such extremes. Although we emerged victorious, the cost was profoundly tragic. While she had not lived through that history, each female could still envision the battles described within historical texts. At that time, there were over 60,000 females, all of whom took to the battlefield without exception, including Emperor Norman himself. This topic had grown somewhat weighty. Though Su Jiaojiao was not of this world, she could not help but be deeply moved by the history recounted by the other party. After a brief pause, Dean Su continued, "Following that battle, the number of females plummeted to 4 digits, and thereafter it steadily declined." Having conveyed this example, Dean Su finally broached the crux of the matter. The number of female adults is dwindling, and an increasing number can no longer bear female offspring. In such circumstances, do you believe that the emperor of the Norman Empire is still a true Norman? Chapter 67. The Noble Norman initially. Su Jiaojiao felt somewhat bewildered upon hearing this question from the other party. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, though she had never directly encountered such matters, she had certainly observed them, akin to having seen a pig run despite never having eaten pork. She had watched palace intrigue dramas like Zhan Huanzhuan. Thus, upon hearing the other party's words, she immediately grasped the implication. Since the question had been posed, it indicated that there was indeed something amiss with this Norman. "I suspect he is not a true Norman," she responded, and her answer was quickly validated by Dean Su. Yes, it has been centuries since the emperors of the empire ceased to be true Normans. Initially, each emperor selected a male from the Norman family as their consort, but over time, intermarriage among the various families increased. To this day, there are hardly any genuine Norman males left. Upon counting those who claim to possess Norman blood, one realizes they have long since mingled with numerous other families. The current emperor, Her Majesty Ivy, still has no female offspring and is of an age where she must choose a successor. Who do you think she will select? Su Jiaojiao listened to the other party's words, pondering who they might choose. Though uncertain, she was aware that her mother desired the other party to select her. She had no interest in the throne or dominance, thus feigning ignorance of the inquiry. "I don't know," she responded. "You are aware that I have just returned and am still unfamiliar with everything here. I have no idea which noble families in the capital have female offspring, so I am utterly uninformed about this matter." Dean Su glanced at her, eyes sharp as an eagle. She subtly quirked the corner of her lips, both of them understanding yet not voicing it. The prospective heir represented the status of their females, a symbol of the Norman Empire's continuity, hence the need to select the most powerful. As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at her daughter beside her. It was an unmistakable hint, and Su Jiaojiao could no longer pretend to be oblivious. However, She felt compelled to articulate her stance. She could not allow herself to be perceived merely as a tool. "Mother," she stated candidly, "I can unequivocally inform you that I hold no interest whatsoever in the position of heir you speak of." Upon hearing her response, Dean Su did not display much reaction, merely offering a gentle smile. To her, the other party was nothing more than a young female just stepping into society, lacking experience and naively unaware of the world. It could be said that she had never tasted the advantages that absolute power could bring. Naturally, without having experienced it, one would not aspire to possess it. Once she had savored the supreme authority and its benefits, the desire to vie for it would arise naturally, just as it had for her other daughter. "Su Rue, are you?" I'd asked the mother. She was acutely aware of what lay in her daughter's heart and what she pursued. Understanding her well, she knew the other party was incapable of such ambitions. Thus, when only Su Rue was in the picture, her plans were not as they were now. She smiled and gently urged, "Child, you are too young. You have no comprehension of what power represents." As a commoner newly arrived in a monarchic society, Su Jiao might not fully grasp the essence of power, but she understood the harm it could inflict on individuals. "I know that once power is grasped by certain hands, some will inevitably abuse it, wielding their authority to harm others." Upon hearing her words, Dean Su raised an eyebrow slightly. The other party did not refute her but continued along the same vein. "It is commendable that you recognize this, but have you pondered how to avoid being harmed by the power in others' hands?" The notion was indeed pragmatic. While female nobles were exceedingly precious, there still existed a hierarchy. The emperor's presence was paramount, followed by Commander Melron. What position did she aspire to occupy? Su Jiao had genuinely never contemplated such matters. Whether emperor or commander, she found them wholly uninteresting. She yearned merely to lead a tranquil life in this society. She envisioned herself utilizing her purification abilities as her vocation, dutifully visiting the military or hospitals to purify interstellar beasts. She longed for a home of her own, where she could occasionally tend to flowers and vegetables, perhaps even live-stream her endeavors, with Victor, Liu Yin, and Archer by her side. She felt such a life would be immensely fulfilling. Regrettably, her mother, Dean Su, shook her head and swiftly shattered her dreams. "Have you considered that as the most powerful purifier in the galaxy, you cannot escape this?" she remarked, her hand gently patting the back of Su Jiao's head. Initially, Su Jiao instinctively recoiled at the touch, but ultimately remained still. The reason eluded her. Perhaps she wished to comply slightly to extract more useful information. "Have you thought about how outsiders are entirely barred from entering the Purifier Academy, yet you met Archer inside?" The answer to this question was evident to Su Jiao. She furrowed her brow, responding, "I know it was because of the Emperor, Her Majesty." The remainder of her statement faltered, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Though she felt humiliated, Dean Su articulated the rest, "Because the Emperor desires you to bring Archer into your fold." This action was not merely about her cherished son, Archer. It was simultaneously an olive branch extended to her. "Do you understand?" While Su Jiao failed to perceive this gesture as an olive branch, she comprehended what her mother meant. Still, she found it hard to believe. Could it really be so? The talk of continuing the pride of the Norman family and its glory seemed rather implausible to her. After all, her mother had previously stated that the current Norman emperor bore no trace of Norman blood. If that were the case, what was there to continue? As if sensing her thoughts, Dean Su continued, "Unhurriedly, though their blood may no longer flow through their veins, every Norman emperor before ascending the throne undergoes the acceptance of fragments of memories from their predecessors." Su Jiao? What? Such a thing exists. Her heart was filled with astonishment, but more than that, she was riddled with questions. Memory fragments? How are they implanted? Once embedded, can they be fully absorbed? Will they influence the individual? Will they alter their character? The inquiries swirled in her mind. She opened her mouth, ready to pose her questions, but hesitated, realizing the gravity of speaking to someone of such high status. Would they divulge the truth? If it were her, she would certainly keep any limitations to herself. So, given this, do you still hope for your daughter to become the heir? Dinsu pressed. Consider, even if she is your daughter, once she has accepted the memories of the Norman family and even changed her surname. If she were to ascend as the empire's emperor, what connection would that hold for you? Su Jiaojiao believed there would be none, and she speculated that other families would not permit it either. If it were possible to leverage such a method for familial expansion, other families would have certainly done so by now. After all, while they may not have experienced it, they had witnessed the machinations of palace intrigue through various dramas since childhood. The historical knowledge of the Ming dynasty, which selected commoner empresses to prevent interference from powerful relatives, echoed in her thoughts. Dinsu turned her head slightly, an enigmatic smile in her eyes, her lips curving upward. Though she said nothing, Su Jiaojiao understood the implications behind her expression and "Oh, I have no such intentions. You need not elaborate further." She had never been particularly interested in these matters, and now they felt unnecessarily convoluted. Consequently, her disinterest morphed into resistance. "You do not comprehend." In response to her resistance, Dinsu remained resolute, reiterating her belief that the other party was merely naive, having just stepped into society. She gently ran her fingers through Su Jiaojiao's hair. "Take your time. There is no rush." She remained steadfast in her resolve. Once one has tasted power, the desire to relinquish it is rare. Few do not yearn to possess it. Su Jiaojiao frowned, her patience wearing thin after such lengthy discourse. Moreover, the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen only exacerbated her impatience. "Very well, regarding Su Rue, I will assign that soldier." She gestured towards the young soldier dispatched by Liu Yin at the onset of this matter. "I will delegate the matter to him, ensuring he handles it according to the law, precisely as it should be. Given the circumstances, Dinsu is aware that this matter is beyond persuasion. It must be accepted as it stands. If she were to choose now, she would undoubtedly opt for Su Jiaojiao as for her other daughter, Su Rue. She must be set aside for the time being. After all, even by the letter of the law, Su Rue would not be sentenced to death. It has been established that every female and 5S level male beastman is a precious asset to the empire. Particularly for female dignitaries, capital punishment is only reserved for acts of treason or the murder of other female dignitaries. Offenses such as Su Rue's, which insult a female dignitary, typically result in lifelong imprisonment. Such a fate is, in comparison, quite acceptable when weighed against the complete loss of Su Jiaojiao. Simply put, even if the other party is imprisoned, she would still retain her utility. And what utility would that be? Quite simply, it would be to bear more children. Preparations on this front include ensuring that once the other party is incarcerated, all of her private guards will be sent in as well, to proceed as necessary. Of course, it will not be as it was 1,000 years ago, treating them merely as breeding tools. Rather, they will coexist normally, and should a pregnancy occur, the embryo can simply be extracted. With advancements in technology, the extraction of an embryo poses no harm to the body whatsoever. Su Jiaojiao could hardly fathom that within such a brief moment, the other party had contemplated so many matters. In contrast, all she could think of was to quickly have her meal and then hastily move out from here. "Mother, I will be moving out this afternoon after school." Dinsu was not the least bit surprised by this request. She had anticipated that if her plea for Su Rue was unsuccessful, this would be the outcome. She was not dismayed, for she firmly believed that an individual and her family mutually uplift one another. Even if the other party were to move away, upon seeing Su Jiaojiao, everyone would forever think of her as their daughter, a member of the Su family. This truth would become evident once their daughter relocated. Dinsu nodded, smiling as she regarded her. "Well, as long as you are happy." Initially, she had thought that since you and your sister were of the same age, you would surely get along. providing companionship. However, at this point, she paused momentarily before continuing, let us not dwell on it in any case. If moving out brings you happiness, your mother is more than willing. Su Jiao viewed her words with skepticism, though there was no need to voice her doubts. This mother, who constantly invoked the family name, perhaps held the family in higher regard than her own daughter in her heart. After all, who cannot boast? With this matter reaching its conclusion, Dean Su slowly rose from the sofa. I smell something delicious coming from the kitchen. You should eat first. I have quite a bit of work to do at the Research Institute, so I will be heading there now. After all, she was still her mother in the open, and Su Jiao did not wish to make things overly uncomfortable. Upon seeing her rise, Su Jiao stood as well. Mother, take care. Dean Su smiled and nodded at her. To be frank, Su Jiao was not fond of her mother's smile. It always seemed to carry an air of calculation. Thus, in the end, she could not help but say, even if I truly sit in that position, I will not perpetuate Norman's pride, but rather embark on my own life. Chapter 69. Pursuing one's desires. Su Jiao was oblivious to the emotions that Dean Su harbored as she departed. She only knew that at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief and joy at that moment. Aker rushed out from the kitchen, darting directly in front of her. My lady, how did it go? She didn't do anything to you, did she? Su Jiao chuckled at him. With both of you here, she wouldn't dare to act openly against me. In truth, Su Jiao felt a touch of helplessness. Despite her purification prowess being at 5S, her beastman's psychic strength was merely at D, and her beast form posed no threat whatsoever. If Victor and the others were not around, and she found herself alone, encountering any danger would leave her at a significant disadvantage. Continuing in this manner was not an option. She needed to devise a plan. No, she must also engage in training to enhance her physical capabilities. At the very least, if she could not win, she should be able to escape. Victor was far more perceptive than Aker, who had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. The former had struggled in the slums since childhood, while the latter had been pampered in the palace. Their personalities, of course, were starkly different, as was their perceptiveness. Victor emerged from the kitchen bearing 2 plates of food, calling out towards the living room. Jiao, it's time to eat. Upon hearing his call, particularly one that invited her to dine, Su Jiao promptly responded, yes, I'm coming. Hearing Victor refer to her as my lady made Aker unable to contain himself. As he looked up eagerly at Victor, why lady? May I call you Jiao as well? Such a request was not something Su Jiao took to heart. She answered him without hesitation, of course. What's wrong with that? Names are meant to be called, aren't they? Otherwise, why do we even have names? They serve to distinguish us from one another. After their meal, Su Jiao took a brief nap before reporting back to the Purification Academy in the afternoon. Upon her return from school, the principal subtly made his request known. Jiao, it seems you've fully mastered your purification power. You need not continue your studies. You could come to the school as a teacher. Su Jiao was perplexed by this request. After all, with only 2 students in the Purification Academy, her departure would leave just 1 remaining. What need was there for so many teachers for but a single student? She had other, more pressing matters to attend to. Having made up her mind, she directly conveyed her intentions. No, I have other plans. Starting tomorrow, I will go to the hospital or the military to assist in purifying people's powers. Her priority was to help those soldiers who had been injured on the battlefield, followed by civilians who could not afford a purification master and had been in a comatose state. And lastly, the beastmen from noble families. Of course, she was not a fool or a saint. She intended to charge for her services, as for how much, that would be at her discretion. After all, she needed to earn some money. As for Victor and the others, those guards who accompanied her round the clock surely deserved a fair wage for their service. It seemed as though the principal had not anticipated her response. As he fell silent for a moment before regaining his composure, that is certainly permissible. How could he possibly deny her this endeavor? His surprise stemmed from the fact that purification masters typically did not enjoy long lives. Many died prematurely, and even those who passed away naturally tended to do so far earlier than ordinary beastmen. While the average lifespan for a beastman is around 200 years, purification masters generally live only about 120 years, with the oldest reaching around 150 years. This discrepancy led many purification masters to speculate whether it was related to their frequent depletion of psychic energy. Thus, it was rare for purification masters to actively seek out opportunities to purify beastmen unless assigned by the Empire. This was not merely a matter of the Empire exploiting females. To speak candidly, with foreign powers lurking, those in positions of highest authority within the Empire could not simply indulge without consequence. Even if one harbored selfish desires for free enjoyment, maintaining stability among the populace was paramount. Su Jiao nodded. Then, it's settled. I will contact Commander Meloran tomorrow, beginning with the various generals and soldiers within the Legion. She also needs to recruit individuals to create a website or perhaps an app. The aim is to enable the families of those afflicted with mental disorders to register and apply for treatment. This endeavor is, indeed, the one thing she yearns to accomplish during her time in this world. As she walked, she shared her plans with Victor and Archer, both of whom were momentarily stunned by Su Jiao's words. Rendered speechless. Today, Su Jiao was adorned in a pure white dress, still made of shimmering fabric, her long black hair cascading down her back. Standing against the backdrop of the setting sun, the hem of her dress fluttered in the breeze, sparkling with delicate light, reminiscent of a glimmering galaxy. With her hands clasped behind her, she turned to face them, the warm orange glow illuminating her face, making her appear almost luminous under the soft golden sunlight. In that moment, to Archer and Victor, she truly radiated light. Su Jiao waved to the two behind her, urging, "Come on, Victor. Let us first visit our starship today to assess their condition. If there are any issues, I can purify them all right away." The orcs aboard Victor's starship had already undergone purification during the previous interstellar battle. Su Jiao thought to herself that they had recently worked together. It was only fitting that she check in on them, especially since each of them had put forth their utmost effort to protect her. In fact, her suspicions were correct. After the last task, there were indeed orcs who had sustained mental injuries. However, Victor had never mentioned this to Su Jiao. At this moment, there were no words capable of expressing Victor's emotions. Such a kind, wonderful individual. He had to. He turned his gaze silently towards the palace, lost in thought. Chapter 70. As long as the four of us are well due to Su Jiao's remarkable aptitude in this area. She graduated in just 2 days. The principal acknowledged that there was little left to teach her and suggested gaining experience through practice. That afternoon, the three of them left school earlier than usual, preparing to head to Victor's starship. Archer, however, was not particularly keen on going. After all, he was a prince of the Empire, while Victor was the leader of space pirates. His starship was essentially a nest of enemies, and the two were undeniably adversaries. It felt inappropriate for him to visit, and truth be told, it seemed rather dangerous. He was not afraid of Victor in a one-on-one confrontation. However, he was wary of the potential treachery that could arise from being outnumbered. Inside the shuttle, Su Jiao glanced at Archer, who had been silent since they boarded, and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen? Why aren't you speaking?" She noted that he usually chatters incessantly, yet today, he was unusually quiet. Before Archer could respond, Victor interjected, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Isn't it obvious? He's a prince, and I'm a space pirate. Why would he willingly venture into the lair of thieves?" Archer retorted. "I haven't said anything yet. Why are you acting like this?" Su Jiao. "I have no reluctance to go. It's just, I am still a prince of the Empire. At the very least, in the eyes of the public. Someone like Victor, who dares to plunder military supplies is certainly seen as an enemy. Tio put it bluntly. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would have only two assumptions. One, that Prince Archer is colluding with the pirate leader Victor to rebel against the matriarchal regime. Or two, that Victor, the audacious pirate leader, has dared to abduct our empire's fifth prince with intentions of revolt. Regardless of the scenario, it ultimately boils down to rebellion, which could be perilous. After listening to his words, Su Jiao paused thoughtfully for a moment, then felt a twinge of guilt. She had overlooked the fact that Archer and Victor were, in essence, adversaries. I apologize. I did not take that into account. She realized that this was a monarchy, and as a noble female, her suggestion of going together implied that she had expected them to accompany her, rather than simply expressing a friendly inclination to voice concerns. Even someone as worldly as Prince Archer had never encountered such an admirable female. She was so respectful and considerate of others. For instance, Victor, who had long been entrenched in the outer realms of space, primarily engaged in thievery, had never encountered a noble female before. Su Jiao was the first he had met, and he rarely followed news concerning females online, except for Commander Malorn, of course. The reasoning was simple. As a thief, he would naturally avoid the attention of a military commander. As for the other, before meeting Su Jiao, his mind had been solely preoccupied with strategies for victory in battle. Archer, still somewhat astonished, asked, "Really?" "Of course. There's no reason for me to lie about such matters." Su Jiao found him reminiscent of a child, constantly asking questions like why? "And is that true?" She looked at him and said, "By the way, aren't we moving today? I'll leave this matter in your hands. When Victor and I return tonight, we want to go to Sue's house but directly back to our own home." The mention of returning to her own home brought a bright smile to Su Jiao's face. Hearing her words, the two others felt equally delighted. The lady had referred to it as our home. How wonderful it was to feel like a family, Archer, in his naive exuberance, thought to himself. However, Victor sincerely wished that their little family could consist solely of the four of them, as long as they could live well together. That would suffice. He hoped there wouldn't be any more additions, lest he be overwhelmed with jealousy. The first time Su Jiao entrusted Archer with such an important task, he immediately became enthusiastic, looking at her with fervor and promising, "Rest assured, my lady, I will ensure this matter is handled well." "Very well," Su Jiao replied with a beaming smile. "Then I shall leave this task to you." The shuttle first circled back to the Su residence to drop off Archer, after which Su Jiao took Victor to the port of Eldoriad. Victor's fleet was docked in the nearby star system. "Are you tired? If so, you can take a short nap," Victor suggested. Although the shuttle was swift, it was not overly fast, given the vastness of the planet, much larger than Earth. Upon reaching the port, it was customary to transfer to an interstellar ship, as starships were not possessions everyone could own. They were met at the port by members of the starship, who arrived in a small flying vessel to escort them. Su Jiao found the concept of fatigue quite intriguing, or rather, it seemed somewhat uncanny. It was akin to how yawning is contagious. One could feel fine just moments before, yet upon witnessing someone else yawn, they would soon feel drowsy as well. Now, originally, Su Jiao wasn't particularly tired, but after Victor's inquiry, she suddenly felt a bit weary. "Since I'm feeling tired, I suppose I'll take a short nap," she said, gently rubbing her slightly fatigued eyes. Victor nodded, his voice deep yet unexpectedly gentle, responding, "Yes, sleep well, I'll wake you when we arrived on him." Su Jiao murmured in a muffled tone before closing her eyes. Just as she drifted off, Victor reached out to embrace her, resting her against his chest. Nestled there, she could hear the steady beat of his strong heart, and soon, she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 71. Life and death, indifferent. If unyielding, then fight. Let us take him down. I'm going to take him down. Eldorian Parvis, the son of the interstellar tycoon, is a 5S ranked orc, whose beastly form resembles that of a honey badger. the most fearless creature on Earth, famously dubbed the flat-headed brother. Though diminutive in stature, it possesses immense ferocity, having traversed the southern and northern realms, quenching its thirst beside hyenas, and even gnawing on venomous snakes as if they were mere spicy snacks. Its motto is one of indifference towards life and death. Ready to fight if challenged in this existence, one is either engaged in battle or en route to it. Eldorian steered his starship with the intent of confronting Victor's vessel head-on, prepared for the worst, if they were to perish. They would do so together. Unfazed by the prospect of death, he held a disdain for those who feared it. "Calm down, young master. Please, do not act rashly," his subordinates implored, their expressions reflecting sheer panic. They knew all too well that their master was reckless, often disregarding his own life, let alone others. "Young master, think. The opposing fleet may not even be victors. It could be an impostor." Eldorian's ire only intensified at their protests. "You speak nonsense. I trust none of you. How can I remain calm when Victor, that shameless scoundrel, routinely intercepts our shipments, as if I were raising sheep in the stars for him to fleece? It is utterly intolerable." His analogy, though humorous, struck a chord of truth, prompting a moment of silence among his crew, stifling laughter at the absurdity of their plight. As the tension mounted, news arrived that a small craft from Victor's fleet was approaching the port. The audacity of these outlaws, devoid of identification, to brazenly approach the capital's harbor was infuriating. Eldorian's blood boiled at the thought that Victor may have colluded with the military. The possibility that their own starships could be tracked by the military was a chilling revelation. For unlike the lawless rogues, their vessels were bound by protocol to report their coordinates. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Eldorian broke free from his subordinate's grasp, fueled by indignation. He charged toward the command console, disregarding their pleas. "Enough of this. I will confront them." His crew, in a frenzy, clung to him in a desperate attempt to restrain him, their fear palpable. "Young master, please, you must remain calm." They were horrified at the thought of witnessing their master's reckless pursuit of glory, leading to a catastrophic collision. Eldorian, momentarily silent, seethed with anger. "You fear for your lives, don't you? There is no shame in admitting it." His crew, unable to deny the truth, conceded their trepidation with remarkable candor. "Indeed, we are all terrified," they confessed. "So please, young master, exercise restraint." Yet, the more they urged caution, the more resolute Eldorian became. "If you refuse to let me charge, then I shall transform into my beast form and take him on single-handedly." The gravity of his words sent shockwaves through his crew, who feared the consequences of such a reckless encounter with Victor's fleet. "Please, I beg you, do not act impulsively." Eldorian forcefully pushed them aside, turning to leave with an expression that conveyed a resolute intention of mutual destruction. What a bizarre spectacle this was! A colossal family such as this, poised to be inherited by such a peculiar individual. Are you certain there are no issues with that? How frightening! Ultimately, in a moment of dire urgency, an unexpected voice intervened, cautioning against rash actions, lest the esteemed Lord Su Jiaojiao also be aboard the spaceship. Should you act impulsively, wouldn't that spell your complete demise? It was only upon mentioning Su Jiaojiao that the other party finally regained their composure, their countenance suddenly adorned with an oddly vibrant pink hue, transforming from a defiant glare to one of clarity and innocence. "Really, is it possible that Lord Su Jiaojiao is indeed on that spaceship?" Observing the sudden flush on the other's cheeks, a group of subordinates fell into silence. If only they had known how shy the individual would be regarding this matter, they wouldn't have expended such effort over the past half-day. Indeed, consider this. Didn't General Liu Shang arrive at the front lines just a few days ago, claiming to inspect the interstellar border? With his departure, it was certain that Victor would remain steadfastly by Lord Su Jiaojiao's side. Eldorian's anxiety intensified with each word, as he hastily raked his fingers through his hair and adjusted the collar and hem of his shirt. With a slightly bashful yet anxious expression, he inquired, "How do I look? Is it presentable? Am I not making a fool of myself?" To which the group responded, "How dare you even ask? You resemble a peacock flaunting its feathers." Satisfied, Eldorian nodded. "Very well, if that's the case, I shall take action." The group fell silent once more. What action? What could he possibly do? Day after day, this situation was becoming utterly unbearable. Their silence did not perturb Eldorian in the slightest. He remained audaciously determined to please his superior, one of the wealthiest individuals in the galaxy. Alongside his esteemed mother, his methods of ingratiating himself naturally revolved around wealth. He began to chatter excitedly about the shimmering treasures within the warehouse just as he was speaking. He abruptly halted, a sudden realization dawning upon him. "Aha! I finally understand why that foolish Victor attempted to rob our cargo ship a while back. That spaceship was loaded with female products." With this thought, Eldorian's anger surged, feeling as if his heart might explode. How dare they fleece me while using my own goods to curry favor with the esteemed one? Such thoughts transformed him into a beastly fury, and he dashed away. Meanwhile, Su Jiaojiao was nestled soundly in Victor's embrace, sleeping peacefully. Even as the spaceship came to a halt, she remained blissfully unaware, likely due to Victor's decision not to wake her. During her slumber, Victor gazed at her with an affectionate intensity, as if he could never tire of the sight. It was at this moment that an unexpected event occurred. A tiny spacecraft suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Were it not for the impressive braking capabilities of the ship's autopilot, they would have collided. Soon, Victor's subordinates rushed into the cockpit, exclaiming, "Boss, a small spacecraft is obstructing our route." Victor tightened his hold on his esteemed companion and disdainfully turned to peer out the window. "Who dares? How audacious to block my ship!" After all, he was none other than the illustrious leader of the Star Pirate Alliance, Victor. Typically, only he dared to intercept others. This was the first instance of someone having the audacity to halt his vessel. Unless one counted Liu Yin and Commander Meloran, this was tantamount to courting death. In Victor's eyes, anyone bold enough to obstruct his ship would have to be prepared to face the consequences. He had no intention of inquiring about the identity of the interloper or their motives. That was their concern. He had his own rules and methods for dealing with matters. The next moment, he looked towards his reporting subordinate and declared, "Attack." With that single command, the fate of the opposing ship was sealed. Just think. His side boasted an entire super fleet, while the other was merely a diminutive spacecraft. Engaging them would be as simple as firing a nuclear magnetic cannon. One shot would surely send the occupants into a state of panic. The subordinate nodded in compliance and hurried off. Perhaps the noise made during their departure was a bit too loud, as Su Jiaojiao, nestled in Victor's embrace, gradually awoke. She finally emerged from her slumber, realizing she had taken quite a lengthy nap. The position of sleeping in someone's arms was somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to instinctively stretch her neck. Noticing her movement, Victor hastily apologized. "My apologies. I failed to consider your comfort." Meeting his inquiring gaze, Victor elaborated, "This is merely a small transfer ship without a bed. I will arrange for modifications so that next time you can rest comfortably." Su Jiaojiao had always been overlooked and ignored throughout her life. In moments like these, she would genuinely appreciate the feeling of being cared for, cherished, and loved. It was truly delightful. Just as she was about to decline his proposal, feeling it might be somewhat excessive, she realized that, as he had mentioned, this was merely a small transfer ship. The modifications he suggested would undoubtedly be more elaborate than simply adding a bed. He would likely make it exceptionally luxurious and comfortable. "No, that's unnecessary. It seems rather troublesome, as you said. This is just a transfer vessel, and we don't need to stay here often," she stated. momentarily shy before continuing. Furthermore, everyone works hard to earn their money. It should be utilized for something worthwhile. Su Jiaojiao thought, especially considering the orc pirates, whose earnings could be seen as blood and sweat money. How could they frivolously waste it? That would be utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing her words, Victor let out a resigned chuckle. He felt compelled to explain to his esteemed companion, Jiao, I assure you, my finances are more than sufficient, so you need not worry. After Su Jiao nodded in acknowledgement, she responded, of course, I know your finances are ample. But you are not alone, are you? There are so many subordinates beneath you. IT was akin to running a substantial company with numerous employees eagerly awaiting their salaries each month. Yet, if one were to use that analogy, it would circle back to the fact that for someone operating such a large business, the cost of modifying a small spacecraft could be negligible. Su Jiaojiao, accustomed to being poor, found it challenging to shift her perspective. In the small lounge, it was just her and Victor, and with so few people, the atmosphere gradually grew more intimate. Within this confined space, Victor slowly moved his hand, gently placing it over hers. As his palm rested upon her hand, he felt her delicate fingers tremble slightly. Blushing, Su Jiaojiao quickly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, Please, not like this. This is far too embarrassing. She knew Victor was kind, yet they had only recently met. Such sudden closeness was overwhelming. After all, matters of this nature should naturally progress step by step, taking things slowly. Observing his esteemed companion's flustered demeanor, Victor found her utterly adorable, akin to a charming little rabbit, evoking a desire to embrace her and tease her playfully. It's all right. We can take our time, he reassured her, knowing that such words would never have escaped shy Su Jiaojiao's lips. Not only was she at a loss for words, but she could hardly fathom how to respond. All she could do was sit there with her face flushed crimson, her head bowed, unable to muster the courage to even glance at the other person. At that moment, the intercom in their room suddenly crackled to life. Esteemed Lord Su Jiaojiao, this is Eldorian. May I have the honor of meeting you? I have brought numerous gifts and wish to pay my respects. Please grant me this opportunity. The unexpected voice not only startled Su Jiaojiao, but also caused Victor's expression to darken considerably. For Su Jiaojiao, astonishment outweighed fear. After all, they were aboard Victor's spaceship. Imagine hearing another's voice in someone else's vessel, emanating directly from the loudspeaker. Who wouldn't be taken aback? If Su Jiaojiao felt surprise, then for Victor, only fury remained. His face was a stormy shade of black. Almost immediately, his subordinate rushed in, wearing an expression of trepidation. Boss, no, this is bad. Victor cast a cool glance at him with his emerald green eyes and replied. The subordinate swallowed hard before responding, Our system has been compromised. Victor maintained his stoic demeanor, for he had no desire to utter further words. After all, he was not foolish. With the intercom blaring, how could he possibly be unaware of the intrusion? As for the identity of the intruder, there was no need for speculation. It was the very rogue who had just introduced himself. Though seething with rage and a desire to charge out and confront the intruder, he remained gentle in the presence of Su Jiaojiao, a stark contrast to the Victor once known as the Tyrannosaurus Rex.